Dreamscape presents The Good Girl by Patricia Dixon, narrated by Marnie Young. Present day. Hotel Gotham, Manchester city centre. He's so beautiful. Those are the words I said to myself every time I saw him. I was infatuated, utterly invested, which is probably why I didn't care about the wrongs of what I was doing, and all I could see, cared about, and craved were the rights. And look where that got me. Alone in a huge city, staring at the pissing rain as it soaks the pavements. I spent my last night in England lying in a king-size bed in a superior suite, feeling like the lowest of the low, torturing myself as I often do these days. Unable to sleep, either manic or depressed. And now I'm waiting for the concierge to flag down a black cab, still with far too much time on my hands to think about it all. About him. He was my dopamine, adrenaline, caffeine hit and heroin high, and I needed my fix whenever I could get it, regardless of the risks. I lusted after him. Wanted more and more, even after a marathon session where he taught me what a man could do for a woman and what she could do in return. I would watch greedily as he headed to the shower after our lovemaking, his naked torso toned from hours at the gym, perfectly tanned from a week in Antibes. Was I in love? Hell yes. The remnants of my common sense told me we had no future, and it was naive to think otherwise. I had my life to live, and he was never going to be a part of it. Still, I didn't care. I chose to ride the wave, and when we were together, or I received a message that made me blush to my core, or his hand caressed mine in a daring moment that made the risk of what we were doing even more of a thrill, I buzzed off it. And then, like a blast of icy air, came the gut-churning low when I wondered why. Why did he choose me? He could have had his pick of any of the beautiful women in his circle. That's a fact. I'd seen their eyes fall on him when he entered a room, then follow him out again. There was just something magnetic about him. His feral scent that sent your pheromones wild. The grey-blue eyes that changed in the light and burrowed right into my soul when he told me I was his special girl. His firm jaw, smooth and kissable when clean-shaven, and when dusted with midnight shadow it chafed every inch of my skin as it explored the deepest parts of me. His ebony hair, greying ever so slightly at the sides, gave him a hint of worldly wisdom and maturity, even when he was playing the Joker and making the whole room laugh. And his kindness. He was so caring that everyone loved him. Well, not everyone. But I never allowed myself to think of her. That's the word I used to make it all easier. Harden my heart. Dehumanize and blot out the woman whose husband I was sleeping with. Her. My time with him was precious, and I wouldn't let her or anyone else spoil it. He was my prize, my secret. I was his. I thought it would go on forever, or until it couldn't, and I was adamant that would be my choice, not his. I believed what I wanted to believe, that all the things he promised and said and did were just for me. But I was wrong. So very wrong. I wasn't his one and only. What a fool I was. I was his victim, but that doesn't absolve me, even though knowing what he did makes it all so much worse. And now it's over, and I've ended up like this, losing almost everything and everyone I loved for a man I came to despise so intensely that it's rotting me from the inside out, turning my thoughts to acid that's poisoning my brain. Only I know the whole truth. Not another soul knows what I did, what he did, which is why I have to decide here and now what to do. Self-preservation is my ultimate goal, but to achieve that, I have to make a choice, from one extreme to another. Should I walk into a police station and confess, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, to cleanse my soul and face the consequences, repent and start afresh one day? Or should I take it to the grave and set myself free, in body, not mind, and hope that as time goes by I can learn to live with it all, somehow be clean and whole again? It's a gamble, either way, and I have to make the decision. Be brave or take the coward's way out. The sky above has gone from snow-sludge grey to charcoal. The thunderclouds bringing the promised storm are rolling in, darkening my mood further. My paranoia tells me they are a portent of doom, and as the first fork of lightning illuminates the city in a flash of white, I imagine it's the finger of fate, pointing right at me. The taxi is here. My suitcases are piled high in the lobby, and the concierge has flipped open a huge umbrella, waiting to shepherd me outside into the deluge and the cab. All I have to do is tell the driver where to go. As I step onto the pavement, the ferocity of the storm whips at my legs and coat, and I swear I can feel its anger as keenly as I feel my shame. I slump into the back seat and sigh as the concierge slams the door shut, and the driver, eyes front, asks me where I want to go. I really only have two choices: prison or the airport. Chapter 1. Little Bowlington, Cheshire. Julia sat in the back seat of the car, tucked out of sight of the driver, using the headrest as camouflage. The window was open a few centimetres, cooling her skin and fighting off the claustrophobia that was creeping over her. It was happening a lot lately, whenever Shane was in the vicinity, his presence the catalyst no matter how big the space. The conference room at work, the spacious open-plan kitchen at home, the restaurant where they had just eaten, and now the car. Trapped. That was what he made her feel. Close proximity to her husband induced turmoil that ignited the telltale flush that would creep upwards to her face, making her self-conscious and heightening her anxiety, fumbling, mumbling an excuse to leave the room, seeking sanctuary away from the trigger. Her colleagues, if they noticed, probably put it down to the time of bloody life, but on this occasion she was desperately trying to hide her discomfort from her daughter, Dee, her 15-year-old, who was seated beside her and thankfully tapping away on her phone, hadn't noticed her mother's frequent, shallow inhales as she silently sucked in air. Had no clue that the interior panels of the roomy 4x4 were closing in, and the roof was about to squish her head flat and pulverize her brain while her lungs shriveled and caved in on themselves. Breathe. Just breathe. Slow it all down. Don't panic. Outside it was a sunny spring day, but for Julia it felt like the middle of winter. Her secret shame, aka her online therapist, had told her not to label herself as an anxious person. Instead, accept that anxiety affected her. But it didn't define her, and like clouds, it would arrive, then blow away. To be fair, he was right, and when she was around the girls or behind the barrier of her desk in her office, in another part of the building to Shane, the clouds rarely gathered. But when they did, they were black and brooding, the type you'd see in a horror movie, malevolent, rolling in and laden with rain. They were there right now, bringing her low, making her even more determined to escape them and the life that was gradually smothering her. Julia knew why anxiety was gripping her. She wanted to be away from Shane so badly in every sense, wanted him out of her home and her life, her company and her brain. In the restaurant, she prayed for the meal that had taken an age to be served and then savoured to be over, for the journey to the airport not to be impeded by roadworks and dawdling drivers. And now an end to the torture was in sight, because once she was at the drop-off point and her suitcase was in her hand, she'd be fine, just seconds away from saying goodbye and escaping him. She could see the terminal up ahead, so focused on that whilst studiously avoiding the sight of her eldest daughter, Molly. Julia hadn't the patience for dramas. Not today. Seated in the front, arms folded in defiance, upper body turned to face the passenger window. Molly was doing a fine job of radiating her displeasure at the situation. She'd made a family lunch even more excruciating, something Julia hadn't thought possible in her current frame of mind. Yes, moody Molly was on top form and was behaving like a petulant 10-year-old, not someone who had recently come of age. Shane, in the driver's seat, was, as always, playing the peacekeeper, and had suggested lunch at their favourite gastropub before the airport run. Dee had been thrilled, and despite being aware Julia and Shane were going through a rough patch, separate bedrooms were a major giveaway. She still believed in happy ever afters. Julia had wanted to scream out loud that sticky toffee pudding was not going to glue them back together, no matter how much Dee coveted being part of a happy family. Instead, she'd raged inside her head as she picked at a fancy salad. True to form, Shane, who thought that the gift of the gab, good looks and perseverance were the key to success, decided to try his magic on the moody one in the passenger seat. As if to prove the point, Julia watched as he gave Molly a nudge and eased straight into his grating, jolly stepdad routine. "Hey, Smiler, how about after we drop Mom and Dee off, we head to the cinema? My treat. Your choice. Then after, we can get a few drinks in the Lamb. Seeing as you're legal now and won't get us barred for life by Roger." Without turning her head, Molly replied, "I'd rather be going to France to see Gran and Grandad, thanks, and seriously, as if I'd chance being seen in the saddest pub in the village with my stepdad on a Saturday night. Talk about social suicide. I'll do as Mother Ship bids instead and crack on with my revision like a good girl." At that, Julia tutted, pressed the button in the door and lowered the window right down, not caring if it fucked up her blow-dry and pissed Dee off. After sucking in warm April air and car fumes, she summoned the strength needed to appease her eldest. "Molly, you know I'm right about the revision, and it's not like this trip is going to be fun. I'll be visiting Grandad in the hospital every day and trying to keep Gran calm, and once I know he's okay, I'll be home. I do have a company to run, so try to remember I'll be juggling a lot of balls from my laptop. So please, don't make this more difficult than it already is." "Oh, so you can work, but I couldn't possibly revise from my laptop. And it's so unfair, Mum, because I want to see Auntie Nancy. It's been ages, and I miss her." If Molly made this argument once, she'd made it 1,000 times, but it still fell on deaf ears. "You've got revision classes at school that are far more important than seeing Nancy, and that's that." At the mention of her sister's name, Julia glanced nervously at the rearview mirror where Shane's eyes stared straight into hers, fixing her in place for a second before she looked away. Dee piped up next. "Don't worry, Moles. I'll FaceTime you every day if you want and get Auntie Nancy to say hi, and I'll bring you a prezi from Duty Free." Julia's heart melted at Dee's words, and she stared at the back of Molly's head, willing her to say something nice, otherwise she might just snap and give her a slap. Molly was really acting up, and it was seriously stressing her out, more so because she was usually so easygoing and understanding. Then again, since the day she turned 16, there had been a shift in their relationship. They'd gone from being best friends to mother and teenage daughter who thinks she's all grown up. Julia had accepted that, because, what was it they said? Something about not being best friends with your kids, that they needed a parent to guide them, not a buddy. Dee, however, was a complicated mashup of the two. A serious child, tricky at times, emotional and often fragile, so needed gentle handling, which was why it was better to take her on the trip rather than leave her at home, overthinking how poorly her granddad was and imagining all sorts of doom-ridden scenarios. Dee was obsessed with Dr. Google, and over the years had self-diagnosed all sorts of grim illnesses, so Julia knew it was best for her to see her granddad with her own eyes. He'd had a mild heart attack, not triple bypass surgery. Molly, also aware of her sister's foibles, thankfully responded kindly. That's so sweet, Dee. But I'm fine. Treat yourself to something nice instead, and just ask Nancy to FaceTime. I'd like that. Again, the mention of her sister's name caused a spike of tension, and Julia's eyes automatically sought Shane's. The steel-eyed glare she received in the mirror spoke volumes. Nancy couldn't abide Shane, and the feeling was mutual. The day she found out Julia was seeing him, a man 10 years her junior, their once unbreakable sister bond had splintered. Then Julia married him, despite Nancy's warnings and 12th-hour pleading, and their relationship would never be the same again. They maintained polite contact for the sake of their parents, and particularly Molly and Dee, who adored their aunt, and for this Julia was thankful. They believed that Nancy's busy life and career in Canada was the reason she didn't visit anymore. In truth, the past 7 years had been torture for Julia, who missed her twin like a limb, and that fact, on top of everything else, made her regret her stupid choices and despise everything about Shane. Hating him had become a 24/7 full-time occupation. He was a bone-idled cheat who had been holding her to ransom for the past 3 years, and she wasn't going to spend the rest of her life fearing him. Finally, seeing a gap in the line of vehicles at the drop-off point, respite was in her grasp, so not wanting to waste a second, Julia grabbed her handbag and gave Dee a nudge. "Come on. We have to be quick, so put your phone in your rucksack. Chop chop." Seconds later, they were out of the car. Shane had gallantly removed their cases from the boot and was hugging Dee goodbye, giving her fatherly advice about looking after her mum and being a good girl. Julia focused her attention on Molly, who had remained in her seat, but at least managed a smile and a few less petulant words. "I'm sorry for being a grump, Mum. Give my love to the crinkly G's and tell them I'll see them as soon as my exams are done. And take care, okay? I'll be fine with super stepdad Shane." Molly did jazz hands and rolled her eyes, both managing a chuckle at Shane's expense. "It's okay, love, and I get it. I really do. But I want you to ace your exams, then the world's your oyster, and you can spend as much time as you want in Antibes with Gran and Grandad. I promise. If there's anything you need, just ask Magda or ring me. I'm only a call away. Just remember that." Knowing that their housekeeper and one of Julia's oldest friends would be around to keep an eye on Molly and, unfortunately, her serial philandering husband, made it a lot easier to say goodbye. Which was why, after leaning in and pecking Molly on the cheek and avoiding Shane altogether, she grabbed the handle of her wheelie case, summoned Dee, then turned and marched straight into the terminal. With each step she took, her body relaxed and her breathing and heart rate began to return to normal. And while she asked God to forgive her, she also thanked him for her dad's mild episode that she'd pitched to Shane as a full-blown heart attack. Without looking back when she heard the angry roar of an engine as it sped away from the terminal, Julia headed straight for check-in and the first-class lounge, a very large G&T, and a few days of freedom. Chapter 2. Relaxed and comfortable in the executive lounge, one G&T in, Julia texted her mum, who was more nervous about others flying than she was herself. Julia was convinced Dee had inherited her Gran's worry gene and extra-sensitive side, and was used to dealing with them both. "Hi, Mum. Just waiting in the lounge before boarding. We'll message you again once we're in our seats. It's a lovely day here, so the flight should be a dream. XXX. Clearly waiting by the phone, Julia's mother replied immediately. "Yes, I checked your weather this morning. I'm at the hospital. Dad's looking forward to seeing you. Nancy is collecting you from the airport. Isn't that nice? I've given her your details, and she will wait in the pickup zone. You can have a lovely chat on the way over here. Don't drink too much alcohol on the flight. Your ankles will swell up. Text me before takeoff, please. Love you. Mum. X." The news that Nancy would be picking them up sent Julia into a tailspin. She ignored her mum's advice and ordered a top-up. While she sipped and Dee played a game on her phone, Julia's mind raced to her arrival in Nice and the 12-mile drive to Juan-les-Pins. There was no way she would bring up anything awkward. Not in front of Dee, but later. Once the hospital visit was done, there'd be plenty of time and opportunity for a heart-to-heart. Julia hoped there would, anyway, because she needed to confide in someone, and Nancy knew it all. The sordid details of the past that had, as predicted, bitten her on the arse. Julia hated the wedge Shane had driven between her and Nancy, and apart from seeing her dad, this trip provided the perfect opportunity to close the gap and heal their relationship. For months, Julia had wanted to text or ring her sister and confide, but could never summon the courage. This was why she saw their father's cardiac episode as a sign. And although it would mean receiving a told-you-so look and possibly a lecture, she could take it. Julia deserved it, but at least once the tongue-lashing was over, she had a comeback that might convince Nancy that she wasn't a complete pushover and had seen sense at last. She had to escape Shane, whatever the cost. The sound of a phone alert snapped Julia from her deep thought state, and after tapping the screen, she studied the Ring doorbell footage and watched as Shane's car pulled in front of the house and he and Molly got out. Pausing her game, Dee leant over and watched the action, smiling as she said, "Uh-oh, looks like someone's still in a foul mood then. Poor Shane having to put up with Molly. We definitely need to bring him back a Prezi." Julia caught the hopeful look from Dee, who was waiting for her to agree, but instead she refocused on the screen and sighed as she watched a scowling Molly march towards the front door, arms crossed, foot tapping while she waited for Shane to open up. Neither spoke, and Julia imagined the vibes of animosity being transmitted from the front step and down the line to her phone. She hated that Molly was angry with her, but took some pleasure from knowing that Shane was going to take the brunt of her mood. She watched on in silence as Shane pushed open the door and Molly barged inside. The final sound, that of the door slamming shut. It was impossible not to feel sad when she imagined how Molly was feeling, but her head was invested in getting to France and then having a long overdue conversation with Nancy. It would be the first step to freedom. Sharing her plan with her sister and recruiting an ally was top of her agenda. After placing her phone in her handbag, Julia focused her attention on the departure boards, so after giving Dee a nudge and collecting their bags, they headed out of the lounge and towards the gate. With each step, as she swerved passengers and tried to keep up with Dee, who raced ahead, Julia concentrated on the future, not home and the misery that it represented. Even though it sounded selfish in her head, for the next few days she had to focus on her dad and herself and not worry about Molly or what was happening behind her front door. Shane stood in the silence of the hall, stuffing his keys into the console drawer, then hanging his jacket on the hook. When he turned, Molly was standing at the bottom of the central staircase, her scowl still clouding her face, her blue eyes locked on his, one arm resting on the polished steel rail, one foot tapping on the toughened glass step. The sun had moved around the house and was focusing its efforts on the lawn and swimming pool at the rear, leaving the chilly, marbled entrance hall to fend for itself. The absence of Magda's Vespa in the drive signalled they were alone, the whole afternoon and evening stretching before them. Molly knew he was waiting for her to speak, when her face broke into a smile, transforming it from cool to warm with a hint of wicked. Her words left him in no doubt how she felt. "Thank fuck for that. I seriously thought they'd never go, and I was dreading Mum changing her mind. For a minute I thought I'd gone a bit overboard with the sulking." Molly pushed away from the stair rail and moved towards Shane as she spoke, her expression becoming sultrier with each step, so by the time she reached his body and snaked her arms around his neck, lips pouting and full of promise, she knew he was struggling to contain himself. As she began kissing his neck, pushing her hips into his, she heard Shane's words catch in his throat, desire swelling his groin while his arms pulled her closer. "Me too. And we don't know how long we've got before they come back, so let's not waste a second. I've been counting them for days." Placing a manicured finger on his mouth, Molly silenced him, her tongue slowly tracing his lips, and after grabbing his hand, pulled him towards the stairs, turning and pulling her dark wavy hair over her shoulder, seducing him with her eyes as she led him towards her bedroom. By the time they reached her door, they were naked, their passion almost frenzied, and once inside the room, completely lost to one another. Those left on the outside forgotten and betrayed. Chapter 3. Mid-August. The heat was relentless, not the balmy warmth of early summer, but the dry, uncomfortable kind that clung to your skin and made you hate whatever clothes you chose to wear. The churchyard was quiet, save for the lazy drone of bees in the hedgerow and the distant bark of a yappy dog. Molly sat cross-legged on the sun-scorched grass, the blades prickling the backs of her legs where her denim shorts ended. Her sandals were beside her, abandoned, feet bare and dusty from the stone path. The envelope lay in her lap, cream-coloured and crumpled at the corners where her fingers had fidgeted with it all the way from the school hall. Her vest top stuck to her back, and her dark brown hair, pulled into a scruffy yet stylish top knot, had begun to escape in frizzed curls that tickled her neck. A bead of sweat slid between her shoulder blades, but she ignored it. Her eyes were fixed on the headstone in front of her, its carved edges softened slightly by time and weather. The words still clear. Ronald James Lassiter, 1974 to 2015. Beloved husband, father and son. Always cherished, never forgotten. Molly reached out and brushed the stone with her fingers, the heat of the sun radiating off it. "Hi, Dad," she said, her voice wobbling ever so slightly. The breeze lifted a strand of hair and tickled her cheek. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the quiet wash over her, soaking in the moment, just the two of them. "I did it," she said, opening her eyes and glancing down at the envelope. Her fingers slid beneath the flap and pulled out the sheet that earlier she'd had to stare at and reread 3, maybe 4 times until she actually believed the words written on it. She held it up, tilted it so the sun didn't glare too much, and scanned the results again. All A's. Every single one. A breath of laughter escaped her, half amazed, half disbelieving. She had known she would do well. She had studied like mad, practically lived in the library for the past 6 months, but even so, it still stunned her, seeing it written there in black and white. "You'd be proud, wouldn't you?" she whispered, glancing back at the headstone. It was the first thing Mom said when I showed her. She was waiting in the car having kittens. You know what she's like. And had a good cry. She always says I take after you, that I've got your work ethic. I think that's just her way of affirming our bond, reminding me that even though you're not here, you're living on, through me. I like that. And now, seeing my results in black and white, I understand why she pushed me hard and kept me on track, because she wants me to do well in life, like you did. She shifted her weight, brushing a lazy fly off her thigh. "Everyone used to call me your mini-me," she said, her voice softer now, threaded with memory. "Do you remember when I used to come into the office with you during the holidays? I'd sit in your big leather chair and pretend I was your secretary. I even used to answer the phone, all official-like. 'Clear class. How can I help you?'" She chuckled quietly, then fell silent again, eyes fixed on the headstone. "I think those were my favourite days, when it was just us. You buy me those massive cookies from the bakery on the way and let me play on your computer when you had meetings. I thought I was so grown up. Mum wanted me to be her little princess forever, but you made me feel like you were showing me the ropes, as though I was a part of the company's future. I'd have loved that, working with you and Mum." A butterfly danced past, its wings pale blue in the sunlight. Molly watched it for a moment, then sighed. Her expression shifted slightly, tension creeping into her shoulders. "It's been 10 years, Dad. 10 whole years since you left us, and I still think about you every single day. Sometimes it hits me when I least expect it. A smell, bacon and eggs always, because you used to make it on Sunday mornings and trash the kitchen, and Mum would go mad. Or a song. Anything by Fleetwood Mac is a killer, and if someone looks a bit like you from behind, it makes my heart flip for a second. Other times I feel like you're still here, just out of sight. Like if I turned around fast enough, you'd be standing there, smiling because I caught you out. She paused and swallowed hard, then added, I miss you. I won't ever stop missing you or thinking of you. The words hung in the air between them. Molly reached down and began to pick at the grass, pulling it up in little clumps. Things have changed so much. Dee's going to be doing her exams next. Can you believe it? She still talks about you sometimes, but not like I do. I think she forgets. Or maybe she just tries not to remember. Mum's still Mum, except more tired, loads more impatient, and certainly not as happy as I remember her being when you were here. There was a long silence. Somewhere beyond the hedgerow a blackbird sang, interrupting her thoughts. I know it's weird, me talking to you about him, but I don't have anyone else. But it's Shane that makes her miserable. She's done with him, and that makes me feel better about, the thing with him, she said, her voice tight now. It's complicated and wrong, and I know I've said it before, but I need to say it again. I didn't plan for any of it to happen. I wish I could say it just did, like some kind of accident. But I made my own choices. She wiped her palms on her thighs, smearing a faint line of dirt. I can't expect you not to be angry with me, Dad. I know what I'm doing is next level, but I can't stop. He makes me feel grown up and special and chosen, and I know that's not an excuse. God, it's the worst excuse. She looked at the headstone and it stared right back, just like a disappointed parent who would not be moved by excuses or emotional blackmail. A familiar wave of something not quite shame washed over her, so she averted her eyes and looked up at the sky, a vibrant cloudless blue, then changed the subject. I'm leaving soon. 2 weeks from now, I'll be in America, at Princeton. A new country, a new start. Mom's coming with me for a few days to help me settle in. She's trying so hard to be happy for me, but I know she's scared that I'll be so far away. I can see it in her eyes. A bee landed on the edge of her envelope, then buzzed away. I want to make you proud, Dad. I really do. Even if it's journalism I'll be studying, I'm doing it properly, though. None of that influencer crap or clickbait nonsense. Real journalism. Investigative stuff. I want to uncover the truth. Bring people to justice. And I'm sorry if that disappoints you, but I don't think working at Clear Glass is for me. Not anymore. I thought Mom would be upset when I told her, but she was so supportive and insisted I choose my own path in life. And I thought she'd flip when I told her about Princeton too and the chance of a scholarship, but she's been brilliant. Even about not doing business or economics or something like that. Molly gave a bitter little smile. Funny, isn't it? Wanting to expose other people's secrets when I'm sitting on the biggest one of all. There was movement at the far end of the churchyard. An old man with a flat cap and a walking stick made his way along the path. Molly watched him pass without comment, then returned her gaze to the headstone. She needed to talk, get it out of her system because she was so confused yet sure at the same time, so even if no one would reply, they could listen. I know you'd hate him, by the way. Shane. You would have seen right through him. Mum didn't. Or maybe she did and just didn't want to believe it. He's charming, you see. That's the problem. He makes you feel like you're the only person in the room. And I don't just mean me. I mean everyone. And that makes me ridiculously jealous, then ridiculously proud that he picked me out of all of them. Her voice cracked, then barely a whisper. But now I feel like my whole life is a lie. And I'm holding my breath, terrified that before I get away and I can put it behind me, someone will find out and expose us. It's like the thrill of it has worn off, and now I'm biding my time and wanting out, but still totally hooked on my drug of choice. I keep picturing scenarios where everyone finds out, so I've doubled my efforts to keep the secret, but I'm so tired of pretending. It's exhausting. She pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around her long legs. Dee totally loves him. She thinks he's the best thing since TikTok and Billie Eilish. I sometimes see myself at her age. Once I stopped hating on Shane and gave him a chance. A lot of that had to do with my friends who thought and still think he's the bee's knees. Half of them had massive teen crushes on him, Phoebe especially, yakking on about how he was so chill, telling me I was lucky to have a stepdad like that. And he was cool. Even I could see it. He'd play pool volleyball with us or put us on his shoulders, then dunk us under the water. God, they were queuing up to get close to him, and I swear they used to lie and say their parents couldn't pick them up, so he'd drive them home in his sports car. And now I see Dee looking at him like they did. And if she ever found out... Molly shook her head. She couldn't finish the thought. Sometimes... it's like my head gets into a tangled mess and I don't know who I am anymore. Part of me loves having a secret, being treated like an adult and playing dress-up in the things. Molly froze, realizing she was getting carried away and who she was talking to, blushing at the thought of the lingerie Shane often surprised her with, so changed tack. And part of me wants to be like Phoebe and Jilly, who do regular things like have movie nights and sleepovers and shopping trips and are still waiting to find the right guy to, you know. Again, Molly reined herself in. Even saying that out loud makes me confused because it's as if I'm looking in on them and they seem so young and have it all to do. And then I look at me and I seem too old for my skin. And that gives me the ick. I suppose I just want it all, don't I? The best of both worlds, and that's why I think once I'm at Princeton I can start again and go back to being me or finding out who that is. Can the real Molly Lassiter please stand up? A breeze picked up then, rattling the leaves of the sycamore tree at the corner of the plot. Molly looked up, squinting against the sunlight. So, I know I have to end it, and I will. I promise. Once I get to Princeton, it's over. I'll draw a line under it all, and whenever I visit, things will be totally above board. He knows that. But part of me doesn't trust him to let go. Not really. And part of me was hurt that he agreed to end things. Not offer to fly out and see me. How screwed up is that? I'm a total mess, and I'm sorry if this part of me has let you down. Molly knew tears weren't far away. The day had been an emotion bomb from the second she opened her eyes that morning. Once she'd seen her results, she suddenly truly believed that the future really was ready for the taking. It was change she was scared of. That, and letting go of something that for the past 2 years she couldn't live without. I need your help, Dad. Just watch over me. Forgive me. Keep me safe. Help me to be strong and get on that plane and not look back. And Dee too. I don't know what's going to happen at home when I'm gone because Mom's really fed up, and that's another thing. I'm leaving to start a new life when hers is falling apart. One thing I do know is that me staying here has the potential to make it a whole lot worse. I don't know what Mom's planning, but something's coming. I can feel it. She stood, brushing grass from her shorts, and slipped her sandals back on. The envelope with her results she tucked into her bag. Safe now, like a talisman. Then she bent forward and kissed the top of the headstone, her lips brushing the warm stone. I love you, and I promise, no matter where I go or what happens, no one will ever take your place. Me and you forever, Dad. She stepped back, mouthing the name one more time, then turned and walked away, the gravel crunching beneath her feet. Behind her, the churchyard remained still and quiet, perhaps shocked by the secrets it had heard, whispered in confidence to the ears of the dead. Chapter 4. The days seemed to stretch and blur in the strange interim between exam results and departure. Mid-August slid into its final third, and the countdown to her new life in America felt both exciting and trepidatious. Relishing being timetableless, Molly spent most mornings lying in bed longer than usual, scrolling through socials, sharing TikToks and Insta posts, and Snapchatting with her friends, just like any other regular 18-year-old, until every now and then a murmured reminder shoulder-barged its way through the gaggle of gossip and pouty selfies. The message was always the same: enjoy it while you can, because soon everything will change. For a start, her 37-year-old stepfather and part-time lover wouldn't be 3 doors down at the end of the hall. Her mother wouldn't be above, on the top floor in her private suite, in very splendid isolation and as far away from Shane as she could get. Dee wouldn't be right next door to Molly, locked away in her own little Dee world with her noise-cancelling headphones that she insisted on wearing at night to help her get to sleep. Molly's heart plummeted when she thought of her sister. Even if they weren't joined at the hip, they were close. Dee shared all sorts of trivia and school gossip with her big sister, and the few secrets Dee did have, no matter how lame, Molly swore to keep them safe. Like when Dee took all the clothes her grandma bought for Christmas back to Selfridge's and swapped them for makeup she never wore, and the fancy sweets that gave her migraine. Or when she played truant from school with her best friend Loretta and took the bus into Manchester, thinking it would be a great and wicked adventure. 4 stops down, they panicked about the trouble they'd be in, so got off and ran back to school. They were just in time for double science and swore never to do it again. Molly smiled, remembering the conversation as Dee sat on her bed, eyes wide at the trauma of it all. Honestly, Moles, it's so not fun playing truant. It's mega stressful, and I don't know why we did it, and I nearly died from exhaustion when we had to run back to school because there were no buses due. And Loretta was so glad because it was sponge and pink custard for lunch, and she'd have missed it. We really learned our lesson, I can tell you. Molly had thought it was sweet, that Dee had wanted to be like the naughty girls, but then confessed that being bad wasn't for her. And neither did her little sister know that her big sister was being bad enough for the both of them and had secrets that would shock Dee to the core. Her fragile soul couldn't take it, so Molly left Dee in ignorant bliss and with the misguided perception of her imperfect family. Dee took comfort in the strangest of things and was a creature of habit, surrounding herself with people and routines that eased her OCD and anxiety. The fluffy bed socks that their mom always bought them for Christmas. Dee wore them religiously, even in summer. And the earphones that played whale music or sounds of the sea. When she'd had a bad day, it was Alvin and the Chipmunks. Bizarre as it seemed, that a teenager would watch a kiddie cartoon. Their mom surmised it took Dee back to childhood, where she felt safe from the outside world. There was her little group of nerdy friends that she'd met at kindergarten and stuck with throughout primary years, girl guiding in high school, and then family. Dee doted on their grandparents, seeing their paternal ones regularly as they only lived a few miles away in Cheadle, and although their maternal ones had emigrated to France, Dee video called them every week for a catch-up. And then there was Shane. Dee hero-worshipped Shane in much the same way Molly's friends had done when he came onto the scene. Molly had taken on the stereotypical role of hating her mum's new boyfriend with a passion, steadfastly remaining loyal to the memory of her dad, and basically being a huge pain in the arse. Dee had welcomed him with open arms. "He's nice, isn't he, Moss? And we can be like a proper family with a mum and dad, and Mum will be able to sit next to him on the plane to France, and me and you can sit in front, and in a restaurant there won't be a spare seat anymore." The simplest things brought order to Dee's life, which made it easier for her. With wiser eyes, Molly could now see that Dee needed a male figure in her life, someone to protect the homestead. Dee wanted 2 faces in the audience at her music recital, 2 bums on chairs at parents' evening, 2 voices cheering her on at sports day. Shane gave her all that and more. While he wasn't young enough to be the big brother figure, thank God. He floated between being a reliable stepdad and a handy, fun friend. He was there to take care of them, offer support and guidance and provide social respectability, and also be the guy who organised fun days out to theme parks while Mum worked her ass off. What kid wouldn't love that? Molly often thought back to the time when Shane came into their lives, and how none of them knew the effect he'd have on them all. Her more than anyone. She was 10 years old, and it had been 2 years since her dad died. Over dinner, and such was the magnitude of the announcement that Molly still remembered what they were eating. Magda's homemade chicken burgers and salad. Their mum told them she had some exciting news. "Girls, I've got something very special I want to talk to you about." Julia placed her fork on the side of the plate and then took a sip of water. 7-year-old Dee piped up first. "Are we getting a dog? For my birthday?" Dee tried every trick and date in the book to persuade their mum to get a puppy, and it always fell on deaf ears. "No, it's not a puppy, and you know why. My allergies. It's also not fair to expect Magda to look after it while we are out all day. She has enough to do. Pets are tying, and you like flying to France too much to see your gran and granddad." "I'm not going through it all again, Dee. The answer is still no." Molly was going through a know-it-all phase, so spent her 10 pence worth. "You just kind of did, Mum. Go through it all again. About the dog." Julia rolled her eyes. "Thank you for pointing that out, little Miss Smarty Pants. But this is actually about me, and I really hope you'll both be pleased about it." Dee was holding a sweet potato fry in front of her lips and had paused, her eyes wide, eyebrows raised. "Are you having a baby?" "I like a baby, but a boy one. I'd more like a boy puppy, but a baby will do." Molly's heart started pounding as she waited for her mum's answer, not sure if she'd be pleased if it was a yes, or how it was possible, because Lydia at school had explained how babies were made, and you definitely needed a daddy for that. Which was when Molly had a light bulb moment and guessed what her mum was going to tell them, or part of it, anyway. "No, I am most certainly not having a baby, and I won't be in the future, so you can forget all about that idea. What I want to tell you is that I've met someone nice. A man from the village. We've been out on a few dates, and I'd like you to meet him." Molly thought her mum's face looked like it did when she came out of the sauna room in their gym, sweaty and red, but with the same look Dee had when she'd eaten all of the penguins out of the packet. While Molly floundered, Dee was straight in with a barrage of questions. "Mum, do you have a boyfriend?" This was followed by a giggle. Then, "What's he called? Do you do kissing? Is he going to be my new dad?" "No!" Molly hadn't been able to help herself, and the loud, angry word just sprang from her mouth, startling her mum and Dee, who looked crestfallen, which instantly made Molly feel bad. Julia stepped in to save the moment from erupting into tears and a tantrum. "No, he is not going to be your new dad, and Dee..." Molly sounded a bit cross just then because she still misses her daddy very much and doesn't like the idea of getting a new one. Okay? "Molly, please apologize to Dee for shouting." Not needing to be asked twice, Molly did as her mum asked, more so because she hated seeing Dee cry, and the fact that once she set off, it was hard to shut her up. When harmony was restored and Dee was dipping her fries into ketchup, Julia continued. His name is Shane, and he's a little bit younger than me, but I'm not bothered about all that nonsense because he's good fun and makes me laugh, and he's also very kind, so I wondered if you'd like to meet him this weekend. Julia looked as though she was holding her breath while Molly and Dee decided, which saved her life because it didn't take long. Dee. Yes. Molly. No. Julia didn't look in the least bit surprised, and neither did she appear defeated, and instead told Molly to eat the rest of her dinner, and then asked Dee if she'd like ice cream for pudding. Nothing more was said about Shane that evening, but the next weekend, while they were waiting to order their Sunday lunch at Julia's favourite restaurant in Pressbury, the man himself turned up, and after that, it was like he never really left. In the present, Julia had begun confiding in Molly more and more about the state of her marriage, perhaps hoping for some support from her adult daughter and a female shoulder to cry on. The rot had begun to set in when Molly was 15-ish, and the mother-daughter chat since then had given her a whole new perspective on where her mum's head was at when she met Shane. By the time Molly and Dee met him, Julia was already in deep and also determined to meet any opposition head-on, and that included her in-laws, own parents and Nancy, and anyone else who thought they had a right to interfere in her private life. She'd mourned her husband for 2 years, had kept the company running and profitable, and made damn sure her 2 girls were well cared for and had everything they needed, and now it was her time. Julia had approached her new relationship in managing director mode, taking no prisoners and getting the job done. Nowadays, her mum looked back at those days with regret. I know it's probably hard for you to understand, but people do fall out of love, and I can see now I made a huge mistake. I was lonely and mistook attraction for something else, and the more people tutted and told me I was making a mistake, the more I wanted to prove them wrong. But I want you to learn from my mess, okay? Be your own woman, like Auntie Nancy, and don't, whatever you do, go jumping into bed with the first handsome man that comes along. That had been last week, and Molly had shriveled inside at her words. With a sigh, she clicked the photo album on her phone and scrolled to the one named Our Family. That contained every image she had of her dad, right up to when he died. The one next to it was named Family 2. After dragging her finger to near the bottom, she found the ones of just her, Dee, and their mum, and smiled, knowing that through the pain, she and her mum had been able to laugh and have fun. Little Dee always squished in the middle with her cheeky smile. A little further along, Shane appeared in the photos, almost surgically attached to her mum, with Dee on his knee, and on the other side, huddled under her mum's arm, moody Molly scowling into the camera. God, she had been vile. That kid in the cafe that didn't want anything on the menu, the one who ruined a day out to Blackpool because she wouldn't sit next to Shane on the rides, who could never agree on which movie to watch or what toppings to get on the pizza. Then suddenly it all changed when Molly realized he wasn't going anywhere, and that she was spoiling things for herself because he was funny and kind and cool, just like her mum said he was. Shane had come into Molly and Dee's life in the October, and by February, Valentine's Day to be exact, he'd asked Julia to marry him. The Easter wedding had been a quiet, close friends and family thing, and straight after, they'd gone on their first family holiday to Menorca, where everyone thought Shane was a good egg for insisting his new stepdaughters went on honeymoon with them. We're a team, he would say, or, I want all my girls with me, and, I'm such a lucky man. Shane was lucky, all right. Still, nobody could deny he'd made each of them feel special in their own way. Her mom was his first conquest, then Dee, who craved attention, and once her mum had run out of love and patience with him, moody Molly had succumbed to his charms in more ways than one. Hook, line, and sinker. When her fingers stopped scrolling, It was on the photo of her and Shane at Manchester Airport, taken by Julia, who dropped them off and waved them goodbye. It had been Molly's 16th birthday treat from Shane. That's when it started. And as she stared at his face, the one she knew every detail of, Molly still didn't know for sure if she wanted it to stop. Chapter 5. Monday, and 5 days to the big bash, and Julia was in full-blown hostess mode, swept up in the whirlwind of planning a farewell party that, in Molly's view, felt more about appearances and keeping herself occupied than celebration. The golf club was booked, catering arranged, a live band hired, and there had even been a debate about fairy lights, despite Molly reminding her mum it wasn't Christmas or a wedding. "I just want everything to be perfect, Molly, and this is probably the biggest party I will throw for you until you get married," Julia said airily as she drove, chatting along to Molly, who, seated beside her, tried to look interested. "And I have my hopes set on your husband-to-be. I can picture you with someone from an Ivy League family. Maybe they have a holiday home in Martha's Vineyard and are friends with the Obamas, just so you know." When Julia turned and gave Molly a wink, the tension in her neck eased, knowing her mum was joking. Kind of. Because everyone knew how ambitious Julia was for her eldest daughter, and it wasn't a huge stretch to imagine her manifesting a fantasy husband. "And this is for Dee too, because she needs to see you going as a positive thing, something to cheer about. Everyone wants to wish you well, Molly. People who've known you all your life. This is a big deal, sweetheart." Molly hadn't argued. She didn't have the energy, and besides, her mum always found a way to justify her over-the-top gestures. Yet there was an undercurrent to her excitement this time. She looked tired around the eyes, was more impatient than usual, and despite her glossy blow-dries and daily workouts in the home gym, when she took her eye off the ball, it was as though she had the troubles of the world on her shoulders. Her demeanour had echoes of another time, a faded memory, but there just the same. Mum looked defeated, like she did when her husband died. Supermum Julia had put on an act for everyone back then, kept things together regardless of her pain. It was that flashback to knowing her mum was in pain while smiling for everyone, the teachers and other parents in the yard, her employees, the window cleaner, and her own daughters, that had rattled Molly. She hated the thought of her mum feeling like that, but had no clue how to help. Which was why Molly had agreed to another shopping trip looking for a different party dress, because she'd gone off the two already hanging in her wardrobe. They were in hail, and Molly could tell Julia was trying to keep it light, drifting between rails of sequins and silks. But every now and then, the tension that was stretching the skin across her Botoxed face pinged loose. "How about this one?" Julia held up a figure-hugging champagne satin number against her own frame. "Too much?" Molly, seated on the low cream bench beside the changing rooms, barely looked up from her phone. "Mum, you look good in anything, so if you like it—" Julia sighed. "That wasn't what I asked." "It's fine. Honestly, very classy." A pause. Julia hung the dress back on the rack with a sharp clink. "You're impossible lately. I don't know why I bother." Molly's heart sank. "Sorry, Mum. Look, why don't we go and grab a glass of wine and some lunch, then start again afterwards? You've not stopped lately, and I can tell you're stressed. So come on, put that down, and let's get out of here." Standing quickly, Molly stuffed her phone in her pocket and lifted her arm, waiting for her mum to follow her lead. When Julia's face broke into a relieved smile, it was as though the sun had come out, and with it, a wave of shame swept over Molly. As they left the store arm in arm and headed for a little Italian, Molly vowed to make more of an effort with her mum in the days they had left together. Be kinder and more attentive. Return the friendship and selfless devotion of the past 18 years. It was the least she could do. 2 glasses of Pinot later, Julia had handed over her car keys to Molly and after little encouragement had decided to finish the bottle. She had been drinking far more than usual, as soon as she came in from work, and more so at weekends, often taking a bottle up to her suite and hiding away for the evening. Molly had noticed but not commented because she knew her mother found it irritating to be parented by her own child. But she'd seen Magda's face one Monday morning when she was taking the large, clinking bag of recycling out. At least they were having a chilled time. Julia had decided to stick with the ice blue dress she'd chosen weeks before, which meant that after lunch they could head home where, no doubt, her mum would require an afternoon nap. Hoping to keep the conversation off sensitive subjects, primarily Shane, Molly asked what she thought was a non-controversial question, but walked straight into a rant worthy of Reform versus Labour on Question Time. "So, what's on the agenda for pre-party beautification on Saturday morning? I bet you've booked in for the whole hog, haven't you?" Molly took a tiny sip of her wine, knowing how it went to her head during the day. Julia's very loud huffing sound not only surprised Molly, but the couple seated on the next table and the waiter who raised his bushy brows, then continued on his way. "Nope, not any more. I'll be having my usual wash and blow, but the days of having needles stuck in my face and gunk pumped into my lips are well and truly over. I'm going to grow old gracefully and embrace my wrinkles and crinkles and saggy bits. I might even flog the gym equipment and have a library built and grow old and fat reading books. Sod the treadmill and the rowing machine. I'm done with feeling like I have to look a certain way for a certain person, or anyone for that matter." Julia took a large glug of wine and settled back into her seat, as though her decision had freed her of a burden. Exercising caution, not wanting to prod the beast, Molly asked, "But I thought you liked keeping fit and eating healthy, and you're always banging on about keeping up appearances at work and setting an example. So what's changed?" Julia sighed, paused a moment as if in deep thought, then replied, "Why do you think? Ever since I got together with Shane, I've had to deal with the whispers and snidey comments about the age gap, and yes, it did bother me, so I tried extra hard to look good and compete with the demons in my head and anyone around me who fancied their chances with my toy boy husband." "Mom, that's not true," Molly interjected, her comment met by a raised palm. "Oh, it is, and I deserved it because I was stubborn and knew exactly what I was getting into, but now things are different between me and Shane, so why should I fight for him? Not just that. I've told you plenty of times lately when I'm grumbling on and doing your head in why I'm unhappy, like the way he shows me up at Clearglass with his zero work ethic. He's fickle, vain, and quite frankly, Molly, the man bores me stupid. There's no common ground in our marriage anymore, and I really don't know what I saw in him in the first place. I was stupid, and I regret it, so I'm not going to waste the rest of my life flogging myself to death to look good for a man I can't keep, who's not interested in me anymore, and I'm certainly not interested in him. So, my precious girl, once you're at Princeton, things are going to change, and everything I do will be for me. My face, my body, my rules." Molly sat in stunned silence, not sure how to react or what to say to all that. One thing she did know was that her mum was getting drunk and loose-lipped and she needed to get her home. But there was something bugging her, and she had to ask, "Well, that's all very admirable, Mum, about doing things for your own reasons, but what do you mean about not being able to keep Shane? Do you think he'd cheat on you? And change? What does that mean, and why are you waiting for me to go to college to do it?" The second the questions were out there, Molly could tell they had a sobering effect on her mum, who straightened slightly and repositioned her body, leaning forward and resting her forearms on the table, clearly taking a moment to compose a response. "It's nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart. I promise. I don't know if Shane would cheat. I just meant that sooner or later something has to give, because me and him can't go on living like we do. It's not good for anyone, especially Dee, so once I know you're all settled in America, I can focus on the best way forward. It's a case of one step at a time, and right now, you are my priority. Okay? Julia reached forward and placed her beautifully manicured hand on Molly's cheek before saying, Please remember always that you are so precious to me, and I love you more than you will ever know. So just trust me. I want you to be happy and have the best life. I always have and always will, so promise me you'll go out there and live it. Don't let anything or anyone get in your way. Ever. Do you understand, Molly? And although the whole afternoon had turned a lot heavier than she expected, Molly sensed that the last few minutes had meant a lot to her mum, who was speaking from the heart, that even though she was holding things back, probably protecting her like she'd always done, a mother needed to hear her child's promise, and Molly wanted to give it, knowing somehow it was one of those pivotal moments in her life. Of course, I promise. I'll make you proud, Mum. I'll remember what you said and not let anyone spoil things, and I won't let you down either. Cross my heart. And Molly did, just to be on the safe side. Then, with her free hand, she took Julia's and held it tightly, pushing all the deceit and betrayal away, locked in the special moment, making a memory and clinging on to her mother's hand as though it was for the final time. Chapter 6. After the mother and daughter bonding session, in the lead-up to the party, the atmosphere at the Lassiter residence continued to teeter on unbearable. Family harmony was non-existent. Meals were eaten in staggered silences. Dinner had been weird. Julia ate on the patio with Dee, the two of them alone at the giant glass table. Molly took a sandwich to her room. When Julia came down for breakfast, Shane disappeared into the gym. It was the same if she entered a room where Shane was sitting. He muttered something and left. Their avoidance of each other was comically strategic, like chess players caught in an endless stalemate. It might have made Molly feel smug once, the tension, the knowing glances, the petty jabs. But now, after her mum's heart-to-heart, it only fed her guilt. The night before, she hadn't slept a wink, going over what might happen to her family when she was in America. Her mum had definitely changed, and she was suspicious of Shane. Something was going on. Molly was sure of it, and to her own shame, regardless of what she saw and knew, all she could think about was herself. After the lunch with her mum, she'd gone to her room and prayed, actually got down on her knees by her bed and begged for her secret not to be discovered. She also swore to herself that if her prayer was answered, once she was at Princeton, she would eradicate Shane from her mind as long as her mum was okay. In fact, if she could have speeded up time, Molly would be on that plane already waving the past goodbye. And then there was Dee. Poor Dee was sat in the crossfire of a silent war, with no clue that life as she knew it was coming to an end. Molly watched Dee watching her family with anxious eyes, always trying to fill the space with chatter, hoping for laughter, making playlists for the party, offering to help Magda in the kitchen, texting Molly endless memes about sisters and holding on to their bond across the miles. That Tuesday morning, after breakfast, Molly found Dee in the conservatory, hunched over a pile of fairy light boxes. Her poker-straight hair, the same dark brown as Molly's small wavy locks, hung over her face, and when she looked up, her eyes, a touch bluer, she was happy to see her. "I thought these could go around the cake table," Dee said, untangling the wires. "If Mum approves." Molly sat beside her on the floor. "She'll approve. She'll probably want them lining the driveway and all the way down to the village, too." Dee gave her a tired smile. "She's just trying to make it nice. She wants it to be perfect for you." "I know." There was a pause. Then Dee added, "I'm going to miss you, Moles. It won't be the same here without you." Molly reached out and touched her sister's arm. "You'll be fine. And you know what? I reckon it's going to make you stronger than you think possible. You just have to believe in yourself and that you can get by perfectly well without me." Dee looked down at the fairy lights again. "I won't. I'm not like you, Moles. and it's horrible here at the moment." Molly wanted to say more, to reassure her, to explain that she should never ever want to be like her. But how could she? How could she explain something that she didn't dare speak out loud? Instead, she said, "You'll have Shane. And Mum. It'll settle down once I'm gone because Mum can focus on their marriage. Make things right." Molly knew that was a lie, and the total opposite was probably on the cards, but it was all she had. Dee frowned. "They don't even speak, Mols. Half the time I feel like I'm the only one trying. It's like they can't stand each other, and it's only a matter of time." Molly's throat tightened. "Just have faith, okay? Focus on school. You've got your mocks this year, haven't you? And remember, no matter what happens, you'll always have Mum. She'll make sure you're okay." Dee nodded. "I guess. But it's hard to concentrate when you feel like everything's about to blow up." Molly squeezed her hand. "I know. I've had to block their squabbles out while I did my exams, and if I can do it, so can you." Molly cringed at how easily the bullshit was rolling off her tongue because, in truth, in between studying, she'd spent every moment she got with Shane. That thought made her feel so bad she swiped it away and changed tack. "And anyway, you're the really clever one in the family, and get this, once I'm gone, Mum will zoom in on you and make you her next protégé. You'll be the star attraction, you lucky thing." Molly tickled Dee's ribs and was relieved when she broke into fits of giggles, whacking Molly's hand away, begging her to stop. Once the laughter had faded, Dee's face became serious again as she asked, "Can I call you whenever I want, though? Even do FaceTime every night if I need to? Then I can pretend you're next door and not so far away." Scooting closer to her sister, Molly put her arms around Dee and hugged her tight, pecking her on the head before resting her cheek against her hair. "Of course you can. Message me, ring me, bug the hell out of me if it makes you feel better. I'll be there for you, Dee. I promise." They sat like that for a while, holding on to each other tight, soaking up the quiet of the house and a few moments of calm before the storm. The one that, despite their bravado and promises, Molly knew was coming. Later that evening, as the sun dipped low over the garden, bathing the lawns in a peachy glow, Molly found her mother pacing the terrace, phone pressed to her ear, expression taut. "I know, Nancy. It's driving me mad, too, but we have to be patient." A pause. No, I don't think he suspects, but he's edgy. Watching me. I can feel it. I swear that man is psychic, but then again, things have never been this bad, and I think he knows I'm biding my time now, waiting until Molly's in the States." Molly backed up before her shadow gave her away. Her chest thumped. The edge in her mother's voice wasn't panic. It was steely resolve. "We've come this far, so we just have to hang on. Then once she's gone, he can do what he wants. And I'm so done with secrets. If she finds out, so be it. Me and you can deal with it together and explain it all to her." Molly's mind was racing as her ears strained so as not to miss a word. Yes, I'll keep in touch. I just wish he wasn't coming to the party so I could enjoy it with Molly and Dee, but there's no way he'd miss it. He loves posing around and showing off. I wonder if whoever he's seeing this time will be there. I mean, let's face it. It could be any old tart. I'm starting to think he's not fussy. God, I hate him so much, Nance. Julia paused by the topiary and plucked at the tiny leaves as she listened to whatever Nancy was saying, nodding and smiling every now and then. I'm just so glad we're solid again, because I couldn't do this without you, Nance. None of it. You know that, don't you? The doorbell ringing interrupted the conversation. It almost gave Molly a heart attack and sent her racing through the kitchen and up the stairs, leaving her mum to take the Amazon parcel off the driver. By the time Molly reached her room and closed the door behind her, she was panting for breath and trying to get her thoughts in order. Staggering over to the bed, she threw herself on top, turning onto her back and staring at the ceiling, wondering what the hell her mum and Auntie Nancy were planning. Something drastic, clearly. A divorce? Kicking Shane out? And what was this big secret that they both had? Definitely something to do with her. Did Shane know about it? She wasn't sure, but had a feeling he did. After that, her thoughts spiraled. Her mum and Nancy had been keeping something from her, and she needed to know what it was. There was no way she could keep this inside, but she had to, at least until the party was over. Half of Little Bowlington had been invited, and it had cost a bomb, so she couldn't kick up a fuss beforehand. No, she would bide her time, play it smart, and then, calmly, on Sunday after the party, sit her mum down and ask her straight out what was going on. And in the meantime, she'd drop some hints to Shane, see if he knew anything. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were confused and strange. Fireworks exploding over the golf course, Dee running through the house screaming, Shane standing in the swimming pool, fully clothed, watching her like always, with those unreadable, irresistible grey-blue eyes. Chapter 7. Wednesday was no better. Julia was up early as always, another flurry of lists and phone calls. The florist, the club manager, the band. She fired instructions down the phone and juggled work calls, fussed over the stupidest of things, and barely paused to eat. Molly hovered at the edge of it all, a reluctant star in a performance she now wanted no part in. By late morning, Julia had finally calmed down enough to have a normal conversation, and they sat at the kitchen island with iced coffees. Pulling off her favourite cashmere cardigan and draping it over the back of the chair, she turned her attention to Molly. "Have you found some shoes to match your dress yet?" Molly shrugged. "I'll wear the ones I bought at Christmas for the gala. And anyway, I'll be dancing most of the night, so I'll probably not wear them much." "Absolutely not! This is a milestone. You need to look the part. Go online if you're too lazy to look in the shops. Use my card. Just find some. Order them today so they arrive in time. Why have you left it to the last minute?" Molly sighed. "I'm not being awkward, Mum, I swear, but I don't need new shoes or a big fuss. Just a night out with my friends and family." "Well, you're getting one, so you might as well choose something nice. It's not every day my eldest child leaves home, and one day when you look back on the photos, you'll thank me." Molly sipped her drink, watching her mum scroll through her emails. "Mum," she paused, not sure whether to speak, then had a fuck it moment. "You hate him, don't you?" Julia froze. "Excuse me?" "Shane. You hate him." Julia's jaw worked. Then she set her glass down and looked at Molly properly. "I don't hate him. I just don't trust him or want to be around him anymore. There's a difference." After hearing her mother's bare-faced lie but not wanting to admit she'd been eavesdropping, Molly met her gaze. "Why?" "Because he lies, and he cheats, and he thinks he's cleverer than he is." Molly looked away. Her throat felt dry. "Are you sure? About the cheating?" Yes, I am, but I don't want to go into that now." Molly wanted to probe, but didn't dare. "So why have you stayed with him this long?" Because it was easier, and because I didn't want to unsettle you when you were doing your GCSEs, then your A-levels, or Christmas and birthdays and holidays and bloody everything." Julia paused and sucked in a deep breath, then continued. "It just kind of goes on, and time passes, until suddenly you're exhausted by the effort of it all, keeping the peace and putting on a front. But, Mum, you shouldn't have had to do that. Loads of your friends and mine have dealt with divorce in their family, and they got through it, so I don't understand why you didn't just call it quits with Shane ages ago." Molly hoped that if she kept pushing, her mum would tell the whole truth. Well, sometimes it's not that simple. Things can be complicated, Molly. Marriage is tricky, and there are things you don't understand. Try me. Julia stood, pushing her chair back with a scrape. Love, please, can we leave this for now? It's bad enough muddling through each day, and I really am looking forward to your party and spending time with you in America. So for me at least, can we pick this up another time? Just focus on finding some shoes. Let me deal with the rest. But Molly couldn't. Not now. The quiet war between her mum and Shane was pecking at her head. Then the revival of her mother's alliance with Nancy, the secretive phone calls, the party that loomed was becoming a stage set for something bigger than a goodbye. It was all too much. And somewhere, beneath all that, the sickening truth of what she'd done, of the person she'd become. The house was like a giant pressure cooker, steam building, waiting for the lid to blow. And she couldn't shake the feeling that if it did, nothing would ever be the same again. Molly stepped off the tram, tugging at the sleeves of her mini dress and checking her reflection in the mirrored window of a nearby cafe. She looked, to all the world, like any other teenager enjoying a day out. She left her car at home, preempting some cheeky cocktails later. She was meeting her best friend and rebel child, Phoebe, who'd quit school after her GCSEs to work in Affleck's Palace, where she was now training to be a tattoo artist like her boyfriend. They had grand plans to have their own tattoo parlor, full of snakes and spiders and glass cases. Molly would not be a regular visitor for both of those reasons. Horns honked in the distance. A busker played his violin outside Primark, and shoppers filed in and out of the stores along Cross Street. As she neared the northern quarter, the scent of street food lingered in the air, mixing with traffic fumes that swirled inside a bubble of humidity. Phoebe spotted her from across the street, waving enthusiastically from a table outside an artisan coffee shop. Her dyed red hair was tucked beneath a straw cowboy hat, eyes hidden behind giant bug sunglasses. Her silver wedges peeped out from below her rainbow-coloured maxi dress, as if anyone could miss her crazy friend Phoebe. "You took your time," she teased as Molly approached. "Tram was slow. Had to stop for a protest. I was half expecting you to be in the crowd, if I'm honest." They kissed cheeks and fell into easy chatter as they waited for the coffee Phoebe had pre-ordered, oversized frappuccinos to counteract the weather. Molly loved her best friend, who had always been her own person, breaking the mold and shrugging off the trappings that came with having a rich mum and dad, who'd sent her to private school and paid for elocution lessons. That was a complete waste of money, thought Molly as she listened to Phoebe chatter on in the gentle Mancunian accent she'd adopted. It made Molly aware of her own voice, Cheshire through and through, modulated and some might say a bit posh, which was one of the many things Shane adored about her. "So, how's it going at home?" Phoebe asked as Molly moved her chair out of the sun. Molly shrugged. "Same as usual. Bad vibes and silences. Shane had to sort some big mess out at work, so he was in a grump. Dee's sulking about some drama with a friend, and Mum was holed up in her office doing whatever she does in there. I have been ordered to find a pair of shoes I don't even need, so escape and to catch up with you seem like a good option." Phoebe grinned. "Lucky me." They wandered after coffee, trailing through shops, trying on sunglasses, spritzing perfume testers, and laughing over a display of absurdly expensive dog coats. "This one costs more than my rent," Phoebe said, holding up a puffer jacket designed for a Dachshund. They ended up in a small ramen place tucked off Tibb Street, slurping noodles and sharing a bowl of dumplings. It was noisy and alive with the comings and goings of customers, and for a while, the ball of worry in Molly's chest eased. "So," Phoebe said, leaning in with a mischievous smile, "tell me what's going on with you. I reckon you've got a guy on the go. Either that, or you've been a right ignorant cow for the past few months. I was actually thinking you didn't love me anymore." Even though Phoebe had winked mischievously, Molly froze with her chopsticks halfway to her mouth. What? Oh, come on. I might not be psychic, but I'm not blind either. Last time we met, we hung out with Jilly and Rolo. You kept disappearing to have secret chats with someone. Your phone lit up with texts that made you smile, and you had this look on your face half the time, like you had a very juicy secret. I was too wrecked to probe for details, but I'm sober as a sausage now. So dish. Molly flushed and lowered her gaze. Okay, you got me, but it's nothing serious. Phoebe squealed, slapping the table. So there is someone. God, I thought you'd die a virgin the way you bat off admirers like they're scary wasps. Molly laughed, but hesitated. Phoebe was on the money because since it all began with Shane, she'd separated her life into two parts, having fun with her friends and steadfastly acting like she didn't have time for dates and romance. The need to study was her cover story. The other half was totally devoted to Shane, who sated all her raging hormonal needs. Yes, but it's just a bit of fun, and it's defo not going anywhere, seeing as I'll be in the States by the end of the month. Phoebe tilted her head. Well, I for one am glad that you finally allowed yourself to have some guy fun before you turned 60. Anyway, who is it? Just someone who works at Mum's company. Come on, Molly Moo. I need more than that. Have you got a photo? Is he older? Phoebe instantly read Molly's expression. Oh my God, he is, isn't he? How old? Like, in his 20s old? Ugh, it's not one of your mom's mates, is it? Or worse, a married man? Phoebe's eyes were like an owl's, wide and watchful, but loving a bit of gossip. He is quite a bit older than me. Molly could feel herself blushing at her crafty avoidance of the truth. Oh my God, Phoebe whispered. How old? Molly laughed, but there was no humour in it, and suddenly her courage waned, causing her to lie. Again. He's nearly 30, 28 to be precise, so if I said he was married too, would you flip? Phoebe's hands flashed up to her cheeks, her face pure shock as she pondered for a second or two, then answered. Only if it was my dad, but as if anyone would want to get it on with him. She gave a little shudder for effect. So, no, as far as I'm concerned, it's a free world, and none of my business, so crack on. Tell me everything. I want all the gory details. Despite the awkwardness of the dad comment and the shudder, it suddenly felt so liberating, talking about Shane, but without actually mentioning his name. So Molly answered from the heart. He's just more mature. He understands me. Makes me feel special. Molly twisted her napkin into a tight coil. Phoebe reached out, serious now. Hey! Don't look so worried. I'm not judging, I swear. You can tell me anything. You know that, right? A long silence passed before Molly spoke again. We've been seeing each other for a while. Sleeping together. Meeting up in secret when we can. Phoebe blinked. Whoa! Okay. So you're actually really into him, not just like a fling? Molly bit her lip. I think I was into him at first. He made me feel grown up, I suppose. He makes me laugh, and when we're together it's like we're the only people in the world, which sounds like a line from a movie we watched when we were 13. But it's true. Phoebe nodded slowly. Do you feel bad about the wife? Molly paused. Yes, I do, but they were on the verge of splitting up before me, so I put her out of my mind, and to be honest, that's a whole separate thing I don't want to talk about, if you get me. Yeah, I get it. Molly felt the need to explain, desperate now for Phoebe not to think too badly of her. Having him in my life filled a space, and it made all that studying more bearable, having him to look forward to, and You'll think I'm weird, but it makes me feel powerful. Like I have this secret, you know? Something no one else has. Phoebe's brow furrowed. I get that. It's a distraction, too, from what's going on at home with your mum and Shane, and if he helps you get through that, then good for him. You say you met him at Clearglass? Molly nodded. I used to work in the warehouse, a few hours a week when I was at school. Remember? Mum always insisted I earned my pocket money. She said that my dad believed kids should understand the value of money and hard work, and he left school at 16 and grafted with his dad before starting the company, so I loved being a part of that. I always feel close to him there. And that's where you met this guy? While you were sealing up boxes with your big tape gun? Phoebe gave Molly a nudge. Très romantique. Molly laughed at Phoebe and her interpretation of a barefaced lie. Then the mood dipped suddenly when she changed tack. Then you'd better hope your mum and most of all Psycho Shane doesn't find out who it is, because he won't be happy. I can tell you that for nothing. The minute Phoebe said it, her eyes widened and her neck and face flushed crimson. What do you mean by that? Phoebe? Tell me. You've gone bright red and I know something's up. Molly couldn't believe her best friend had kept something big from her. They fell quiet. Outside, the city marched to its own beat, keeping time with Molly's pounding heart. Chapter 8. Phoebe finally broke the painful silence. Look, I was sworn to secrecy, okay? And to be honest, I didn't want to cause trouble. Kai begged me not to say anything, so I didn't, and until just now I'd forgotten all about it. Molly looked up sharply. Kai? Why? What do you mean, begged? I don't understand. What's he got to do with anything? In the moments while Molly waited for Phoebe to sort out where her loyalties lay, her mind raced back to being 15, the Christmas party at school, all soft drinks and crap food laid on by the teachers in the main hall. It was there that after months of eye-flirting, Kai Ryder from the year above plucked up the courage to ask Molly out, and seeing as he was cute, she said yes. She'd never had a boyfriend, and everyone was green with envy. Her WhatsApp feed buzzed into the small hours with messages from her friends wanting in on it all, and Molly loved being the first of her circle to go on a real date. She'd been so thrilled she told her mum and Dee the next day, and later, over dinner, Dee blabbed to Shane. He didn't say much, other than doing his stepdad thing, wanting to know all about him, and once he was satisfied Kai wasn't the village rogue, said he'd drive her to the retail park that weekend, where she'd arranged to meet Kai. It was all going to be totally innocent. Burger King and then bowling. Well, it would have been if Kai had turned up, but he didn't, and worse, he blocked her number when she tried to get in touch and ask why. And when she went back to school after the Christmas break, he totally blanked her. She remembered ringing Shane in floods of tears, asking him to come back and pick her up, then how angry he'd been at Kai for hurting her feelings and how foolish she'd felt after telling all her friends about her date. It had put her off the idea of having a boyfriend forever, and then, when she turned 16, that all changed. Shane made it all okay, and every time Molly saw Kai after that, she felt smug and superior. A delivery moped screeching past made Molly start and snap back into the present and at Phoebe. Tell me. Okay. I bumped into Kai about a year ago here in town, in Alchemist. He was home from uni, with friends, and we got chatting, reminiscing about school, and I teased him about standing you up that time. As soon as I mentioned your name, his face clouded over, and he looked angry, so I asked him what was wrong. Maybe it was because he'd had a few drinks that he opened up, but I got the impression he was sick of being the bad guy. He told me why he stood you up and blanked you afterwards. What did he say? Molly could still feel the sting of teenage embarrassment 3 years later, and it made her feel small. Phoebe raised her perfectly tattooed eyebrow. You're not going to like it, which is exactly why I didn't tell you at the time." She caught Molly's impatient look and continued. "Shane warned him off, okay? Waited for him near his house and actually grabbed him by his jacket, rammed him against a wall and told Kai if he came anywhere near you he'd break his legs. Kai was scared to death. Some grown man roughing up a 16-year-old. But he retaliated and told Shane he'd ring the police and tell his mum, and then Shane turned really nasty." Molly was dumbstruck for a second or two, totally unable to get her head around what she was hearing, but believing it instantly, dreading what was to come. "What did he do?" "If you remember, Kai was from a single-parent family and on a scholarship at our school. He was really clever, and his mum was over the moon when he got a place because no way could she afford to send him to our fancy school. Kai told me his mum had put all her hopes on him going to uni and having a great career. Shane told Kai that if he didn't do as he was told, he'd get him expelled, or his scholarship withdrawn. He said he and your mum were generous benefactors and they held a lot of sway with their headmaster and governors, and that he knew where his mum worked and played golf with her boss and could get her sacked too if he wanted. Said he had lots of contacts around town, so to watch his step. Kai was terrified of being beaten up and losing his place and his mum losing her job at the biscuit factory, so did as he was told. That's why he didn't turn up and blanked you. End of." "Oh my God! Shane did that? Fuck, Phoebe, that's awful." Molly felt sick and her hands shook. "I know, and after Kai told me, I think he regretted it and begged me not to repeat it. He still didn't trust Shane not to make trouble for his mom, who has his little sister to look after. He wanted it all forgotten, so I promised him. I thought about it loads when I got home, and even though you're my best friend, I realised it was the right thing to do. It would have caused problems at yours, and the atmosphere was already crap, so I didn't want to make it worse." Molly's head was going to explode. It was too much to take in, and worse, there were a million more thoughts clamouring for attention, asking questions, reminding her of other instances of Shane's jealous behaviour, and worse, warnings, red flags, and creeping dread. "Are you mad with me?" "You look pretty pissed off, to be fair." Phoebe was twiddling her fingers and spinning her silver rings nervously. Molly reached over and grabbed Phoebe's hand and squeezed it tightly. No, I'm not mad with you, Phoebes. Not at all. There's only one person I'm annoyed with right now, and I'll deal with him my own way." Silence fell between them, and in the lull, as if she'd summoned the devil himself, her phone buzzed in her pocket. A message. Shane from his secret phone that he used to contact her. "Where are you? Miss you. X." Molly's stomach twisted. "Everything okay?" Phoebe asked. Molly smiled. "Yeah, just D." She lied. Again. Because it was easier than the truth, and the truth, whatever that was, seemed to be getting murkier by the day. Chapter 9. The early evening humidity did nothing to help Julia's frame of mind as she stood at the island in the kitchen, slicing lemons and limes for the jug of iced water she kept in the fridge, now the weather had turned stifling. The blade clicked rhythmically against the chopping board, filling the room with the citrus scent. From the corner of her eye, she watched Dee flit around the room, chirpy and full-on, restless, then suddenly still and silent as if she'd burnt herself out. Julia often thought of her as a beach ball, 1 minute bouncing around, bright sunny colours spinning in the air, then the next it'd be stuck under a deck chair, hiding away, its vibrancy dulled by layers of sand. At least she hadn't complained about it being Wednesday, Dee's least favourite day of the week, or so she repeatedly said, because one contrary daughter was quite enough for anyone. Molly's mood had shifted since her meet-up with Phoebe that afternoon, and not for the first time Julia worried that she was going to change her mind about Princeton. That was not an option. It would ruin everything. Shane's going to Glasgow tomorrow and Molly is hanging out with her friends and staying over at Jilly's. They're all having their nails done for the party, but I'm obviously too young to be invited. So what are we going to do? Dee asked, peering into the fridge, then sighing and closing the door. And there's nothing to eat. Yes, there is, if you look properly, Julia said, a little more sharply than intended. Make a sandwich. Dee blinked, startled, then stepped back from the fridge. Sorry, I was just asking. I thought maybe we could get a takeaway and watch a film if we had the house to ourselves, but if you can't be bothered... Julia exhaled and softened. Of course I can be bothered, sweetheart. Sorry, I'm a bit preoccupied and this heat is starting to get to me. She was glad Shane wasn't there because last time she'd commented about being too hot, he'd made a sarky comment about hot flushes and the menopause. She knew it was another chip at her confidence, and it worked a treat. She turned back to the jug and dropped in the lemon slices one by one, watching them swirl and rise, mesmerized for a moment and glad of their distraction. Dee had been unrelenting since Molly's results day, her attachment growing tighter with each passing day, as if by staying physically close she might anchor her sister to the house, to the life she knew. Julia couldn't blame her. Why don't we do just that, and some online clothes shopping? Seeing as you hate going into boutiques and trying things on, we can plan a whole holiday wardrobe for your trip to Paris. Get it delivered. You're going to have an amazing time, but you need to look the part, Julia said, attempting a smile as she placed the jug on the table. I bet you'll come back with stories of patisseries and art galleries and all the ways you embarrass Shane with your GCSE French. It was killing her, being enthusiastic, but it had to be done. Dee perked up at the mention. He says we can do the Eiffel Tower at sunset and a dinner cruise on the Seine. Can you imagine? I mean, I know it's touristy, but still. Julia nodded, ignoring the twist in her stomach. It sounds wonderful. She didn't need to imagine. She'd been on that very cruise with Shane during their whirlwind courtship. He'd made her laugh all night and only had eyes for her, which she'd found charming. That version of Shane no longer existed. Or maybe he never had. Now, his charm had the slickness of oil, all surface sheen, slimy with something rotten lurking beneath. She took a sip of the water and turned away, eyes roaming towards the terrace doors and surpassing the urge to sprint outside onto the lawns and just keep running and running and never stop. But now wasn't the time for cowardice. She had to stay and sort out the mess she'd made of things. Julia had waited for this, for Molly to be old enough, strong enough to stand on her own and look at things with adult eyes, for Dee to understand that sometimes things change, and when they do, it doesn't mean the end of the world, just that you have to adapt. For Nancy to be back in her corner, for herself to grow a spine. Once Molly was in the States and Shane was skipping through Paris with Dee, she would strike. Every document had been prepared, every account quietly adjusted, every trace of leverage Shane held on to, erased or countered. Blackmail lost its sting when the secrets were brought into the light, and once the light flooded in, Julia hoped it would burn every last piece of his manipulation to ash. Nancy had helped her gather the evidence. Emails, receipts, a carefully written timeline, even a witness statement from one of the Clear Glass admin staff who had caught Shane in a compromising position with a temp, the photos of him nipping to see the barmaid in Bowlington, who lived in the flat above the pub. Julia no longer felt fear, only fatigue and brittle resolve. She heard the front door open and close, followed by the clatter of keys as he threw them inside the console table. Shane's voice echoed down the hallway. "Girls!" Dee skipped from the kitchen. "In here! Mom made fruity water again." Shane appeared moments later, tall, tan, sunglasses perched on his head, charm dialed up. two of my favourite ladies." Julia's stomach turned. That voice, so practiced. "Have a good day at the depot?" she asked, keeping her tone neutral. "Busy," he said, pouring himself a glass of water and knocking it back in one. "Still short-staffed. Might have to interview a few new temps next week." Julia shot him a look, bitter as the lemons floating in the jug. "I'm sure you will." He met her gaze, unreadable, a glint of something in his eyes, a test, a warning. "So," he said, turning to Dee, "I was thinking Paris. What if we added Disneyland to the itinerary? It's only about half an hour away by train." Dee gasped. "Seriously? You'd take me there too?" "Of course," he said. "You're worth it." Julia watched the exchange, bile rising. How easily he switched personas. The doting stepfather, the generous partner, the ever-charming rogue, and Dee, soaking up the affection, none the wiser. It wasn't just unsettling. It was nauseating. Later, once Dee had retreated to her room to start her Paris packing list, Julia cornered Shane in the lounge. "A word?" He leaned against the arm of the sofa and took a sip of his beer. "Always a pleasure." Julia ignored the sarcasm. "Won't going to Disney affect your itinerary? I don't mind if you stay another night in Paris if it makes it easier." "I didn't think I needed your permission." "You don't? But you know Dee struggles with change, and it might unsettle her if she doesn't know exactly what's going on." "I'm perfectly aware of Dee's little quirks, and if it makes you feel better, I'll alter the bookings and let her know we'll be there for 4 days, not 3. Happy now?" "Yes, I am. And I'm just making sure my daughter is going to be okay and we're on the same page of our diaries." Shane narrowed his eyes, then raised an eyebrow. "Really? Is that all it is? You seem a bit edgy lately. Or were you planning a welcome home surprise for me? I thought those days were gone." Julia met his stare. His comment made her skin crawl. "As if..." He smirked. "That's a shame. I do like surprises." She turned abruptly and left him sitting there, her heart racing. He could play games all he liked, but she would finish them, flip the board in dramatic style. Julia smiled at the thought, and anyway, she was due a bit of showmanship after watching Shane bask in his role of superhero for so long. It was tiresome, just like him. Dusk, and Julia sat on her bed, the French doors to her suite wide open. The view as the sun set over the Cheshire Hills was the only thing that lifted her. Dragging her eyes away from the burnished spectacle, she looked down at her laptop, checking the digital folders. Everything was backed up to a hard drive tucked inside a book safe on the second shelf. Nancy had a copy too. There would be no mistakes. She couldn't afford any. Not now. Not with Shane watching her the way he had been lately. A soft knock on the door at the foot of the stairs. Julia startled and heard the handle turn. "Mom!" It was Dee, wrapped in her dressing gown. Julia relaxed. "Can I sleep in here tonight? I'm too hot and I feel funny." Julia's chest clenched. "Of course, darling. Bad dreams?" Dee nodded, curling into the duvet. "I keep thinking about when you'll be in America. What if something happens?" Julia brushed the hair from her daughter's forehead. "Nothing will happen, and even if it does, I'll be right there on the other end of the phone. Dee, sweetheart, you do understand, don't you, that I'm going with Molly to make sure she's okay? I have to focus on her because I won't see her for a while. And this is such an important time for her. I'm not leaving you out, and I've tried to make sure you'll be having fun in Paris. That way you won't miss me too much, and when I get back, the two of us will be like best friends and have lots of fun. I promise." Dee didn't reply. Her eyes were already fluttering closed. Julia lay beside her, stroking her hair. She could do this. Tomorrow and Friday she'd just have to get through as best she could. Saturday was the party. Tick that box and she was almost home and dry. Sunday they'd all have hangovers, so she could stay in bed and hide. She and Molly were jetting off the following Wednesday, so was Shane and Dee. It was like a perfectly choreographed ballet, everyone dancing on stage, but this time she was the one directing from the wings. Chapter 10. It was one of those slow, drowsy mornings where the air felt like soup, and even the breeze had given up. The village shop in Little Bowlington was mercifully cool, its old stone walls keeping the heat at bay. The Thursday bread delivery had just arrived, and the aroma wafted down the aisles as Julia moved quietly between the shelves, her basket already half full of essentials for the next couple of days, until the big shop was delivered. The herbal tea she drank, but she didn't enjoy. Eggs, butter, biscuits for Dee. Couldn't have the child starving to death, could she? Outside, a light plane droned overhead. A motorbike revved in the distance. She was reaching for a jar of marmalade when she heard them. Two voices. Women. Older. Unfamiliar. At first, she thought they were having a private conversation, but it suddenly occurred to her that they were speaking just that bit too loudly for secrets of their own, as though they wanted to share what they knew, and they meant for her to hear. "Saw him again the other night," one said, just on the other side of the shelving. Julia froze, her hand still outstretched. "Who?" her friend chimed in. "The flash lad from the Winder place in the fancy red sports car with the private plates. Drives like an idiot most of the time, like he owns the place. Parked up on Croft Lane." Croft Lane. The woods. Julia's stomach turned. Why would Shane be there? "Who parks in the middle of nowhere after 10 o'clock, eh?" "Up to no good. That's what I said to my Jack. Nobody sits in a car with the engine idling unless they're waiting for something or someone. Drugs or a woman would be my best guess." A short laugh. "Well, it wouldn't surprise me about the drugs, but I put my money on it being a lass. Can't keep it in his pants, that one. Always been the same, I heard." Julia's face burned. She lowered her arm slowly, heart thudding so hard she could hear it in her ears. There was a roaring in her head, like waves whooshing from one side to the other. "Bet it's someone local," one of them muttered. "Some people are never satisfied with what they've got, are they? I feel sorry for that wife of his. Nice woman she is, too. Poor bugger." Julia placed her basket gently in a gap on the shelf in front. Her mouth had gone dry. Her chest felt tight. She turned without a sound and walked back down the aisle, ducking her head as she passed the counter. "Everything all right, Julia?" called the young girl behind the till. She raised a hand without looking back. "Forgot my purse," she lied, the words like gravel in her throat. Outside, the sun bore down, scorching her already burning face. Julia hurried to her car, pointing the fob and unlocking it with shaking hands. Once inside, she gripped the steering wheel, her breath shallow, the tight ache of humiliation and rage blooming in her chest. He was doing it again. The old wound reopened, raw and stinging. But this time it wasn't private. It wasn't conducted out of town with some rep he'd took a shine to or a woman he'd met at a bar on a business trip. It was being dissected in their home village over packets of tea and boxes of cereal. She'd suspected, of course. The later nights, the cocky air he had about him. But this was different. This was public. Gossip, casual and cutting, spreading like a stain over her marriage and her family. Shane hadn't even bothered to be discreet. She'd pressed her forehead to the steering wheel, fighting the tremble in her hands. Her nails dug into the leather as shame battled with fury. Her mind reeled, leaping from face to face, wondering which of her friends and colleagues knew. Who had laughed? Who had rolled their eyes and nodded knowingly and said, "Poor Julia"? The betrayal stung. How could it not? But it was the humiliation that carved the deepest gash in her heart. Not the affair, not really, but the cruelty of it, the casual, arrogant way he flaunted it, the knowing smirk he wore when he thought she wasn't looking, the smugness of someone who believed he held all the cards. He was trying to humiliate her, or he simply didn't care. Either way, it stung. Was this a warning? A power play? Or just another of his endless appetites being fed without thought? And if it was, how long before Dee or Molly heard? Julia sat up, straightening her back. Her face set. Her shame morphed into something else. Cold. Measured. A clarity she hadn't felt in years. Let them talk. Let the village whisper. Because soon there would be a different kind of story making its way through those shelves. One not of affairs or arrogance, but of a woman who had finally had enough, who stood up, who fought back. She started the car. The engine roared to life. She reversed with purpose, tires squealing slightly as she swung onto the road. Her hands were steady now, her pulse strong, heart thudding like a drumbeat. A march toward the inevitable. Not long now. Let Shane have his secrets. Let him park his car in lonely lanes and think himself untouchable. Let him smile at women with wide eyes and no idea. He wouldn't be smiling for much longer. And this time, the only one caught off guard would be him. Chapter 11. Julia was alone in the kitchen. The glass bifold doors opened slightly, allowing a breath of air inside while a gentle summer shower tapped lightly against the panes, the cooling relief after the relentless heat of the past few days. Her laptop sat closed on the counter, her tea long gone cold. She couldn't face going into work, the sheer effort of faking it too much to even contemplate. After the incident in the village shop that morning, it had been a battle to keep her anger at bay, the hurt she was used to. It was about being patient now and dealing with what she regarded as waste. The past 8 years of her life reduced to something she wished she could put in a bin bag and send to landfill. Or incinerate. Yes, burn the lot. Her marriage, and, if she knew how and would get away with it, her piece of shit husband. As she watched the raindrops trickle down the glass, a memory came unbidden. The first time she saw him again. Shane Jones. Like a bad penny, he turned up at Clear Glass with the easy confidence of someone who believed the past could be rewritten with a grin and a sharp suit. But Julia had known him before the suit, before the swagger. Back when he was little more than a sunburnt yard hand with a flirty smile and a mop of overgrown hair, more interested in sneaking cigarette breaks than learning anything of substance. The day she walked into the marketing department and saw him leaning against a desk, holding court with a gaggle of giggling juniors, physically jolted her, stopping her in her tracks. His hair was shorter, his frame filled out, the once slouched posture replaced with a confident stance, his body language projecting ease. Reinvented, yes, but not erased. She'd rung Nancy the second she got in her car to drive home, and her sister was as rattled as she was, asking if Julia could get him sacked, and then when she realized the stupidity of her question, said she'd pray he'd mess up or get bored and leave. The sooner the better. The shock Julia had felt that day had been real, like someone had reached back in time and dragged a shadow through the door. She never thought he'd come back, and neither did Nancy. Julia hadn't been involved in the hiring process. HR had handled it. His CV was glossy, inflated. But who didn't embellish? A year working in Dubai, another in New York. Logistics experience, project management, corporate sales, all expertly packaged. She'd accessed the files and read it in private, and remembered being impressed that the waste of space had made something of himself. With hindsight, she felt the sting of her own gullibility, a kind of slow humiliation that tightened its grip over the years. Ronnie had been gone 2 years when Shane turned up. The house was too big, the silence too loud. Molly was surly with grief. Dee was small and clingy. The business had demanded every waking minute of her time. It had been easier to be the wife than the widow. She knew that role and had to learn a new one, taking Ronnie's place, being everything to everyone at home and at work. Being Mom she could do with her eyes closed. Being Dad, who wasn't scared of anything. Burglars, thunderstorms, Doctor Who monsters or spiders, was a challenge. And then Shane had arrived. At first it was harmless. Banter in meetings, a coffee brought without asking, a compliment slipped into casual conversation. She'd brushed it off. But then came the small touches, a hand lightly on her arm, a laugh that lingered, a bottle of wine left in her office after a late finish, with a note that read, "Thought you could use something stronger than coffee." She'd been flattered, foolishly, completely. When you've been part of the office furniture and the provider of fish fingers and chips at home for long enough, even counterfeit attention glows. "Don't be ridiculous," Nancy had said, voice like steel over the phone when Julia confessed they'd had dinner. "For Christ's sake, Julia, think about what you're doing and how it'll look. He's 10 years younger than you and has all the charm of a fox in a henhouse. He wants something." "Like what?" "Oh, and thanks for the compliment, by the way. I'm not exactly ready for a Zimmer frame just yet. In these days, nobody cares about age gaps." "Stop trying to con yourself." "Yes, they do. Look, I don't know what he's after, but I don't trust him. I never did, and neither should you. Look at it from the outside in and ask yourself what he could gain from being with a woman 10 years older than him. Oh, and who happens to own a multi-million-pound company. Control, legitimacy, security. It's too risky, Julia, and you know it." Julia had laughed her off, said she was overreacting, that the company was safe and he'd never get his hands on it. But Nancy never did that. Overreact. Nancy was always 3 moves ahead, always cautious. She'd planned her life meticulously from her teenage years, not letting anything or anyone get in her way. Nancy had flings, didn't need anyone in her bed for longer than a night or two, and certainly not a partner, kids, or a family to tie her down. Julia, on the other hand, had wanted to believe in fantasy, fell head over heels with Ronnie and believed in true love, got married young, threw herself into being a wife and couldn't wait to be a mother. That he'd been the only blot on the horizon, how hard it had been to get pregnant. But it all turned out okay in the end. Then she lost Ronnie and felt like her heart had been ripped out while she was still alive and some cruel god had forced her to go on without it, and him. She never thought she'd love or feel wanted again, desired or liked. Shane had provided her with a life raft after years of drowning quietly in grief and monotony. The whispers around the office started not long after. Julia told herself it was jealousy. People always whispered when a woman in power made an unexpected choice. But now, she saw them for what they were. Warnings. Big red flags flapping in the wind. The sort you ignore at your peril. She remembered the shift. Not that she acknowledged it, or the big fat hint from one of the directors. Ben, sitting across from her in a quarterly review, his voice low. "Look, Julia, you know I'd never do anything to make your life difficult, but Shane's... He's not pulling his weight, okay? Always has an excuse. Always someone else's fault, and your relationship is making things awkward, because someone needs to address it." Of course, she had, privately, and he'd sulked and she'd apologized, and then it was all forgotten. For a while. And worse, Then came the subtle shifts she'd noticed in the hierarchy, staff who hesitated around her, projects that missed deadlines, gossip that soured the air during Friday drinks in the boardroom. Shane created disorder in the same sure way that gravity kept your feet on the ground. Wherever he was, whatever he touched, things bent out of shape. But by then, she was already in too deep. He was living at the house, smiling at Dee, charming Magda, pouring Molly orange juice at breakfast. He wove himself into their lives like ivy around brickwork, slow, silent, and suffocating. Then the proposal, the wedding, the falling out with Nancy. She didn't know when the charm turned. Maybe once he knew Nancy was out of the way. He saw her as an enemy from the off, mainly because she radiated disapproval whenever they were together. There wasn't a single moment, just a gradual erosion. The jokes with a cutting edge, comments that made her feel small, the sulks when things didn't go his way, the questions about her meetings, her movements, her emails, her passwords. Then came the big row, when she said she thought they should take a break. Then came the blackmail. Julia shuddered and pushed that particular scene away because it still turned her blood cold, the day he proved Nancy right. Instead, she stared out at the darkening sky, fingers pressed to her lips. She should have seen it sooner, should have fought back. But fear has a way of nesting in your gut and growing roots. It fed off your doubts, your loneliness, and your guilt. Until now. Now, she was done, but not without a knot of unease that curled low in her stomach, a sense that Shane might already suspect what she was up to, that the calm she'd been holding on to by sheer will was only a breath away from blowing up in her face. The directors were complaining again. Shane's laziness had turned into absenteeism. One department head had threatened to resign if Julia didn't address it, and she would. She would clean house. But every time she imagined the confrontation, she pictured the look in his eyes. Cold, amused, calculating. One thing had niggled for years, and it was Nancy who had put it all into perspective. Asked Julia why Shane hadn't just blown her out of the water sooner, got it over and done with, played his best hand, the one he'd used to keep her in her place. It was so simple, really, once she heard Nancy say the words, because he liked his cushy life, and he wanted it to last as long as possible. Shane knew that staying put was more lucrative than taking his chance in court. If he played his ace, then there'd be nothing left to blackmail her with. Julia saw it all in her mind's eye. A flash of truth and clarity. A row of carefully laid out dominoes. She'd wasted too long waiting for Shane to give the end a flick, and in seconds, click, 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 he'd ruin her life. It was those words and that image that broke the spell, plus the fact Molly was leaving home and Dee was old enough, intellectually if not emotionally, to understand. Julia had spent months preparing. Nancy's legal mind had guided every step. After Ronnie died, Julia had made her legal guardian of Molly and Dee and executor of her will, just in case. And now, she and Julia had ramped up. The bank transfers, the contracts, the trust in the girls' names, the new passwords, the evidence. A quiet war, waged in shadows and secured in backups. She had everything, and soon, when she returned from America and Shane was prancing around Paris in his Mickey Mouse hat with Dee, she would deliver the blow. One letter, one solicitor, one line in the sand. And this time, she wouldn't flinch. She couldn't. Not if she wanted her life back, her dignity, her safety. She feared he would lash out, that he might drag the girls into it, but she also hoped this was the final hand, the last play. He'd take a deal and go. Julia stood and stretched, bones clicking in protest. The rain shower had passed and the sun was breaking through the clouds, so she opened a window and let in the day. A waft of fresh air brushed her arms, and she welcomed the shiver. Deciding to head up to her suite, maybe she could sleep for a while and take her mind off it all. She left a note on the counter for Magda and the girls, saying she had a migraine, and after taking the floating glass stairs with a spring in her step, she turned right onto the corridor, pausing at the framed photo of Ronnie and the girls at the beach. He was laughing, Molly on his shoulders, Dee holding his hand. Everything about it was golden. Perfect. She stopped and touched the glass. "You tell me off for being such a fool in the first place," she whispered. "But then you'd want me to fight. For them. For myself. For what we built. I hope you know that you'll always be the love of my life. That's why I stood my ground and kept your name. I'm a Lassiter. Yours forever, Ronnie." A sound behind her made her jump. Shane's footsteps on the heated tiles. She turned slowly, unsure of where he'd come from or was heading. He was standing halfway down the hall, redhead hair, crinkled tee and shorts, smiling. "Didn't expect you to be here," he said. "Not going in today?" Julia smiled back. "No, I thought I'd stay here and talk to ghosts instead." He laughed, but there was a flicker of something else in his eyes. Suspicion. Wariness. "You all right, Jules?" "Never better." And for once, she almost meant it. Because soon, the ghost of who she'd become would finally be laid to rest, and Shane Jones would become just another chapter she had survived. Then she would start a brand new page in her life. Neat, clean, and free. Chapter 12. The sun lay across the roof terrace, its heat warming the tiles. The shower had passed, and the air was still, and up there, above the rest of the house, the world felt far away. The kitchen door slamming, Magda's tuneless singing as she hung washing on the line, and Dee's endless chatter couldn't reach her. Her mum had one of her headaches, so was having a lie-down, and Shane was mooching about somewhere, probably taking a swim and keeping out of the way. Molly lay flat on a sun lounger, in preparation mode for the evening ahead, completely nude, skin slick with tanning oil, eyes closed. Her headphones played a lazy playlist, but she wasn't listening. Not really. Her thoughts were too loud. This had always been her favourite spot, the roof terrace, tucked away above her mum's suite, accessed by a steep stairway, surrounded by waist-high walls so you could look out at the lush green landscape, open to the sky above and nothing else. Not overlooked, not observed. The only place in the house that felt like it was truly peaceful and private. And here, she could think, or try to. After Phoebe's confession of sorts, Molly was aware that her perceptions of Shane had clouded, and she needed to make some sense out of it all before that evening. The reason she was topping up her tan. She wanted to be bronzed and beautiful for Shane on what was to be their last liaison. He had spun a lie about going to Glasgow. She'd concocted an afternoon at a nail bar and then cocktails with her friends. In reality, they were booked into an exclusive hotel in Manchester, where they would have one final night together, then go their separate ways. Just like they'd agreed. What she'd insisted on. When she returned for holidays, there would be no secret trysts for old time's sake. Their communications would revert to those of stepfather and daughter, keeping their relationship platonic and above board. The cheat phone would be no more. Molly had told him honestly that she wanted to move on, start afresh, and that he needed to think about doing the same because it was clear that his marriage was over. He'd hated that, facing up to a fact. But if she could do it, then so could he, and if he didn't, if he chose to limp on in a fake marriage, that was his choice. Molly was out of there. She shifted slightly, arching her back to reposition her shoulder blades on the lounger, feeling the warmth radiate into her bones, but it did nothing to soothe her. She'd lain awake for most of the night, going over everything, returning to the start, hoping that seeing it through her supposedly adult eyes might help. The Switzerland trip had changed everything. She closed her eyes tighter, the memory clear, as though it had happened yesterday. St. Moritz had shimmered. The slopes had been sculpted by wind and sun into perfect white icing that coated the mountainside. The air had been cold enough to sting her throat, but Molly had loved it. Loved the speed, the danger, the freedom of cutting through powder with Shane just behind her, calling encouragement, laughing when she fell, watching her in that way he always did when he thought no one noticed. Her mum had stayed home, saying she hated the whole ski vibe and had too much on at work. Molly knew it was an excuse not to be with Shane, especially since he'd already moved out of her suite and into a spare room on the floor below. Snoring had been the reason given. Molly suspected otherwise. Dee had been too young and too afraid of avalanches or breaking a bone, so stayed home too. The trip was a gift from Shane for her 16th, which had been and gone, but they'd had to wait for the ski season. Molly had felt so grown up as they'd waited in the executive lounge at the airport, taking a trip with her stepdad, who treated her like a friend he liked to hang out with. The chalet was pure luxury, all wooden floors and polished steel, the balcony that overlooked the piste. They'd skied all day, every day, until the light dimmed and the sky blushed peach. Then came the après-ski, cocktails too strong, too early, sipped through paper straws in a bar that pulsed with music and candlelight. The Europeans had a casual attitude to drink, so nobody turned an eye when Shane had let her have whatever she wanted. Told her it was a celebration, her coming of age. On the third day, he took her to Da Vittorio, a Michelin-starred Italian restaurant, where he looked at her across the table with a strange intensity as she laughed over her glass. She'd felt it then, the connection, the electric charge under the table, the way he'd reached for her wrist when she made a joke, his thumb tracing her palm. By the time they returned to the chalet, her skin tingled from the cold and the alcohol. The fire had already been lit by the maid, and outside, the snow was falling again, soft and soundless. Inside, it was just the two of them. It wasn't the first time he'd blurred the line between father figure and friend. There had been moments before, fleeting, seemingly innocent. The prolonged hand on her shoulder, the gifts, little ones, chosen carefully, a designer scarf, a bottle of perfume her mum didn't know about, compliments that made her flush with a strange, tangled pride and confusion. He'd made her feel chosen, special, and Molly, riddled with teenage insecurity and the complicated ache of adolescence, had soaked it up like sunshine. He'd never touched her, not properly, but he hadn't needed to. Not until then. He'd primed her, little by little, made her feel mature, desirable, in on something thrilling. So, by the time they were alone in that chalet, she already half believed it was her idea. Molly had toed off her boots, shrugged off her coat. Her cheeks were flushed from the wind and drink, her limbs loose, liquid. She felt older, different. She swayed slightly across the open-plan space, aware of how her leggings clung to her, showing every perfect curve. Aware of his eyes on her back. She liked the way it made her feel. Like a spark. "Thank you," she said, turning to him, smiling. "For today. It was perfect." He gave a small laugh. "You're welcome. You kept up better than I thought you would." "I told you I was good. School skiing holidays paid off in the end." "You're better than good." There was a pause. Molly stepped closer, reached up, placed a kiss on his cheek. It should have been innocent. It wasn't. Their eyes met, and something passed between them, slow and hot and unmistakable. For a moment, neither moved. Her breath came shallow. His hand hovered near her hip. The fire crackled, the only sound in the room. Then he stepped back, fast, as if burned. "Molly," he said sharply, voice tight. "No." But the protest sounded weak. She didn't back off. "Why not?" she asked, voice low, daring. She closed the space between them again, stepping into his shadow. He shook his head, his eyes darting to the windows, the ceiling. "This is wrong. I'm your—" "You're not anything," she cut in. "Not really. Not like that." Another beat. He didn't move. She placed her hands on his chest, feeling the heat of him through his cashmere jumper. His heartbeat. Fast. Erratic. "You've been looking at me all week," she whispered. "Don't act like you haven't." His breath caught. He tried again, weakly. "You've had too much to drink." She smiled. "You let me." His hand caught her wrist, but not hard, just enough to hold her there, not enough to push her away. "Molly." And then she kissed him. He resisted for a second, half a second, and then didn't. His arms closed around her, his mouth opened under hers, and just like that, the line vanished. They sank to the rug in front of the fire, her top peeled off, then his. She didn't hesitate. He didn't stop her. The room spun. She'd expected clumsiness, guilt, something strange. But it wasn't like that. It was practiced, confident, like he'd been waiting for it. And when he looked at her, it wasn't with confusion or shame. It was hunger, possession, satisfaction. After, he'd pulled a throw from the sofa to cover them, and she lay curled against his chest. The firelight reflected on their skin. He was quiet. She looked up at him. "Are you going to pretend this didn't happen tomorrow?" He stared at the ceiling. "It shouldn't have." "But it did." He said nothing. She pulled the throw tighter around her and turned away. Her throat felt tight. In that moment, the power she'd felt earlier slipped a little. Not gone. Diminished slightly, and she instantly knew she wanted it back, like her life depended on feeling that way again. Outside, the snow continued to fall, clean and silent and endless. Inside, something had begun that couldn't be undone. It isn't wrong, she told herself. How could it be when they'd both wanted it, consented? Cocooned in the warmth of the fire and wool, Molly lay wide awake, thinking of tomorrow and how she would make sure they did it all again. Chapter 13. Hundreds of miles away from the winter slopes and her lovesick memories, Molly lay in the glorious sunshine and took the last 2 years apart, and the question that kept flashing up asked, was it manipulation or a meeting of two hearts? Had she benefited from his tutelage or been robbed of her childhood? She'd been the one who thought she was better than her peers, worldly wise and mature. Or was she a fool who'd missed out on a chunk of her teenage life, a rite of passage she'd been artfully steered clear of? Phoebe's revelation about Kai had stunned her. For years she'd hated on a boy who'd done absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, he'd acted honorably and protected his mum and sister, But Molly hated the fact that he'd been scared and worried and cast in a bad light, then carried that secret and no doubt anger for years. Maybe she could reach out on socials, apologize and tell him she understood. Or maybe she should just leave it and not drop Phoebe in it, or open old wounds. That didn't alter the fact that Shane had been sly and mean for no reason, and his actions back then had caused her so much hurt and embarrassment at a pivotal point in her life. What she didn't know was why he'd done it. Deep down she knew. And it had nothing to do with saving her from a bad guy, because Kai had been sweet and decent. The reason Shane had done it was because he liked to be in control. Just like he was with her mum, always wanting to know where she was going and who with, going into sulks if she got home late or went to dinner without him, even if it was with female friends. It was one of the things her mum had grumbled about, his possessiveness and critical opinion of her social circle. She said it was because he couldn't hold his own against real grown-ups and wanted everything his own way, and to keep her apart from anyone who might criticize him. In Molly's case, she was sure it was much simpler, that Shane had wanted her all to himself for much longer than she imagined, possibly before she realized she wanted him. His offering to pick her up from wherever was in the guise of being a diligent stepdad. Or was that so he could spy and make sure she didn't hook up with anyone at the end of the night and have a cheeky snog? Not that she needed cheap thrills with teenage boys when she had the real deal at home. Later on, anyway. Was his interest in her friends and activities, wanting to be in on all the latest teen gossip, his way of compensating for not being Ronnie, a man he could never hope to replace or outshine in the parental stakes? Or did it come back to that old adage that knowledge is power? Even before them, when she was just a teenage kid wanting to have fun, there was always something there. She saw it now. When he collected her after a sleepover. Who was there? Were Jilly's parents around all night? Was her brother there? You know, the one at uni? Or before she went out, he'd cast his eyes over what she was wearing. It's going to be cold later. Maybe wear jeans, not to dress. Don't you think, Julia? She'll catch her death. And gentle hints. Remember, I was a teenage lad once, and I know all the tricks and what they're after, so any funny business, ring me. Okay? Molly had taken it all at face value, that he was simply looking out for her, and now, looking back, she wasn't so sure. Was she just overthinking it all because there was so much going on? Her mum and Nancy plotting away, Kai and Phoebe, the big farewell that night, her party, Princeton on the horizon. She needed to think clearly, go back to the start. It began subtly, compliments that felt personal, looks that lingered, his laughter, warm and kind, always directed just at her. She could trace the moment it turned, when he started sitting too close on the sofa, brushing a hand against hers, letting his gaze drop too long on the hem of her skirt. It was never overt. That was the genius of it. It felt like an awakening, taken at her own pace, a gentle realization of the power she possessed, and it could always be brushed off as nothing, the over-imagination of a teenage girl. Wouldn't be the first time it happened, or the last. He would remind her she was different, precious, smarter, then later, after St. Moritz, sexier, more mature, that the other girls her age were silly, shallow. But she wasn't. She was special. She was the one who understood him, made him happy and feel wanted again. Then the subterfuge, keeping up the facade of being an everyday teen. He agreed with that, encouraged it even. But sometimes, after a night out with friends or a sleepover at Jilly's, the questions were intense. But that was because they were in love and she got jealous too. If he stayed out on a business trip or she saw him with other women when she went to Clearglass or at a company function. Molly got that. She was guilty as charged. "Where did you stay in Newcastle? When will you be back? Because I miss you. I saw you with Helen from accounts at the food truck outside work. You were laughing. Do you think she's pretty?" And now? She told herself she didn't care, that what happened with Shane had been strategic. She called it his training, because that way she could detach herself emotionally, the way he'd taught her things, shown her things, made her into someone who knew what men wanted, how they moved, what they whispered when the lights were out. And soon she'd be in America. Princeton. A fresh start. A different world full of new people. The guys on campus looked like movie stars. Football players with muscles and perfect teeth and tans. She'd seen them on Instagram. She couldn't wait. She would own them. She would use everything Shane had taught her. And yet, despite the way she talked to herself in mirrors, despite the bold lipstick and skin-tight dresses he liked her to wear, there was something else clinging to her mind and body today. Her mum suspected Shane of cheating, and Molly presumed that person was her. But what if it wasn't? What if the gossips were talking about someone else? What if he was seeing another woman, someone his own age, and Molly really was just a plaything? What if all the stuff he whispered in her ear, the things that made her believe she was different, were just tricks he used on everyone? She remembered her mum's words on the phone to Nancy. "It could be any old tart. I'm starting to think he's not fussy." Was she the tart? The idea turned her stomach. It was ridiculous. She knew that. She was the one who had seduced him. She was the one who knew every inch of the man her friends had giggled about behind school books and fake lashes, whispering that her stepdad was a total dilf. And she was the one who'd had him. That had always given her a kick. The power. The secret. The way she'd walk past girls who fantasized about him, and now she was the one who'd thrown off his power suit, unbuttoned his shirt, and watched it crumple to the floor. But now she wasn't so sure. She was so confused, and there was absolutely nobody she could tell. Chapter 14. The park was quiet. The August heat too much for playing out, so mothers and toddlers stayed home in the cool. The ducks had it sussed, though, and glided across the pond, the water barely disturbed and gleaming under the sun. A dragonfly darted above the reeds, wings zum-zum-zumming. Dee sat cross-legged on the wooden bench beneath the sycamore tree, the one that faced the water. Her phone was in her pocket, untouched. She didn't want music or noise. This place calmed her. It always had. She liked the village, the neat hedgerows and hanging baskets, the families with dogs, the ladies in tennis whites, the butcher and grocer who knew your name. It was small and safe and predictable. She couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Not really. Certainly not in one of those chaotic homes like some of her school friends came from, where the shouting never stopped and no one ever ate dinner together. She was lucky. That's what everyone always said. Her mum paid for private school. She had a beautiful house, a proper garden, a pool and gym, friends who wanted to come over and hang out, holidays abroad, not trips to a rainy caravan park in Wales or somewhere Dee had never been. And yet, she was ashamed to admit that despite all that, she felt fed up all the time now, from the moment she woke up to going to sleep. Like the life she loved was falling apart, and no matter what Molly and her mum said, change wasn't good, and no, she wasn't tougher than she thought. They were just words, and Dee just wanted it all to stay the same, and got so angry inside when she thought of how her mum and Shane were ruining everything. She had kind of forgiven Molly, because if she'd not gone to Princeton, She'd have headed off to a university in England anyway, and the way things were at home, she'd probably not want to come home for visits, so it didn't really matter where she was. A whole ocean away, in the next city. Dee had cried about it privately, in bed at night. She couldn't imagine the house without her sister's footsteps running up and down the stairs, the sound of her laughing one minute and shouting the next. Dee had always looked up to Molly, even when Molly was a moody cow. Dee smiled to herself. She was even going to miss that. Her fury quickly returned when she thought of the silly bickering she'd overheard between her parents. The people who were supposed to show you the way to behave and would have told her and Molly to grow up if it had been them sniping at one another every 5 minutes. She picked at the splintered wood on the bench seat and thought of life at home. Whisper arguments that turned into slammed doors, cold silences that stretched through breakfast. Dee hated it. She could feel the tension as soon as she walked through the front door, as if it was seeping into the walls. Lately, it had started to feel like everything was moving and she was the only one standing still, watching her world rearrange itself without asking her permission. She kept having these dreams, not quite nightmares, but disturbing enough to leave her sweaty and shaken in the middle of the night. Dreams of the house being empty, doors wide open, voices echoing and no one there when she called. Sometimes she woke with a start, convinced something terrible was about to happen. She was dreading the party, the big farewell do at the golf club, the kind of thing her mum thought was glamorous. Dee hated loud places, hated crowds. She didn't want to dress up and smile for people she barely knew. She didn't want to hear them tell her how proud she must be of her sister. All it meant was that Molly was leaving her behind to cope with her mum and Shane alone. She'd been trying really hard to jolly things along, though, act like everything was fine when they were all in one room together, but it was exhausting, especially when nobody responded to her efforts. Her mum did what she always did, faked that she was okay and repeated on a loop that Dee wasn't to worry. Only Shane seemed to notice. He was the only one who ever asked if she was okay. She remembered the night he found her crying in the garden. She hadn't meant to let him see, but he didn't laugh or tell her to grow up. He sat beside her and just listened, then wrapped her in a hug and told her she was his special girl, that he'd look after her, that even when Molly was gone, he'd be there. He always made her feel better. It wasn't just that he was fun, even though he was. He played water polo and tennis with her and her friends. He gave them lifts, bought them ice cream. He let them blast music in the car. Her friends always said how cool he was, how lucky she was, and she believed them. She didn't want to lose that. She didn't want to lose him or her family. Which is why she'd said something. About the email. She hadn't meant to snoop, but when her mum nipped out to the post office saying she'd be 10 minutes, she left her laptop open on the kitchen island, and Dee had seen Nancy's name ping up on an email. She clicked it without thinking, just to see, and there it was. Terms of divorce. Final doc. Her heart had dropped through the floor. Divorce. She'd fled to her room and lain in bed thinking about split custody and packing a bag and only seeing Shane on weekends, about what her friends went through when their parents divorced, the weird new flats, the forced family dinners with new partners, separate Christmases and birthdays. She didn't want that. Couldn't bear it. So she'd decided. Molly had already left to meet her friends, so running it by her wasn't an option. Instead, she'd sought him out and found him by the pool, her heart thumping as she waited for him to finish a length. Magda was sweeping the patio, singing one of her Polish songs rather loudly so couldn't hear. "Shane, I need to tell you something," she said. He stopped and rested his arms on the edge of the pool and looked up, surprised. "Hey, sweetheart. What's up?" She hesitated and watched as he climbed out, then blurted, I'm worried about you and Mum, and I didn't mean to look, but I saw an email on Mum's laptop from Auntie Nancy." He froze, just for a second, but long enough to tell her she had his full attention and he was worried. "What did it say?" His voice tried to convey casual, but his face had tensed and paled slightly, water dripping onto the tiles at his feet. She told him everything she remembered, the subject line, that they were ready to go as soon as her mum said the word. And then she added, "You should do something before it's really too late. Show Mum how much you love her. Maybe buy her a necklace or book a holiday. You can fix this. I know you can, so please try, Shane. I don't want our family to split up." For a second, he didn't say anything. He just ran a hand through his wet hair and looked towards the house and Magda, who was going back inside. His face had gone sickly white. "Thank you for telling me," he said eventually. He bent down and kissed her forehead. "You did the right thing. Now wipe those tears and leave it with me. I'll sort this out. Okay?" But something about his reaction made her unsure. The way his smile didn't quite reach his eyes, the way he stood so still, like he was holding something in. Was it anger that Auntie Nancy and Mum had been plotting, or was he trying not to cry? The last thought made her sadder than ever, so she clung on to him tight, eyes scrunched as she sobbed, not minding that his wet body was making her clothes damp. Shane held her close, and once the tears subsided, he pulled away gently and asked her to do something for him. "I don't want you to mention this to anyone, okay? It can be our secret. I promise I won't tell Mum that you went on her laptop in case she gets annoyed, and I'll work out a way to put everything right. Do you trust me?" Dee smiled as she wiped her eyes, then nodded, feeling slightly better. "I promise. And yes, I trust you, Shane. Totally, 100%. After that, he'd pecked her on the head and said he needed to take a shower and get ready for his trip, but said he'd ring her later to check she was okay. Without another word, Shane gave Dee a wink and headed into the house. Wanting to avoid her mum and Magda, who would spot she'd been crying, Dee hovered in the garden until the coast was clear, then grabbed her bag from the stand and snuck out of the house and towards the park, praying the whole way that Shane would come through and make it all okay. Now, sitting on the bench alone, she thought about it over and over. Maybe she shouldn't have said anything. Maybe it had made things worse. She imagined her mum walking into the kitchen or the study to find him waiting, his face pale, his jaw tight. Another argument. Dee hugged her knees to her chest and rested her chin on them. A mallard duck drifted past, its green head glossy and slick from a quick cooling dunk. She wanted everything to go back to how it was. Before the whispers. Before the emails. When Molly was a permanent fixture and not someone about to make her escape. When Shane made pancakes on Saturdays and tickled her until she couldn't breathe. When her mum looked so happy it lit up her face. She couldn't lose them. Either of them. So she'd do whatever it took. Even if that meant keeping secrets. Chapter 15. The kitchen was filled with late-afternoon sunshine that highlighted the intricate grain of the long oak table that had served 1,000 family meals and witnessed just as many arguments. The air carried the faint scent of basil from the pot on the windowsill and the comforting aroma of Magda's freshly baked apple cake, still cooling on a wire rack. Julia stood barefoot, one hip resting against the aga, sleeves pushed up, a glass of water in her hand. While she'd been taking a nap to fend off her fake migraine, Molly had left to meet her friends, and now Julia felt the need for company. Across from her, Magda was chopping salad vegetables, her movements rhythmic and steady. There was something so grounding about Magda's presence, solid, unflustered, entirely unpretentious. For over 2 decades, she had been the calm at the center of the storm, Not just a housekeeper, but something closer to family. They were talking about the party, or rather, Magda was talking and Julia was listening, nodding occasionally, smiling when she could manage it. "Eric has bought a new shirt," Magda said with a grin. "He wants to look smart for your friends, and he keeps asking if there will be dancing. I told him this is England, not a Polish wedding." Julia chuckled softly. "He'll dance anyway. Eric always does, which I like, so please don't clip his wings." "I won't, as long as he doesn't start to sing. I am not putting up with that." Julia sipped her water and leaned back slightly. "You know, I'm half dreading it. The party. I know it's for Molly, and she deserves a proper send-off, but I can already feel a headache coming on just at the thought of it all. I wish I'd listened to her and let her have a quiet dinner with her friends." Magda raised an eyebrow, pausing with the knife. "Too many people? Or too much pretending?" Julia gave a small smile. "Both." There was a soft mechanical click. The door leading from the gym corridor creaked open. Shane appeared, and with him came an instant shift in the atmosphere, subtle but unmistakable. Like someone had turned the thermostat down a few degrees. The kitchen no longer felt quite so warm or welcoming. His face was thunderous, jaw set, eyes dark. He didn't look at either of them, just moved through the space like a man being pursued by his own demon. He opened the fridge with a yank, the bottles inside rattling against one another, grabbed a water, and slammed the door shut hard enough that the basil leaves on the windowsill trembled. "Afternoon," Julia offered, her voice deliberately neutral. "I see you didn't bother going into work today, or have you taken a holiday?" It was just another example of Shane doing what he wanted, and it irked her that he thought his behavior was acceptable. He didn't respond, just stared for a beat, took a long swig from the bottle, then walked straight past them and up the stairs, his footsteps like hammer blows on the floating glass. The silence that followed was awkward, even between good friends. Magda placed the knife down carefully, wiping her hands on her apron. "What is it now?" Julia exhaled slowly, keeping her gaze on the floor. "No idea. He's been like that on and off all week, sullen or sarky, like he can't make his mind up which one he prefers to be." Magda watched the staircase, eyes narrowed. "It was worse than usual. That wasn't sulking. He looked very annoyed." Julia said nothing. "I don't like it when men behave like that. It isn't nice, Julia. Not nice at all." "He'll get over it," Julia said quietly, though even as she said it, her stomach twisted slightly. "I hope so. Please keep out of his way until he goes out. Dee told me he's off on a work trip, and I am glad. I wonder where she's got to. She was here earlier, telling me about your girls' night." The kettle clicked off. Forgotten. Julia looked at her phone and checked the Ring app and saw that Dee had left not long after Molly. That's odd. Dee's gone out without saying hi or goodbye. Did she say where she was going? No, nothing. And she knows to tell me if she goes out. Naughty girl. Magda huffed. I think I will stay here a little longer until he goes out. It will make me feel better. It's fine, Julia replied, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Go. Eric will be waiting, and I'll finish up here. Julia? Shane didn't look right. I'm worried, and you'll be here alone. Julia turned, facing her friend fully. Honestly, I'll be fine, and I'll ring Dee and see when she'll be home, so please don't fret. Get off early. Enjoy the sun. They stood like that for a moment, both listening to doors slam up above. Stressed men drink. They get angry and hit, Magda said. Julia swallowed. He's never hit me, and I know he wouldn't. He's not like that. Yet. Another silence. Julia turned and opened the wine fridge and grabbed the first bottle she saw, placed it on the counter and undid it with a swift twist before pouring a generous glass. Her hand trembled slightly. The pressure of everything was suddenly building up, and the last thing she needed was an audience if she and Shane had a row. I promise I'll be fine, Magda. Go. I'll text you if I need you. Magda lingered another moment, then stepped close and kissed Julia on the cheek. Her hands were warm. Call me. Anything happens, day or night. Julia nodded. She watched her go, listened to the door close behind her. Now the kitchen felt cavernous. She drained the glass in a single gulp, set it down, and reached for the bottle again. One large refill and another couple of glugs later, she felt the alcohol going to her head, so left both glass and bottle on the counter. A bath. That's what she needed. Heat and silence, and maybe later, another glass. And by the time she came out of her room, perhaps Shane would be gone. She wandered barefoot across the tiles, the slap of her own footsteps unnerving in the hush. She paused at the bottom of the floating glass staircase, staring up. The air felt cooler, as if the temperature dipped the higher she went. It was always like that when he was in one of his moods, the ones he saved for when the girls were out. It was part of his power play, a threatening silence ramped up by heavy drinking and cocky stares, which was why Julia was glad he was going to Glasgow, even if there was a chance he'd be meeting his bit on the side there. She climbed slowly. Each step felt deliberate. She turned right and made her way to the end of the corridor where 2 doors led to her private suite and the roof terrace. She passed the gallery of photographs lining the way. Smiles, holidays, birthdays, a family in still life. The images had started to look unfamiliar now, like someone else's story. A bygone time she could barely remember, so clouded by the present that it distorted her memories. She hated that, and it made her even more determined to regain control of her life. For a moment, she considered going up to the terrace where she could breathe in the fresh air and look out over the Cheshire Hills. But she was too weary to make the climb, and the lure of a warm soak in bubbles won the day. She opened the door to her suite, climbed the steep stairs, and at the top, stepped into her sanctuary, breathed in the place where his voice never reached. The space, a sitting room, bedroom with double dressing room, and his and hers bathrooms ran the length of the top floor. Julia looked around the perfect place, designed by her and Ronnie to be their hidey hole. There was a small balcony accessed by French doors, totally private from the roof terrace above. Moving across the sitting room that held 2 russet velvet sofas and armchairs arranged around a low coffee table, Julia flung open the doors to allow in the balmy afternoon air. The bathroom called to her, the thought of running water and L'Occitane already soothing her tense body and mind. Chapter 16. Julia emerged from the bathroom to collect her robe and nightdress. She was tempted by her bed, the crisp white linen made up tight, the soft lavender scent of pillow spray lingering in the air. Maybe after her bath she'd take a nap until Dee returned. She'd need the energy for whatever entertainment her youngest had planned. As she passed the dresser, she glanced at her reflection and noted it was tired, but she would still pass as younger than her years, thanks to the needles, her hairstylist who kept her blonde looking natural, and the most expensive lotion Selfridges had to offer. Each night and morning, Julia applied moisturizer and potions to her face, slowly, with a kind of care and attention she'd hoped to get from Shane. Her mother always said Julia was aging well, and so she should. It bloody cost enough. Julia raised her chin, high cheekbones, defiant blue eyes set against the faintest of laughter lines. That made her sad, because maybe that told her she hadn't laughed enough. Remembering her bath, she raced into the bathroom, turned off the taps, and realizing the water was far too hot, moved back into the lounge area and leaned against the frame of the French doors, inhaling the gentle summer breeze that stirred the trees, the sway of their branches rhythmic and insistent, mesmerizing away her troubles, if only for a second. She was about to go and turn down the sheets when the suite door below opened, then soft, slow footsteps. She didn't need to turn around to know it was him. Shane. "I thought you and I could have a quick drink together and a chat," he said, voice casual as he held up a bottle of Sauvignon and 2 glasses. She stayed still. "I'm fine, thanks. And I'd prefer it if you knocked before you came in here. Manners maketh a man, and all that." There was a pause. She could almost feel his gaze as it pressed against her back and heard the clink of glasses as he put them on the table with the wine. "If you say so. But, Julia, I do think we need to talk," he said softly. "Now? I'm about to take a bath and you need to be off, so can't it wait?" Julia swallowed down nerves. "Yes. Now. And I have plenty of time." She turned. Her eyes found his. Her hands didn't shake, but they were on their way. He walked over to the French doors and leaned against the opposite door frame, arms folded. "Talk about what?" Julia dared to ask, dreading the reply. "You know what." He smiled, but his face was tight. "That email from Nancy. I read it." "What? How?" Thoughts raced. When did he see? She was always so careful when he was around. Julia trembled inside but said nothing, wishing Dee was home and she'd not told Magda to go. "I should have said something sooner. I suspected you were up to something, but I needed to be sure." He stared, locking her into place with his eyes. She took a breath. "Sure of what, exactly? And how dare you look at my emails? You had no right!" He completely ignored her protest, huffed loudly, then answered, "That you were planning to end things." Her heart stalled just for a moment, and then she realized there was no point in denying it. "We can't go on like this, Shane. It's unbearable." "Yes. You're right, it is. For the past couple of years, you've sucked the life out of our marriage and made me feel unloved and like one of your employees. Managed, controlled, beholden." Julia laughed, surprised by the sound, but it was a natural response to his ludicrous comment. "Please, don't start talking rubbish and gaslighting me. It's been a long day, and I really haven't got the time or patience to listen to your spoilt petulance. Just go. We can discuss this after the party or when I get back from America." And there you go, telling me what to do, just like I'm one of your minions. He stepped closer. She watched him, carefully, every movement, every breath. "So, is this what you want? A divorce?" "Yes, it is. A clean break. The girls need stability, and this farce is hurting them." He shook his head slowly, walking to the coffee table and opening the wine. "You think it's going to be easy, don't you? And that I'll let you keep everything. The house, the company, the girls." She narrowed her eyes. "I don't want everything. I just want out. You'll get your share, don't worry, and it'll be worth it to be rid of you. Every single penny, even if you don't deserve it." Another pause. He looked at her like she was nothing, and that hurt. "You know," he said, tone low, "people talk about you like you're some saint. A grieving widow and supermom turned ace businesswoman. But I know the truth. That you're a cold, frigid, selfish bitch who doesn't care about her trophy daughters, just her show house and bank balance. That hurt. About the girls, because it wasn't true. The rest, maybe so, but he'd made her that way. But instead of crumbling, she met his gaze and retaliated. Well, you play the charming, bumbling fool. It suits you. Maybe you deserve this year's award for biggest waste of space at Clearglass. Remind me to put your name forward. I'm sure you'll get lots of votes. His eyes darkened. The silence returned. She stepped back and gave herself space, then said quietly, Just so you know, I've made all the arrangements and Nancy knows everything. Of course she does. Wouldn't expect anything else from that bitch. You'll be hearing from my solicitor soon. He didn't speak. Julia moved toward the sofa, her hand brushing the soft surface for reassurance. Her pulse quickened, but she didn't let her nerves show. If you care at all about the girls, you'll make this easy. Shane's smile returned, but it didn't reach his eyes. Why should I do that? I've towed the line and done as you asked and not rocked the boat, but if you're set on divorce, why should I keep the big secret? What have I got to lose? And that's the burning question, isn't it, Shane? Looks like we've reached a stalemate, and right now I'm wearing my best poker face, so I suppose it's time we both showed our hands. I'm not bluffing. Are you? Julia watched as a nerve in his eye twitched. You can walk away from all of this with a decent settlement and get on with your life, and I'll get on with mine. And if you care about the girls the way you say you do, you'll not only keep your mouth shut, you'll stay in their lives. Depending on how you behave, I think the next few months will be your chance to rewrite what everyone thinks about you. Or not, depending on how you handle it all. Shane leapt forward, coming within centimeters, his body visibly shaking. Don't you dare threaten me. She held her ground. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. I'm sick of you holding me to ransom, and it's about to end. Fact. Deal with it. I will. Don't you worry about that, because I swear I'll have the last laugh. I promise you that. Nancy might be the hotshot lawyer, but she's always been a cow, and looks like her little twinny has turned out the same. No wonder Molly and Dee are messed up having you two. Shut the fuck up, Shane, and get out! Go shag whoever it is you've got on the go. Give her my love, and wish her the best of luck, the poor cow. Julia's anger was about to bubble over, and she couldn't bear to be in his company for a minute longer. Shane stared, long and hard, smirked, threw his head back and laughed, then said, Will do. Thanks for giving me permission. It'll make it all the more enjoyable. Sleep well, wifey. He turned to leave the room, but stalled when Julia threw him one more question. Who's it this time? Just out of curiosity. Anyone I know? Looking her straight in the eye, Shane's mouth twisted as he said, Well, that would be telling, wouldn't it? Grabbing a glass from the table, Julia raised it above her head, her whole body shaking. Get out. Get the fuck out of my room and my house. With a shake of his head, Shane did as she ordered and left as Julia rushed over and watched him descend the steep glass stairs. She was frozen to the spot, hand on the banister, breath held. Had she done the right thing? But what choice did she have? He'd seen the email and her plans were out there. Her whole world was now in the palm of his hands. He could ruin everything. The farewell party, Molly's move to Princeton, Dee's perception of her and Nancy. Julia's head was awash with it all. She grabbed the fresh bottle of wine and twisted off the lid, glad she hadn't thrown the glass and made a mess, as one question nudged its way to the front of the queue. Who had the upper hand now? Her or Shane? Chapter 17 The Edwardian Hotel in Manchester was a building designed to impress. It loomed with elegant grandeur, its sandstone facade glowing in the late afternoon sun. Inside, it smelled of leather, fresh flowers, and something richer. Expensive perfume, perhaps, or history, old wood and the money ingrained in its fibre. The marble floors gleamed beneath Molly's feet as she passed through the lobby, her high heels treading a path she'd walked before. The room, their room, was on the top floor, one of the executive suites, stylish and spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows that revealed a canvas of the city below, industry, revolution, innovation, and hustle. Beyond the glass, the skyline blurred against the pale blue sky, a flock of pigeons wheeling above the rooftops. Inside, it was all softness and order. A handcrafted mattress dressed in pure cotton bed linen, a bathroom filled with natural Noble Isle products, towels thick as blankets. It was the kind of space where real life couldn't intrude, where wrongs and secrets couldn't touch them. Molly sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, phone on the bedspread beside her, untouched. Her eyes moved restlessly to the door, then back to the window. The sun caught the glass buildings across the street. It was beautiful. Perfect. The best way to end things on a visionary and sensory high. But she felt sick. Not with guilt. Not exactly. With nerves. Anticipation. Dread. The closer it got to leaving, the more she feared being found out. Imagine keeping a huge secret only to be discovered on the cusp of it being a thing of the past. Like a bank robber being caught with his stash of cash and diamonds just before the plane taking him to the high life took off. A murderer thinking they'd outsmarted the ruthless detective and being thwarted by a tiny speck of forensic evidence. It made Molly's chest tighten, just the thought of it. There was only one day until her farewell party, and then days until she flew to America. Princeton waited with its ivy-covered walls and promise of reinvention. She should be excited. Everyone told her how lucky she was. Bright future, new beginnings, fresh start. But here she was, waiting. Waiting for Shane. Again. This was their place. Their city. The anonymity Manchester gave them meant they could slip unnoticed into hotel lobbies, dissolve into the crowd of commuters and weekenders. No risk of running into anyone. No curious glances. Reducing the village mentality of knowing everyone's business and the chance of bumping into someone who might recognize them. And if they did, there was a wealth of excuses at their disposal. Visiting the opera house, the Halle Orchestra, the arena, the printworks, the Christmas markets. The list went on. Molly knew every detail of today's lie, like she'd know all the others, and there were many. That they'd arrived separately. Check in. Wait. And wait she did, with a heavy sigh that came from boredom more than anything. She stood and walked to the mirror. Her reflection stared back. She studied herself with detachment. Sleek brown hair, her natural colour enhanced thanks to the glory of a Weller colour and her favourite uptown stylist. Glossed lips, gleaming blue eyes, and the curve of her sun-kissed shoulder beneath the silk strap of her vest top that covered full breasts that, as yet, didn't require silicone reinforcement. Yet, in her own view, she still looked like a girl. But Shane didn't see her that way. He had helped her grow up. That's what she told herself, and tonight, regardless of all the doubts raised in the past 48 hours, she had to hold on to the dream. Otherwise the evening would end in ruins, and she didn't want that. Couldn't bear it. Tonight had to be something she carried into the future as a treasured memory, a staging post for the future. Big smiles, maybe a few tears, then leave separately. A full stop and a neat line. Over and done. No rows about Kai, no interrogations about other women. What was the point? She knew Shane would say he was protecting her from someone he deemed not good enough, and blame the rumors about other women on jealousy or some such human failing. Needing a distraction, she went to the shopping bags on the chair by the window and pulled out the lingerie. Usually it was wrapped in a layer of tissue in a classy bag from Selfridge's. This was an alien purchase. Red lace, barely there, string and nylon, bought with trembling hands and flushed cheeks from a trashy shop she would never normally set foot in. Shane had pointed it out to her a while back. Half joking, he told her it was one of his fantasies. Never having stepped foot in an Amsterdam brothel, or so he said, the outfit was what his dreams were made of, and seeing as it was their last real night together, Molly was going to give him a treat and, to make her feel better about herself, add it to her tick list of things I tried out, all in the name of growth and self-realization. She didn't open it yet. Instead, she turned and lay down across the width of the bed, the sheets cool against the back of her legs. This is it. The last time, she thought. Our final night. That was the plan. That was the agreement. Once she left for America, it would be over. She would delete the messages and his other number, the photos, the secret email address. They would erase each other. But even now, she wasn't sure she believed that. Or wanted to. What if she met someone else? What if she didn't? Would he move on? Would he forget? The thought of him with someone else knotted her stomach. Not jealousy exactly. Something darker. Possessiveness. Rage. The idea of him smiling at another woman the way he smiled at her. Hands on her hips the way they had been on Molly's. It made her skin crawl. She'd always known he was hers. From the moment it began, she could still remember the heat of his breath that first night, the way he'd whispered her name. He would never feel that way about anyone else. Surely not. And yet, the storm she sensed brewing at home felt like a harbinger. Her mum was acting strange, and Shane's temperament had a different edge. Quieter. Brooding. She felt bad for Dee. Poor, sweet Dee, caught between all of it. But selfishly, Molly was glad she would be gone before the fallout. She sat up again, restless, checked her phone. Still no message. She opened the bag, slipped out the nylon lace. She made herself walk to the bathroom. It was spotless, gleaming white, marble and chrome and the faint scent of citrus. She turned on the shower, steam beginning to cloud the mirror. Her reflection disappeared in the mist. She peeled off her clothes slowly, folded them on the counter. When she looked at herself again, her image was soft at the edges, ghostly. He always said she was perfect, that her skin was smoother, younger, like velvet. He used words like unspoiled, pure, his. She told herself it was love. It had to be. Who else could she be this version of herself for? Who else would touch her like she was both a secret and a trophy? He called her his wild thing, his grown-up girl, his precious one. She stepped into the shower, let the water beat down over her skin, tried to wash the sadness from her chest, and behind the steam, through the rising fog on the mirror, she imagined him watching. Always watching, because even when he wasn't in the room, he was inside her head, and she was terrified he always would be. Chapter 18. Dee had her AirPods in, listening to a playlist on low that jumped from Billie Eilish to Olivia Rodrigo, the kind of sad girl soundtrack she usually reserved for rainy days, or when her mum and Shane were sucking the joy out of life by just being in the same house together. She heard Magda before she spotted her, the buzz of the scooter carrying on the summer air. There she was, zooming along the opposite side of the road, colourful plaits like a rainbow tail streaming from beneath her daisy-covered helmet. She waved, both feet briefly off the stand like a circus act, and Dee grinned, lifting one hand in return. Magda always made her smile. She was the best part of coming home. Everything at the house ran better when Magda was there. It felt like it had when her dad was alive. Calm, warm, predictable. Magda had routines and secret stashes of biscuits and cake. She knew when to be a silent companion and when to tease. She made hot chocolate from scratch and folded Dee's laundry with scented pouches tucked in the corners. Dee couldn't really remember her dad that well anymore. Not properly. Just flashes. The way he'd lift her up so high her stomach dropped. The sound of his laugh. But she wasn't sure if those memories were derived from the photos dotted around the house and in her room, or the videos Molly had collated for her, and were in one big album on her phone. And then there was Magda. Magda told stories about how Ronnie had given her and Eric jobs even though they spoke barely a word of English when they arrived, how he'd helped them find a flat when he found out they were living in a shared house with 3 other families. He'd loaned them the rent and deposit and then again for their first car when they had no credit. All the workers at Clearglass respected Ronnie because he was self-made and knew his business from the ground up. Eric still worked there, a senior foreman who said he owed Ronnie for giving him a chance and a new life. Dee loved the part of the story where Magda had become friends with Julia and was thrilled when she was asked to be housekeeper. It made Dee proud. Part of a good, kind family, something to aspire to, and maybe one day she'd be able to do nice things for people too. It gave her a warm feeling inside, knowing everyone adored her dad, especially Molly. Molly had that shelf in her room, like a shrine, photos and souvenirs, and that one jumper she refused to let anyone wash because she said it still smelled of him, which Dee reckoned was impossible. There weren't many pictures of Ronnie downstairs anymore. Not since Shane moved in. Dee understood. It must be weird, trying to live up to a dead man everyone talked about like a saint. She reached the end of the road, where the tall hedges curved back to reveal the electric gates. They were already sliding open, silent and smooth, like a magician's trick. The house sat behind them. It had been designed and built by her mum and dad. They had knocked down the one that stood there before and built their new home from scratch. Every window glinted in the last of the sun. It looked peaceful. Dee's stomach unclenched a little. She was tired and was looking forward to a shower and some comfies, then an evening with her mum like she'd promised. Just as she stepped through the gates, she spotted Shane. He was by his car, throwing his overnight bag into the boot with a force that told her he was angry. His posture was stiff. Maybe he was running late. Or maybe he'd had a row with her mum after all. Dee hesitated. He turned and saw her. The frown melted, replaced by that smile he always gave her, the one that made her feel so special. "Hey, Dee," he said, walking toward her. "You all right?" "Yeah," she said, but the question slipped out before she could stop it. "What's wrong?" His smile stayed in place, but it thinned. "Nothing serious. Your mum's just had a bit too much wine. I put her to bed so she can sleep it off." Dee blinked. "Is she okay?" "She's fine. Just tired. You know how she gets when she's had one too many." Dee nodded. She did know. When her mum drank too much, she got snappy, loud, or sometimes weepy. Once, she'd shouted at Alexa for talking too loud. "Hey, don't look so worried. I haven't said anything," Shane added, dropping his voice like it was a secret between them. "About the email. That's our secret. Remember?" Dee nodded quickly, relief washing over her. "Good. I was worried you'd had a row because of me, so I suppose our girls' night is off. We were going to get a takeaway and watch a film." "Were you? Look, Why don't you order something anyway and chill in your room, and then when I get back tomorrow night, we can do something together. Have a Friday night feast and a movie. How does that sound?" She looked up at him, finding comfort and confidence in his expression, the way he always seemed in control and made the sun come out with the simplest idea, unlike her mum, who lately looked like she was miles away and living in the dreariest place in the world, and no wonder. She was obviously plotting to get rid of Shane with Auntie Nancy. "Okay, maybe I could take her something to eat later on." "I'd leave her be," he said. "Let her sleep it off. She'll be better in the morning, but if you need me, just ring. I'll be on hands-free while I'm driving, okay?" Dee nodded, feeling reassured. He reached out, touched her chin with one finger, tilting her face up gently. Her cheeks flushed. She didn't know why, exactly, only that his praise and attention and touch always made her feel like she'd swallowed happy medicine. He winked, stepped back and slid behind the wheel. "Love you, Dee Dee," he called through the window. "Love you too," she replied automatically. Then he was gone. She stood there for a moment, watching the red taillights disappear around the bend. When she entered the house, it was totally still and had an empty feel. She made her way upstairs. The door to her mother's suite was closed. She dithered for a moment. Should she go up, or do as Shane said and leave her to sleep it off? The rumble in her tummy made the decision for her. Instead, she threw her things into her room, used the loo, and then went back downstairs to the kitchen and made herself a milkshake. Chocolate with whipped cream and marshmallows. She climbed onto the counter and scrolled her phone. An old video popped up from last term. Someone had drawn a really rude image on Mr. Fletcher's whiteboard with permanent marker. She laughed, then sighed. What was going to happen to her family? She had friends who told her all about family dramas with step-parents who didn't care, dads who forgot birthdays, divorces and screaming matches, courts and social workers. Dee couldn't bear all that. Surely, if it came to it, Shane wouldn't be like them. He wouldn't let her down because he really understood her. He listened. He didn't roll his eyes when she talked about music or global warming and how much she loved dolphins. He made her feel important. Sometimes he said she reminded him of Molly when she was younger. That made Dee feel nice because to her, Molly was perfect. Most of the time, anyway. She remembered how he bought her a bracelet last Christmas. Just a small thing, but in a real box with velvet inside. He said she had a grown-up soul, that she was wise beyond her years, that he trusted her with things the others wouldn't understand. Those words wrapped around her like a blanket. She was only 15, but she felt older when she was with him. He made her feel like she mattered. Sometimes, when he called her his special girl, she thought she could do anything, even fix a broken family. Chapter 19. It was 6 p.m. in Toronto, 11 p.m. in the UK, and Nancy had been calling Julia for the past 3 hours, and she was getting edgy. She'd had one of those twin-vibe psychic moments where the urge to hear her sister's voice had become a bellow in her ears. She'd even tried Molly, but her phone was either off or on silent. Same with Dee, who probably had those bloody headphones on in bed. There was no way she'd try Shane. She'd rather super-glue her lips up than ask him for anything. Maybe she was overreacting, letting her imagination run wild, but it was hard not to. The heart-to-heart with Julia and France had healed the stupid rift that had kept them at arm's length. It had been the moment Nancy had prayed for. She had hoped that Julia would come to her senses, while at the same time wished that her fears about Shane might be unfounded, that her sister was, in fact, happy. Clearly wishes and prayers didn't work, and hopes were for suckers. Nancy tried Julia's number again, left another voice message, but gave up on the girls, resolving to have a word with both of them about being responsible and keeping an eye out for their mum, especially once the divorce papers were served. Nancy suspected Shane wouldn't take it well, and they'd have a fight on their hands, so Julia would need all the support she could get. She was too worried to eat, so made a cup of chamomile tea instead, hoping it might soothe her, and as she dunked the bag in the water, her mind wandered back to that spring day in Antibes, when Julia unburdened herself, and Nancy went to her rescue once again. It was late. The patio windows slid open. The scent of salt and bougainvillea drifted in from the garden, the leaves swaying lazily in the breeze. Inside the villa's kitchen, the only light came from under the cupboards and the soft glow of a citronella lantern on the table. Nancy poured the last of the chilled wine into 2 glasses, a welcome antidote to the warmth of the evening. "You're very quiet," she said, watching her sister over the rim of her glass. "That's never a good sign. Are you worried about Dad? He's going to be okay, you know. I'm sure of it." Julia gave a tired smile. "Just thinking." "About what?" Nancy slid into the seat opposite, the cool metal of the chair making her flinch. Julia's voice was low. "About Shane and the girls." Nancy frowned. "Do you want to share?" Julia didn't answer straight away. Instead, she took a slow sip of wine and stared through the open doors into the darkened garden. Crickets and night insects did their thing. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and fell silent. "I don't love him anymore, and I know for a fact he feels the same way," she said finally. "And I don't know when that changed, or if we were ever really in love." Nancy didn't speak. She waited. Julia twisted the stem of her wine glass between her fingers. "He's seeing someone. I don't know who, but I feel it. He's careful, of course. Always has an excuse. A meeting, a phone call. But I know him, Nancy. I know the signs." "You definitely think he's having an affair? And it's not the first?" Julia nodded. "One of many. But it's not just that. There's something more. Something off. It's like he thinks he's got some special power over the girls, as though he's so perfect in their eyes that he can do no wrong, and I'm the enemy." Nancy's mouth went dry. "What do you mean?" Julia looked away. "Dee dotes on him. He's like her bloody teen idol, and I keep thinking I'll go into her room one day and there'll be a life-size poster of the pillock on her bedroom wall." "And what about Molly?" Nancy said. "She couldn't stand him at one time, and I know she's okay with him now, but surely she's not as gullible as Dee." "No, she's definitely not. I think Molly knows what side her bread's buttered, so makes the most of having a willing chauffeur and someone who will top up her allowance when she runs out. But it's like he has a secret, one that's nothing to do with, you know." Julia whispered, her eyes darting towards the door, checking they weren't overheard. Their secret, the thing only they knew about, that was never ever spoken out loud. The silence stretched. Nancy set down her glass and leaned in. "You have to find out what he's up to and who this woman is. Then we'll have something solid on him." Julia shook her head. "I can't confront him because he'll just threaten me with—" Nancy nodded, understanding exactly what Julia meant. "He's clever, in a sly, slimy way, always one step ahead. But I've started gathering things, financials, emails, copying everything to a private folder, and I followed him once and saw him going into a flat over a pub. I have a photo, too. There are rumors at work about him. I overheard a whispered conversation in the toilets, but I haven't had the guts to confront anyone. Not yet." "Have you told anyone else?" "Only you. And my online therapist. I had to talk to someone, Nancy. But of course, I haven't told her all of it. Just how he makes me feel." Really? Oh, love. I didn't know, but if it helps the therapy, that's a good thing, not a negative. Nancy reached across the table and took her sister's hand, relishing the touch of skin that felt familiar. And now you've got me. You know I'll do whatever you need. Let me help. Put my training and experience to good use. Julia squeezed Nancy's fingers. You don't know how much I wanted you to say that, and I wish I'd told you before now. I can't tell you how many times I picked up the phone to talk to you, then chickened out because I felt so ashamed, stupid, cornered, diminished. I could go on. Nancy could feel tears pricking her eyes. The ones in her sister's had already started to fall. Yes, all of those, and more, Julia replied. Well, don't. Don't you dare let him make you feel that way, because you are none of those things. Okay? I cannot tell you how many women I've acted for were made to feel just like that, and it trapped them in a world of misery, and I will not let that happen to you. Not for 1 day, 1 hour, or minute longer. We'll do this together, and we will win. Julia nodded and managed to smile as she swiped away her tears, then said, There is something, though, that's more important than Shane and money and the company. If anything happens to me, if something goes wrong, I want you to tell Molly everything about the truth, about her. Julia, don't talk like that. Just promise me. If I can't, you will. She deserves to know, and I'd rather she heard it from you. Julia began to sob in earnest then. The sound of it broke Nancy's heart and brought back scenes from the past she'd tried to erase. Pushing them deep into the back of her mind once again, Nancy sucked in air and nodded, a sick feeling swirling in her stomach. I promise. They sat like that for a long time, hands clasped, the wine forgotten. Outside, the breeze picked up. The garden rustled like it was listening to a private conversation, one that bound two sisters in a pledge that had never been broken, and never would be. Chapter 20. Molly was jolted awake by the shrill buzz of her phone vibrating against the polished wood of the nightstand. She blinked, disoriented, the room swimming in a grey half-light. For a moment, she couldn't remember where she was. Then her eyes adjusted and the hotel room came into focus. Floor-to-ceiling windows draped in pale curtains, cheap underwear on the floor by the bed, a scattering of designer shopping bags near the dresser, and beside her, the shape of Shane, deeply asleep, sheets tangled around his naked body. The phone stopped vibrating. She exhaled, sinking back into the mattress, her limbs heavy with the ache of exhaustion. The night had been a blur of heat and whispered words, of tangled limbs and breathless laughter when she'd paraded in tacky lingerie he'd loved, even more than she'd expected. They had talked for hours after, the way lovers do when the end is near. He had touched her hair like it was fragile and fascinating, said things she would remember always. It was all coming into focus now. The heat, the words, the way he'd held her. The phone lit up again. She frowned and reached for it, a number she didn't recognize. Her heart quickened as she answered. Hello? A pause. Yes, I'm Molly Lassiter. Silence, except for the sound of Shane's sleepy breathing. Then her heart plummeted and she felt blood drain from her face. Her body went rigid. What? No. No! Shane stared beside her, his brow furrowed, still half asleep. Are you sure? Her voice cracked on the last syllable and then dropped to a whisper. Yes. Yes, I understand. I'll be there as soon as possible. She ended the call and sat frozen, the phone still in her hand, staring at it like it had just told her a terrible lie. Her breath was shallow, chest barely rising. Everything around her was still, but her heart was beating violently in her ears, a bass drum solo. Shane turned to her, propping himself up on one elbow. Who was it? What's wrong? Molly looked at him with wide, blank eyes. It was the police, she said slowly. They said Mum's dead. The words hung in the air. For a second, Shane didn't move. Then he sat up, the sheets falling away. What do you mean, dead? They said there was an accident. I have to go home. We need to go home. The silence that followed left too much space for thoughts and images that Molly couldn't process. Shane just stared at her, and for the first time since she had known him, he looked unsure of what to say. The journey back was a blur. The drive felt like a fever dream. She didn't remember the traffic, the route, the road signs. Just her hands gripping the wheel and the sound of her breathing fast, shallow. She stared out of the window, willing herself not to scream, not to vomit, to believe what she was too terrified to contemplate. A world without her mum. Her legs trembled as she climbed from the car, her little Mini dwarfed amongst the other vehicles in the drive. Flashing blue lights lit the front of the house like Christmas decorations from hell. Her mum's blue Audi, 2 police cars, an ambulance, a uniformed officer standing like a statue by the front door. She gave her name. He nodded and stepped aside. The door opened. Molly ran. The hallway was filled with hushed voices. She heard her name somewhere in the background, but she didn't stop. She needed to see Dee, needed to know she was all right. She found her in the lounge. Magda was seated beside her on the sofa, both cocooned in blankets, their faces drained of all colour. A female officer was murmuring something to them. Dee was sobbing, her hands curled into fists. Her hair was tangled. She looked tiny and frail. Molly rushed to her and dropped to her knees. Dee, I'm here, she said, trying to take her hand, but Dee flinched away like she hadn't heard her. Magda looked up, tears sliding down her face. I'll make some tea, said the officer gently. Give you all a moment. Magda reached for Molly's hand, her shoulders hitching as she sobbed. Tell me, Molly whispered. Tell me what happened. Magda looked like she'd aged 10 years since yesterday. Her voice shook. I got here this morning, like always. I saw her car in the drive, thought maybe she was having a lie-in. But as soon as I came in, something felt wrong. The kitchen lights were on and the back door wasn't locked. I went to open it to let some fresh air in. There was a mess. Uncovered food and the chocolate powder stains on the counter, and I know Julia never leaves the kitchen that way and had taught you girls the same. She swallowed hard. I made your mom a pot of coffee and tidied up while I waited for the kettle. Thought I'd take it up, just in case she was feeling off after last night. When I got to the door to her suite and opened it, she was there. On the stairs. Her voice broke. Magda pressed her trembling hands together. Molly could see the housekeeper was shaking and waited, her heart threatening to tear through her chest. She was at the bottom, Magda said, her face twisted with horror. Crumpled, like a rag doll. Her face, legs, arms,
There was blood. I knew she was gone. Straight away. I knew it.
Molly stared at her.
How? What happened? They said she must have fallen, maybe slept, but she must have been there all night. All alone.
The idea of her mother, bleeding and broken in the dark, cold, needing help, was unbearable.
Where is she? She's still here, isn't she? They haven't taken her away. I need to see her.
The officer reappeared, and as she waited, holding a tray of tea, the expression on her face was somber.
Miss, please stay here. You really don't want to see her like that?
Molly stood. Her legs barely held her.
I have to.
She didn't wait for permission. She ran. Up the first flight, her feet pounding the glass stairs. Her breath caught in her throat as her heart worked overtime. She turned right, flew down the corridor, saw the two examiners in white paper overalls. They turned, surprised.
Miss, please don't.
But she was already past them. There, exactly as Magda had described, lay her beautiful, broken mother, Julia Lassiter, now unrecognizable. Blood streaked the floor tiles and glass stairs. Her left eye socket was smashed, the eyeball grotesquely positioned, her cheekbone crushed, face covered in blood, swollen and bruised, her perfect skin the most awful shade of grey. Lips that had kissed Molly goodnight 1,000 times, tinged blue. Her cream silk nightdress ruched and torn, tie-dyed with red. It was a sight that nightmares and horror films were made of, and in the second before she passed out, it seared itself on Molly's memory, where it would remain for the rest of her life. Chapter 21. The kettle screamed on the stove, its shrill whistle rising above the muffled sobs coming from the next room. Magda turned it off with trembling hands. She had already made so many cups of tea and coffee she had lost count, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. Her body moved on instinct, repeating motions she'd learned in a different lifetime, one with Julia bustling in the background and the girls arguing over breakfast. The kitchen felt ice-cold despite the sun spilling across the floor. Magda sank into the kitchen chair, hands clutching a tea towel. Her world felt like it had splintered into 100 pieces, glass shards beneath her ribs, stabbing her heart. The memory of that morning looped again and again in her mind. The coffee cup and the cafetiere rattling on the tray as she climbed the stairs. The morning sun slanting in through the landing window reminding her to dust the skirting boards later. She'd known something was wrong. You didn't work in a house for 20 years without learning the subtle shifts in silence. Julia was never still. Always up with the lark, even if she'd had a sleepless night or a pounding hangover, or a rare day off. The woman never rested. But that morning the silence was absolute. And then she saw her. Magda closed her eyes and squeezed the towel. The blood. So much blood. It pooled on the stairs, sticky and dark, soaking into the hem of Julia's lovely silk nightdress. Her limbs were broken in too many places, her beautiful face crushed beyond recognition. She would never forget it, not in 100 years, not if she scrubbed the floors with bleach until her hands bled, and even then, the smell of bodily fluids and the image of Julia's body would live in the creases of her memory always. A cough from a few meters away snapped her back. Molly. When Molly had fainted at the sight of her mother's body and 2 policemen had eventually helped her back downstairs, Magda's heart had clenched. Now she lay curled on the corner sofa in the lounge, colour drained from her face, a glass of water trembling in her hand. Her skin was clammy, her lips pale. Dee hadn't left her side, still clutching Molly's fingers like she was trying to hold herself together with sheer will. Magda watched the girls from the kitchen doorway, her heart torn in two. The ache of Julia's absence hurt her chest, but it was the sight of those girls, alone, motherless, that made her bones shake. The lounge was filled with soft sobs and the quiet, professional tones of the officers. The designer armchairs looked out of place now, too cheerful, their upholstery garish in the morning hush. The scent of jasmine from a nearby candle mixed strangely with the stale aroma of coffee left to cool. One of the officers had asked Molly where she was last night. She'd answered calmly, but she left something out. Magda had known her long enough to read the moment of hesitation in her eyes, the way she shifted slightly before speaking. Her voice had been steady, but was it the voice of someone hiding something? Molly had the face of an angel that had convinced Julia that her eldest was a good girl. But she knew that Molly had a mischievous side. Nothing bad, just teenage deviousness that didn't get past Magda. The niggles that she'd put to one side for a while now slid back into place, center front, demanding attention. Again Magda denied them airtime. Her loyalty to the family and respect for privacy reigned supreme. The officer nodded, scribbling notes in a small, worn notebook, before mentioning that they had reached Mr. Jones. He was on his way back from Glasgow, but would be several hours still, by which time a detective would be on the scene. Molly frowned, then asked, "Why do we need a detective if you think she just fell?" The officer looked at Magda. Magda's stomach flipped. She avoided Molly's gaze at first, staring instead at the officer, but silence and lies wouldn't help Julia now, so he looked up. "Because of what I heard," she said quietly. The room seemed to still further. Molly stared. Magda took a breath. "Yesterday, we were both in the kitchen chatting when Shane appeared. I think he had been in the gym, but he looked really angry. Gave your mother a horrible, nasty look when she commented about him taking the day off, then stormed upstairs without a word. Julia looked nervous, and I offered to stay longer because Dee was out, and I didn't like the idea of her being here on her own with Shane. You'll know how tense things have been lately, but she insisted I went home. So I left, but when I got to the end of the lane, I realized in the rush I'd left my phone in my overall pocket." Molly listened, a concerned look on her face while her eyes were dull with grief. "I came back, let myself in, but when I got inside, I heard them from upstairs, shouting. It was coming from Julia's suite. So loud." She paused. "They were fighting." "What were they saying?" Molly asked, her voice hoarse. Magda hesitated, glancing at Dee, who had turned away, her shoulders trembling. She also didn't want to admit that she'd climbed to the landing and listened, the sound of the argument flowing downwards and along the corridor. "Please," Molly said. "We need to know." Magda swallowed. "Julia said she was done, that she knew he was seeing someone, said she wanted him gone and told him to get out. It is all a big mess in my head, but that's what I remember hearing." Magda couldn't help notice how a pink blush washed over Molly, then faded back to white while her fingers gripped the blanket across her lap. "He told her," Magda continued, "not to threaten him, that he would have the last laugh if she tried to divorce him." "What did she say?" Molly asked, a slight tremble in her voice. "That she was tired of being held to ransom and it was about to end. Then she told him to get out and to give her love to the poor cow he was seeing. Oh, and she asked him who it was." Magda was sure that's what they said, or something like that. It was all a horrible, jumbled blur. Molly's next words were barely audible when she asked, "And did he tell her?" "I don't know," Magda said softly.
I thought he was going to come downstairs and see me, so ran to the utility room and grabbed my phone, then left as fast as I could. I didn't hear the rest."
The officer, standing quietly at the edge of the room, cleared his throat. "Which is why we need to investigate further. When Mr. Jones returns, we'll need to speak with him properly. But for now, it appears he was the last person to see Mrs. Lassiter alive." Magda avoided Molly's eyes and went back to the kitchen and took a seat at the island, her hands shaking. Her head was crowded with thoughts and conversations that all merged together, and knowing a detective was on his way, decided to put in some kind of order so she wouldn't miss anything out. She reached for her phone and opened a new note. She began to write a list. Every detail, every suspicion, every shout through walls, every single thing about Shane that had always told her he was bad to the core. Until Nancy arrived, it was up to her to keep watch, be vigilant, and do her best for Julia and the girls. Chapter 22. Molly sat on the patio steps staring at the lawn, not seeing, just staring, her hands resting limply in her lap. To her left, the pool in the corner of the garden was covered over, and she wished it was open so she could run across the grass and dive straight in, wash herself and everything away. She hadn't changed out of the dress from the night before, creased and stained with something she didn't want to examine too closely. Her mother was dead. That simple, brutal fact sounded like a klaxon in her mind over and over, a hideous noise that silenced everything else. She stared down at her bare feet planted on the soft grass, the same grass her mum used to pace across in her Birkenstocks, talking too loudly on the phone or watching the gardener, and making sure he mowed straight, alternate rows in the lawn so it looked stripy. Now she was gone. Would never feel the tickle of grass on her skin or complain about a wobbly line. Molly couldn't cry. The tears wouldn't come, not in the way she thought they would or should. It felt more like drowning slowly, lungs filling up inch by inch. Grief, she realized, didn't always rush in howling, screaming and crying. Sometimes it came quietly, like mist rolling over the garden in winter. Molly knew she should be doing something useful. She should comfort Dee. She should get up. She should do a million things. But all she could do was sit, rigid and unable to escape the echo of Magda's words. Her mum knew Shane was seeing someone. He was holding her to ransom. Said he'd have the last laugh. Those phrases played on a loop now. Molly clutched her arms, cold despite the warmth of the day. She remembered being with Shane in the hotel room, the things they'd done, the things he'd whispered, and hours before he was here, arguing with her mum, making threats, probably making her cry, knowing that the woman she asked about was Molly, her own daughter. And then she remembered her mother's body, the blood, the unnatural bend of her limbs, the slackness of her mouth, her face almost unrecognizable. A silk slipper by her head, the other on the stair above. The moment she had seen her was the worst moment of her whole life. That was followed closely by the here and now, because since she'd heard Magda's description of events, Molly felt like she was slap bang in the middle of a sick reality TV show, and her family, more to the point, she and Shane, were about to become unwilling stars. Thinking of him made her skin crawl because somewhere, deep inside, she knew it wasn't just a fall, that it wasn't some tragic accident. She knew her mother hadn't slipped. She had seen the fear in Magda's eyes, the hesitation, the way she had glanced at Dee before telling the truth. Shane had been the last one to see her poor mum alive. He hadn't gone to Glasgow. He was late to the hotel. Molly thought back to his behaviour when he arrived,
tried to remember if he acted differently, but she couldn't focus and see him clearly because her head was all over the place. A thought came, unbidden. What if he'd lost his temper when her mum told him about the divorce, and he'd snapped and pushed her? Was he capable of that? She thought back to what Phoebe had told her about poor Kai, and that Shane had threatened him, roughed him up and scared him off. So yes, maybe he was. Another question pinged in. What did Shane have on her mum? How was he holding her to ransom? Was this all about money and what he stood to lose in a divorce, or was there more to it? One thing that eased the tension in Molly's heart was that for now, their secret was safe, and only the two of them knew who the mystery woman was. And then a thought that made a sob catch in Molly's throat, that at least before she died, her mum didn't find out how badly Molly had betrayed her. The thought of her mum finding out like that flooded her body with a shock wave of fresh shame, and as the tidal gates gave way, finally, she was able to cry. Huge, bone-rattling sobs that almost choked her, making her back and throat ache. It was as she managed to regain control and the tears began to ease that the doorbell rang. The detective had arrived. Molly inhaled shakily, pressing her hands to her face, trying to regulate her breathing. She heard Magda calling her name, so stood, ready to face whatever and whoever was waiting inside, and for the sake of self-preservation, continue with the charade that was becoming her life. Chapter 23. Dee kept her eyes fixed on the thick weave of the plush carpet. The oat-coloured strands that were sprinkled with diamonds of glitter blurred slightly, so she blinked hard, determined not to cry again. Her throat felt raw, scraped from hours of uncontrollable sobbing. The silence in between the questions, the cups of tea and glasses of water, the comings and goings of strangers who tried to be respectful while doing their jobs, was unbearable. She'd heard the detective arrive. He was standing in the hall, talking to the others, and still she didn't look up. She sat stiffly on the sofa, arms clamped around a cushion that smelled faintly of the Purdy and fig spray Magda squirted on everything. Her feet barely touched the floor because the sofa was huge, deep and squashy, and the fact her feet didn't reach made her feel childish and small. Molly sat opposite her, curled in on herself, her knees pulled tight to her chest, her expression unreadable, blank. The older sister who used to pull faces behind their mum's back and make Dee giggle, who wore her hair long and wavy and refused to have it cut regardless of her mum's insistence, who could be naughty at school but had everyone believe she was a goody two-shoes. At home, honey sweet and gooey, or dark chocolate bitter and bad, depending on her mood, who was beautiful and outgoing and a light in Dee's life, who gave sage sisterly advice but didn't take it herself, who now looked pathetic and pale, her eyes ringed red, yet watchful. Then she spoke. "Dee," Molly said quietly, "where were you last night? Did you not see Mom at all? Or hear anything?" Dee didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, didn't let the guilt show. No way was she mentioning that email. "I was here all night on my own," she said. "Like I told them, I went to the park for a bit, and when I came home, Shane was going out. He said Mum was tired, that she'd had a bit too much wine and gone to lie down. He told me not to disturb her, said she needed peace. He told me to order takeaway, but I didn't want to without Mum." Molly's jaw tensed. Dee looked down at her hands. They were shaking again, so she gripped the cushion tighter. "I made a milkshake, then went to my room for a while, but later I was hungry," she continued, voice growing more mechanical. "So I made a sandwich. There was some cold pizza too, and I got some crisps and juice and took it all upstairs on a tray. I was going to come back down and clear up, I swear, and ask Mom if she wanted a cup of tea or anything. But I didn't see anything or hear anything odd. She paused, pressing her lips together. Her fingers twisted the edge of the cushion. Molly was staring, her eyes full of tears. Then I went to my room. I watched television, then put on my headphones, and I must have nodded off. Dee whispered. She didn't say that she'd told Shane about the email or that she'd seen his face change, that he looked worried and that she hated it when her mum was weepy and drunk, so kept out of the way. She didn't say she'd put on her earphones, turned on her relaxation app and let it drown everything out. Let herself believe that it was the right thing and that she had tried to help her family and it had all gone terribly wrong. When did you know? About Mum? Molly asked softly. Dee took a breath. Her voice came out childlike. I woke up and needed the loo. I took my earphones off and heard the front door. I knew it was Magda. I was going to go down after I had a shower and say hi, but then I heard the screaming. She looked up, slowly, eyes glassy and wide. I ran to the corridor. Magda she was hysterical, hunched on the floor crying. Then I saw Mum. She was just there, at the bottom. It was horrible. I didn't know she was there, Moz. Molly made a sound then, a soft, broken sob. She crossed the room in 2 strides and sank down beside Dee, wrapping her arms around her and pulling her close. Dee didn't resist. She let herself be held, let her head rest against her sister's shoulder, relishing the safety of her arms. It's not your fault, Molly whispered, rocking them gently. None of this is your fault. And Dee didn't speak, didn't nod, didn't confess. She let her believe it. Because if she didn't, if she spoke now, if she told Molly everything she knew, everything she'd done, she might never come back from it. Their whole family, the one she wanted to protect, would be finished forever. She was 15. She still had stuffed animals lined along her bed. She watched TikToks about how to contour her cheeks and wrote her name in bubble letters using sparkly gel pens. Her biggest worry last week had been whether to wear her black jeans or her denim skirt to the retail park. Now she was in a house full of police, with her mother dead at the bottom of the stairs, and a bunch of strangers looking at her battered and bloody body. And she had a secret buried so deep in her chest, she wasn't sure it would ever be found. She was the catalyst, the snooper and the snitch, the one who'd caused the row that had made her mum get more drunk, and she couldn't bear to think of what happened next. Molly rocked her, humming some soft melody their mother used to sing. It was all too much. Dee felt herself retreat inward, a quiet withdrawal behind her ribs. Somewhere the truth couldn't touch her. I miss her so much already, Dee whispered suddenly. Molly tightened her grip. I know. Me too. She was wearing her silky nightdress, Dee said, almost in a trance. The one with the matching kitten heels that we bought her for Christmas. The ones she said made her feel like Kate Blanchett in a perfume ad. Molly let out a small, wet laugh, though it cracked halfway out. She loved that nightdress and really did look like a movie star when she wore it. Miles more beautiful than Kate. And somewhere in the distance, the front door opened again. Footsteps. Heavy, purposeful, rushed. Shane was back. Dee clutched the cushion tighter and didn't lift her head. Chapter 24. Molly turned her head. Her breath caught. A moment later, Shane appeared, his voice in control, letting everyone know the man of the house had returned. His eyes were bloodshot, lids puffy, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He looked crumpled, like he'd been driving for hours. His hair was disheveled, shirt half untucked. He looked, Molly thought, exactly how a grieving husband who'd driven miles to get home to his beloved family should look. "Oh, my God!" he whispered, voice raw as he scanned the room, his arms limp by his sides. Then he saw Dee. In 2 long strides he was across the lounge, dropping to his knees in front of her. Dee broke instantly, her face crumpling as fresh tears poured down her cheeks. Shane pulled her into his chest, cradling her like a child, stroking the back of her head. "Shh, sweetheart. I'm here. I'm here now," he murmured. "It's going to be all right. Let it all out. That's it. I've got you." Molly stood and went to lean by the wall, arms crossed tightly over her chest, watching. Suddenly, she wanted to be away from him, to look in and observe. Her jaw clenched so hard it ached, but she said nothing. His performance was flawless. His voice, his body language, the protective warmth in his embrace. All so convincing. All so wrong. And yet, she was complicit in his lie, and she hated that so much. And no, it wasn't going to be all right. How could anything ever be right again? He kissed the top of Dee's head, pulled back slightly, brushing hair from her face. "You poor darling. This is so cruel. I can't believe she's gone." Molly noticed the way his fingers moved with practiced ease, gentle yet commanding, the way his body curved protectively around Dee, placing himself between her and the rest of the world. It was the same way he'd once touched her, when she fell from a treehouse at some country pub, feeling silly in front of all the strangers and giggling kids. His tenderness and reading of the scene had felt like a bomb. But now, with fresh eyes, it felt like a brand. He looked over Dee's head at Molly, then, his expression folding with practiced sorrow. "Molly," he said, I can't believe this. I just can't. Where were you? Were you here?" It was smooth. Molly caught the slight pause before his question, the almost imperceptible scan of her face, as though calculating what she might say. Still, she swallowed hard and replied, "No, I stayed at the Edwardian last night," she said. "A last-minute treat. We all went into town spur of the moment. Had a few too many cocktails with the girls and couldn't drive, so hammered the credit card and booked a room. I came home as soon as the police called." His body language told her he approved of her lie. Then he was nodding, understanding, stepping forward to hug her. The contact startled her. His arms were firm and warm, the smell of his aftershave familiar and cloying, and it annoyed her so much that he'd even thought to apply it. She imagined the scene after she'd fled. Did he call room service, order breakfast, then have a leisurely soak, maybe watched a film until it was time to make his fake journey home? The whole scenario that she suspected would be spot on made her stomach churn. For the briefest moment, she wanted to push him away, wanted to shove him hard in the chest and scream. But she didn't. She let him hold her, because she had to play the game, the one they were practiced at, for now. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart," he whispered. "This is a nightmare. Just a nightmare." She pressed her cheek against his shoulder, the fabric of his designer shirt abrasive under her tear-raw skin. She didn't hug him back. Her arms hung loosely by her sides. In her mind, She saw her mother again. The awkward sprawl, the blood, the glassy eye, the single front tooth lying beside her head covered in pink blood. Each time she revisited it, she saw something new. Grief was beginning to morph into something else. Simmering rage, suspicion, shame, and Shane stood at the center of it all, smiling, consoling, fake as fuck. Then came a sound, a cough, soft but deliberate. They turned. Standing in the doorway was a tall, broad-shouldered man in a dark grey suit. His hair, almost white, was neatly combed back, and he had the calm gravity of someone used to giving orders. Behind him was another man, shorter, darker, button-eyed and unsmiling.
"Detective Inspector Yates," the tall man said with a nod. "And this is Detective Constable Stone."
Shane straightened. His mask shifted in a blink. Sorrow slid into concern, then quickly back to accommodating.
"Of course,"
he said, stepping forward to shake hands.
"Thank you for coming so quickly. This is just unthinkable, unimaginable."
Yates offered a small, sympathetic smile.
"We're very sorry for your loss, Mr. Jones. I've spoken to my colleagues who've brought me up to speed, but I'm afraid I do need to ask you a few questions, just to go over the sequence of events prior to Mrs. Lassiter's death. I'd like to start with you, if I may."
Shane looked at Molly and Dee, his hand resting on the back of the sofa.
"You'll be all right for a bit?"
Molly nodded, tight-lipped. Her heart was pounding so loudly she was afraid they could hear it. Dee sniffled and gave a small, miserable nod. Magda just glared. As Shane followed the detectives into the dining room, Molly's shoulders slumped as she turned to Dee, who was hunched over again, arms crossed tightly around herself, tears still falling. Molly went and sat beside her, gently brushing the hair from her sister's damp cheek. Dee looked up at her with wide, glassy eyes. Molly wanted to repeat what Shane had said and promise her everything would be all right, wanted to see past the horror of the day, yet she remained trapped, like time had stood still and would never let her go. Words caught in her throat because nothing was all right. And deep down, she feared nothing ever would be again. The thought landed with a punch to the gut. Molly bent over, pressing the heels of her hands into her eyes. Her breath came in shallow waves. Her chest actually hurt so bad she wondered if she should call 999. She would never hear her mother laugh again. Not the real laugh. The one that escaped unexpectedly at some ridiculous joke when they watched The Big Bang Theory or Schitt's Creek. Never hear the way she used to call Molly by her full name when she was in trouble. Not Molls or Molly Moo. Or feel the press of her hand on her shoulder during moments of reassurance. Molly thought of the chasm that had grown between them, perhaps subliminal, or something she'd manipulated so her mum would stay at arm's length, not pick up signals or clues, probe too deep, ask too many questions and join the dots. Molly had traded the once close relationship with her mother for her precious love affair with Shane. Her fear of being rumbled, her obsession with him, outweighed loyalty and blood. Molly had been snappy and standoffish, secretive and sly, blaming her moods on exam stress and nerves, and throughout her mum had said she understood, trod on eggshells, made excuses for Molly, and had forgiven her time and time again. And now there was no time to make it right. Guilt crawled under her skin like maggots. She stood abruptly, pacing the room, trying to shake the feeling off. Her mind felt fractured. Her thoughts wouldn't line up. Images collided. The blood on the tiles, Shane's arms around her, Dee's distress, her mother's blood-stained robe. This was her house. Her mother's house. A family home, and now it was a crime scene. Molly wasn't ready for this role. Of someone who had lost her mother, who had a funeral to plan, who who had to keep a sister from falling apart, who had secrets to guard and suspicions to hide. But here she was. From the dining room, voices drifted in, words intelligible, tone sombre. Shane was talking to the detectives, probably spinning his web of concern and confusion, playing the grieving widower like it was second nature. And the worst part was he was good at it. Molly's eyes rested on the kitchen table, and there, hooked over the back of a chair, was her mum's cashmere cardigan, the one she used to slip on in the evenings to fend off the chill. She needed something familiar, so paced across the lounge and into the open-plan kitchen, grabbing the cardigan like it was prize. The scent hit her. Calvin Klein Eternity. The irony of her mum's favourite wasn't lost on her. She pressed her face into it and wept. Blonde strands clung to the wall, and Molly stared at them. Fragile threads of DNA. A link to her mum. And her breath hitched again. She leant against the patio door frame, staring out onto the lawn as she clung onto a piece of her mum, and in doing so she was able to summon a spark of clarity. They would have to tell people. The nice police lady had rung Nancy when Magda and Dee had been too distraught, but there was still a list to compile of family and friends. Princeton. She would have to write an obituary. Choose a coffin. Oh, God. A coffin. Stand by Dee at a service filled with people who would all be staring at them from behind. A burial. A wake. Molly inhaled the cardigan again and calmed a notch. It would be the performance of a lifetime, more so because she had a secret to keep and a sister to protect, grief and shame to juggle. Because while they sang hymns and said prayers, there would be two people in the congregation that shared a bitter truth, that while their wife and mother was lying dead at the bottom of the stairs, alone and battered beyond recognition, they were having goodbye sex, and for that alone, Molly would never forgive herself. Chapter 25. Detective Inspector Yates sat at the polished oak dining table, his notepad open and a standard-issue ballpoint pen in hand. The Lassiter home had an atmosphere that he was familiar with, a kind of tense stillness that lingered in homes where tragedy had come calling. Homes where the essence of the dead still clung to the living. Yates bore himself with quiet authority. In his early 50s, he was lean and broad-shouldered, with a face that had been carved by years of exposure to grief, lies, and the worst parts of humanity. His hair, once black, was now a silver sheen, cropped close. He dressed without fuss, his suits dark and off the peg, always with polished shoes and a plain wedding band that told of his commitment even in loss. He never raised his voice, never threatened, never rushed. His method was his own and revered. He believed the key to truth was patience. He glanced up, his pale brown eyes scanning the man across the table. Shane Jones, the grieving husband who was doing a passable job of appearing devastated. The signs were all there. Bloodshot eyes, deep creases in his brow, slightly trembling fingers. A man stunned by tragedy. But Yates didn't believe him. His years in the force had taught him the subtle distinction between grief and guilt. The question was, what was Mr. Jones guilty of? "Let's go over your movements again, Mr. Jones," Yates said, tapping his pen gently against the pad. The tone was light, almost conversational. "After you went upstairs yesterday evening, leaving your wife and housekeeper in the kitchen, what did you do?" Shane took a breath, dragging his hand down his face like the weight of it all was becoming too much. "I took a shower, packed an overnight bag for my trip to Glasgow. I wanted to get on the road while it was still quiet. I'd booked a room for the evening as I had an early meeting this morning." "And your wife? Did you see her before you left?" A hesitation. Small. Measurable. "Yes. I stopped by her room. I took a bottle of white wine and 2 glasses. I thought we could have a drink and a chat." "And how was her mood?" Yates asked, noting how Shane's fingers drummed against the table. "Not great," Shane admitted. "We've been having a difficult time lately. Maybe it's the 7-year itch, but we were working at it. Hence the need for a chat, build bridges, that kind of thing." Yates nodded slowly, letting silence linger. He knew that silence made people uncomfortable. It pulled them into saying more than they meant to. "What did you talk about? Did you argue?" Shane shifted in his chair. "I wouldn't call it an argument, exactly. We had words. Nothing aggressive. We were both fed up, I suppose." "Was divorce mentioned?" That hit. Shane's face went pale, lips parting before he composed himself. "Yes. She brought it up. It wasn't the first time. I didn't want that. I thought we could make it work. I was shocked. Hurt. But I put it down to the alcohol talking. I noticed the almost empty bottle in the kitchen, so realizing she'd already had too much, suggested we leave it there." "Did you threaten her?" The question sliced through the air. Yates watched the reaction. Shane's chair creaked as he sat forward. "Absolutely not. I would never threaten Julia. Never. What on earth makes you think that?" The pitch of his voice was slightly higher, a red flag for Yates. He made a discreet note on his pad, not looking up. "Where did you go after you left the house?" Shane inhaled deeply. "I drove to Glasgow. Stayed at the Crown Plaza." "Can you confirm that?" Shane's fingers went to his back pocket and his phone. Another pause. Then he pulled up a screen, turned it around. "Here. Booking confirmation email from the hotel." Yates barely looked at it. "Thanks." He clicked his pen. "Just one last thing," he said, his tone calm and even. "So when you left the house yesterday evening, your wife was alive and well?" Shane's nod came immediately. "Yes, she was." Yates shut his notebook. He studied Shane for a moment. The way he now crossed his arms over his chest, closed off. The tremble that had stopped. The eyes that no longer shone with forced sadness. Yates stood. "Thank you for your time. I'll let you get back to your family." As he stepped out into the hallway, his partner D.C. Stone joined him. Stone was younger, eager, keen-eyed. "Thoughts?" Stone asked under his breath. Yates paused, watching Molly Lassiter through the open doorway to the lounge. She sat on the arm of the sofa, one hand on her sister's back, her face expressionless, her eyes locked with his for just a second. Then she focused on her sister. The moment lost, but he was sure it meant something. "He's an interesting one, that's for sure," Yates murmured. "You don't believe him?" Yates turned to Stone. "Let's just say the housekeeper's version of events is the one I'm most interested in, so maybe go over it with her one more time. I'll let you take the lead on that." Stone straightened, like a police dog about to be let off the leash by his trainer, and before Yates got the chance to change his mind, he was off. Chapter 26. It had been hours since Julia's body had been taken away, yet the house still felt frozen in that moment. The hush that fell when the private ambulance came, the way the officers moved in measured, respectful silence, the quiet sobs from Dee muffled into a blanket. Their mum left the house one last time, on a gurney, inside a black bag. Molly had made it to the downstairs loo just in time before she emptied last night's dinner into the toilet. It was early morning, the twilight zone, and Molly hadn't slept. not properly, just dozed in short bursts, her body curled protectively around Dee's. The white roses on the sideboard, arranged days ago by Magda, were beginning to droop. Their stems bowed as if in silent mourning. The sofa cushions bore the impressions of weary bodies. Dee had slept with a stillness that worried her, so slack-limbed and deep that it felt unnatural. Magda had said it was shock and exhaustion, and Molly didn't question it. She envied it, if anything. Shane had passed out on the other sofa, one arm thrown over his face, the other trailing off the side like a puppet with its strings cut. His mouth hung open slightly, a faint snore rasping from deep in his throat, the slow rise and fall of his chest, the relaxed set of his jaw. He was still wearing the same clothes from the day before. Creased trousers, a shirt with a small dark patch under one arm, and a luxury watch that glinted in the morning light. Molly had watched him for some time after the police left. Every detail. There was nothing in his expression to suggest grief, nothing in his posture to suggest tension. It had all been performative. She had seen the best of his acting before, had lived it for the past 2 years. Inhabiting a house with your secret lover takes skill, which was why their break-up tryst had started to play on repeat in her mind. The hotel, the intimacy. But now, the thought of that same intimacy made her skin crawl. The memory made her nauseous. Magda had remained long after the others had gone. She'd served tea, made sandwiches, though no one drank or ate. She'd wiped Dee's forehead, fetched extra blankets, placed a hand on Molly's shoulder. She never spoke to Shane, never looked him in the eye. When Eric arrived to take her home, she nodded to Molly, gave Dee a kiss on the crown of her head, and left without a word to anyone else. The most painful moment of all had been when Julia was taken away. Molly had stood on the steps, clutching the railing, as the stretcher was wheeled through the hallway. The kind men spoke in soft tones, their shoes creaking on the polished floorboards. Dee had sobbed until she collapsed into Molly's arms. That image remained ingrained, of her mother, zipped inside a bag, leaving her own home for the last time. When Yates approached her before leaving, he'd spoken with the same calm efficiency he'd carried all day. "We'll be contacting the coroner," he said gently. "There will likely be a post-mortem. We need to determine the exact cause of death." Molly nodded, though her stomach turned at the word. Then he continued, "I need you all to remain in the area. We may have follow-up questions." She thanked him, though she wasn't sure why. Perhaps for treating her mother with dignity. Perhaps for believing, even if he hadn't said it aloud, that something wasn't quite right. She could just tell, the way he watched while his sidekick asked questions. It was during the quiet, when the police had packed up their kits and the house began to breathe again, that she made the call to Nancy. Her aunt's voice on the other end was choked and still disbelieving. Molly had kept it brief, clinical. She couldn't afford emotion just then. Had she booked her flight? When would she arrive? "Have you told Gran and Grandad?" she'd asked. Nancy had. A neighbour was with them. She was arranging flights and would be with Molly and Dee as soon as she could. They would make the arrangements together, and Nancy reminded Molly that she was still her and Dee's legal guardian, an arrangement Julia had made shortly after Ronnie's death. Just in case. Nancy would guide them through it all, so not to worry. There was no mention of Shane. It was unspoken, but as though he was of no consequence. Surplus to requirements, and for a very weird moment Molly thought that was cruel. And then she gave herself a dose of reality and remembered that only a marriage certificate had held him and her mother together for years. They were leading separate lives and hadn't needed a death certificate to part them. Now, in the bleak unveiling of the morning, Molly sat on the same sofa, still wearing yesterday's clothes. She hadn't brushed her hair. She hadn't eaten. Her stomach was hollow and tight with knots, her limbs leaden. Dee stirred beside her but didn't wake. Her small hand was still wrapped loosely around Molly's, her mouth slightly open, her cheek pressed into the soft fabric of the cushion. Her eyelashes were dry at last. In her dreams she was free of sadness, or so Molly hoped. She let her gaze wander to Shane and let her mind drift back to the hotel. There was something wrong with that night. She thought about it again. The tenderness, the laughter, the way he had looked at her like he was memorizing her, like he'd really accepted it was over, and that fact made her feel liberated and cast off all at once. Then she remembered waking in the early hours and finding him staring at the ceiling, unmoving. She had whispered his name, but he hadn't answered right away, pretending he was asleep. When he finally did, his voice was warm and drowsy, but she now recognized the act for what it was. Practiced. Had he already known? Had she been lying in bed with a man who had killed her mother? The thought terrified her. She bent forward, pressing her hands into her eyes, stifling the sob that threatened to claw its way up. Dee shifted beside her, murmuring something incoherent. "It's okay. I'm here," Molly whispered, brushing Dee's hair from her face. "Go back to sleep." Dee didn't reply. Her breath deepened again. Molly forced herself to breathe. It wasn't just sadness anymore. It was suspicion. It was confusion. But more than that, it was guilt. Because she had been with him. While her mother died, she had wrapped herself in hotel linen and moaned into his shoulder. And now Julia was gone. Molly knew she could never say what she'd done, and that if her worst fears were founded and Shane had hurt her mum even unintentionally during a row and he was cornered, would he blab? Would he kick out, expose her, take her down with him and ruin her life? Molly clasped her hands, at first to quell the shakes and then to make a silent prayer, that despite her fears, Shane was innocent. Chapter 27. Magda stirred a spoonful of honey into her coffee. The mood in the small kitchen made less sombre by the quiet sounds of the morning news playing on the radio. The cheery voice of the presenter seemed jarring against the sadness in her chest, so she turned the volume down until it was just a murmur. The terraced house was warm, lived in. It smelt of cinnamon and baking. Curtains with faded sunflowers fluttered slightly at the edges where the windows were open to the morning breeze. A patchwork of family photographs covered the far wall. Her wedding day, a summer barbecue in Norfolk, Eric in his favourite armchair with a book in his lap. The small space was crammed with soft furnishings, knitted throws, and cheerful clutter that bore no resemblance to the cool elegance of the Lassiter house. Magda had lived in the UK for almost 30 years. She'd come to Manchester from Krakow in the early 90s with little English and even less money. Eric, a gentle man with kind eyes and an obsession with local history, had been her travelling companion and her anchor. They had built this life slowly, brick by brick. When she first worked at Clearglass, she scrubbed office floors and emptied bins. That was when she first met Ronnie, and then his wife, Julia. Julia had been a powerhouse even then, fiercely ambitious and competitive, but full of warmth which made Clearglass feel like a family firm. She was why people stayed for years and remained loyal. Julia had taken time to speak to Magda, to learn her name, to ask about her family back in Poland, if she was homesick, and to say if she needed someone to talk to. That small kindness had stuck with Magda. When Julia offered her the job as housekeeper not long after Molly was born, Magda had cried all the way home on the bus. Happy tears, though. Flicking a sad one from her eye, Magda took her mug and sat down at the table. Eric was already at work. He saw it as his duty to keep things running for Julia and the girls, but she'd seen the hesitant way he'd tied the laces on his boots and picked up his rucksack. He was waiting for her to say, "Don't go in today," so he'd be spared the ordeal of answering questions and facing the truth. Across from her, Susanna, her close friend, perched on one of the chairs, her cheeks flushed from the sun. She held her cup, but her gaze never left Magda's face. "So?" Susanna asked. "You were there. What happened?" Magda stared into her coffee, then took a slow sip. "I don't know," she said simply. "Only that she died alone after a fall." Susanna tutted. "Yes, I know. It was all over the village this morning. But wasn't it accident?" Magda didn't reply straight away. She reached for the biscuit tin, offering it to Susanna, who waved it away. Magda took one herself, though she had no appetite. "The police think she fell down the stairs," she said, her voice flat. Susanna leaned in, eager. "But what do you think?" Magda's eyes lifted slowly. "I think that Julia made it up and down those stairs many times after parties, merry from wine, and she never fell. And lately there was something else going on, between her and that man." She saw the glint in Susanna's eyes and battled the desire to trash Shane's reputation, but chose to remain loyal and respectful to her dear friend, who wouldn't want everyone talking about her private life. "She was not happy?" "Not with him." "Who would be?" Magda gave the smallest shrug. Her comment was fair and frank, not too much. She wasn't going to feed the gossip, but found she couldn't lie either. She'd spent the last few years watching that marriage slowly turn from something she didn't condone to something she wished would end, for Julia's sake. Susanna sat back, nodding sagely. "You always say that man was no good." That was true. Magda never had a kind word for Shane. "He's charming and handsome, but that is about all," she said. "My Julia deserved better." She could still see Shane's smile in her mind, how it had never reached his eyes, how he would pass through rooms like he owned them, always with a joke ready, a hand on your back, a compliment on his lips. But underneath that surface, Magda had always sensed something colder, as if he was always calculating and ever watchful. "How are the girls doing?" Susanna asked. Magda's heart squeezed painfully at the thought of them. Molly, always outgoing and fun to be around, looked broken. There had been something haunted in her eyes when Magda left the house, not just grief. And Dee, sweet, gentle Dee, still so much a child. She'd clung to Magda like a baby the day before, her face blotchy from crying, her small frame trembling. Magda turned to the window, blinking against the blur in her eyes. She'd always considered the girls as part of her extended family, like nieces or even grandchildren. She had bathed them, fed them, patched up scraped knees and soothed bad dreams. After Ronnie died, when Julia worked late, it was Magda who had been there to babysit, who had listened, held, nurtured. "This will break them into pieces," she said quietly. "And Molly had so much to look forward to. Now she will miss out on her university place, and what will happen to Dee? She is too sensitive and fragile to bear the loss of her mother." Susanna looked up. "They have you. You will do what you have always done and step in. They love you like an auntie, and that's what you will be." Magda nodded, though it brought no comfort. "But I can't protect them from Shane. Not entirely." The kettle clicked as it cooled. "What do you mean? Why do they need your protection?" "He is their stepfather, and also has a responsibility to care for them, even if he is a big show-off." Magda realized her mistake immediately and rectified it. "I meant that he is in a good position now. living in the big house and will probably get a share of Julia's money. I just hope you won't have any say in what happens to the girls, their lives or their inheritance. These, especially. Oh, I see. Like one of those evil stepfathers who steal the family money and throw the children in the workhouse and then take a mistress. Magda butted in, not wanting to hear doom and gloom. Something like that, but without the Victorian drama. Molly is an adult, but Dee isn't. Anyway, I'm sure when Nancy arrives, she will sort it all out and make sure everything is as it should be. Susanna nodded, then reached for a biscuit, deep in thought as she crunched her way through a bourbon cream. I have to go back, Magda said finally. Susanna looked at her, startled. Why? After what you saw? Because the girls need me, and I want to be there until Nancy arrives. Then maybe I will take a day or two off, so I can mourn in private. She could still see Julia's face, not the horror of it. That was too raw and painful. No, she pictured her laughing in the garden, hands deep in the soil as she planted a rose bush, wearing old clothes and a ridiculous floppy hat. She saw her dancing in the kitchen after too much wine, her hair loose, face bright with mischief. She had to focus on her as she was before the fall. It was the only way to banish the hideous image of her deformed face. She didn't tell Susanna the other thing, the real reason why she didn't trust Shane, about the subtle things she'd started to notice, instances she'd put down to coincidence or her being forgetful. It was only the odd thing, but gradually, in the past few months more so, they'd really started to bother her, filling her head with thoughts she'd rather not have but couldn't shove away in a drawer, neat and tidy and forgotten. The empty contraceptive packet she found in Molly's bathroom bin. But Molly didn't have a boyfriend, and if she did, why was she keeping him a secret? Perhaps she thought Julia would disapprove and worry that if Molly fell in love she'd change her mind about going to America. Julia was very keen that she should go, and Molly knew this. So Magda had minded her own business as she believed a woman, and that's what Molly was now, had the right to privacy, and the right to look after her body as she wished. And at least Molly was being sensible, which pleased Magda, so there had been no need to break her trust by telling Julia. The next problem was trickier and had really tested Magda. The socks. It was earlier in the year, January, and she had been cleaning Shane's room, and even though she hated doing anything for him, it was part of her job. She was hoovering under his bed when the pipe made that awful screeching noise when something too big gets sucked up. So she switched Henry the Hoover off, and to her surprise, found the fluffy pink sock jammed in the end of the nozzle. She knew immediately it was one of the girls, and the other one was there too. Julia always bought Molly and Dee a big stocking of identical bits and bobs at Christmas, socks and underwear and toiletries. Dee wore her fluffy socks all year round for bed. She said they helped her sleep, but Molly only used them for walking around the house. Magda had no idea why they were in Shane's room. It was odd, but it had never happened before, so Magda let it pass. But a few weeks ago, when she went in there again to change the sheets, it had been the hair bubble under the pillow that had really freaked Magda out. It was the same as the ones she'd found in the girls' room. They had big packs of them and often shared, so she had no clue who it belonged to. Maybe one of them had sat on his bed while they chatted. Both of them got along with him well these days. Dee more so. And how could Magda bring it up, and who with? Shane wouldn't take kindly to being questioned, and the insinuation wasn't a nice one. And with the atmosphere in the house, Magda didn't want to make things worse by mentioning it to Julia. The only option was to ask the girls if they'd been on Shane's bed, but even as she thought about it, she felt funny inside, awkward and embarrassed. How would she even say it? In the end, Magda resolved to be vigilant and go into Shane's room a bit more often, just to check. Something was wrong. She knew it. "You're so brave," Susanna said. Magda turned, setting her jaw. "No, I am necessary. There is a difference." And with that, she picked up the mugs and took them to the sink, began to wash them, hands steady, eyes far away, heart already half back in the house she knew would never feel like a home again. Chapter 28. Molly sat in the kitchen, elbows on the granite countertop, eyes fixed on a glass of orange juice she had no intention of drinking. Shane was talking again. Something about funeral arrangements, church options, flowers, legal paperwork. She could hear the clink of his spoon against a mug, but the words didn't land. They drifted past her ears and faded away. "We should look at readings," Shane said, voice full of purpose. "It has to be something Julia would have liked." "Yeah, 'cause Mum was never away from St. Martin's, was she? Proper god-botherer she was." Molly stood and pushed back her chair. "I can't do this crap. Like she's going to give a shit what songs we sing or prayers we say." Dee looked up, startled, eyes still swollen from crying. "Molly!" Shane called after her. "I'm going upstairs. Leave me alone. I mean it, Shane. I don't want to talk to you." She turned before either of them could protest. Her footsteps echoed up the staircase, and she didn't stop until she was in the safe space of her bedroom. The door shut behind her with a thud. The silence that followed was absolute. She sat on the edge of her bed, hands trembling. The sheets were unmade. The cardigan of her mother's lay folded on the duvet. Molly was going to wear it, but changed her mind, not wanting her own body scent to diminish that of her mother's. Everywhere she looked, there was something that belonged to Julia. The pink rose-scented hand cream by the kitchen sink, the silk scarf draped over the coat stand, her favourite red lipstick in the drawer of the downstairs console table. Even the faint scent of her perfume lingered on cushions, a trace of something warm and familiar, now forever unreachable. Or was that Molly's imagination, or even a ghost? What she would give to see the spirit of her mum right now, because she wouldn't be scared. She'd run to it and hope its essence would seep into her body and bones and stay there forever. The sudden ridiculousness of that thought made Molly feel like she was losing her mind. She told herself to think of something else, not herself, because she was disgusting and dirty, soiled and beyond redemption. Think of someone pure. Dee. Dee had been so quiet, so pliant. It frightened Molly how subdued she had become, as if she were shrinking inwards, like a balloon slowly deflating. She seemed hollowed out. Her voice barely rose above a whisper. She clung to Shane's presence in a way that made Molly's stomach twist. She wondered how much of what had happened Dee truly understood, if she suspected. Her phone rang. Molly jumped. She reached for it instinctively, half hoping, half dreading. The name on the screen made her chest untighten for a second. "Phoebe." She answered. "Hello?" "Molly? Thank God. I've been trying you for hours. I heard. I can't believe it. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. Shall I come over? What do you need? Just say and I'll do it." Molly pressed her fingers to her forehead. "Thanks," she said quietly, trying to work out which question to answer first. Phoebe rambled on. "How are you holding up? Are you eating? Sleeping? Do you want me to send anything?" "No. Thank you, but I need quiet. And don't worry, I know it's hard to think of the right thing to say, but there's nothing. It won't change what's happened." Phoebe was silent for a moment. "Okay," she said. My mum said you'd probably feel like this. Shit. Sorry. Look, just know I'm here. Really. Are you with anyone? I mean, is he supporting you through this? There was a pause. Shane's just being Shane. No, not Shane, Phoebe replied gently. I meant the guy you told me about. Another long pause while Molly's cheeks burned with anger at her stupid mistake and her new best friend, shame. I hope he's being kind, Phoebe added, her voice lighter, trying to coax a reaction. Molly said nothing. Moles? You there? Yes, Molly said. It came out sharper than intended. Sorry, I thought you'd gone. No, I'm still here, but honestly, I don't want to talk about him or anything right now. I just need to be on my own. I swear I'm not being moody with you. Phoebe softened her voice. I get it. I do. Molly felt her throat close. I'm going to try and sleep for a while, but I'll be in touch. Oh, and can you tell anyone else who asks to leave me be for now? I've had tons of messages and not replied, but I can't. Phoebe must have heard the crack in her voice and seemed to understand. Okay, she said gently. Leave it to me. I'll spread the word and be your gatekeeper, but I'm here if you need to talk. About anything. Or nothing. Molly closed her eyes. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Thank you, she whispered. They stayed on the line for a while, not speaking. The comfort of another person breathing on the other end was enough. But even as the call ended and she lay back on the bed, Molly knew nothing would feel normal again. Not for a long time. And maybe not ever. Her mother was gone. She reached for the cardigan, pressing it against her chest, as though somehow she could pull Julia back with it. The bitterness at it all lodged in her throat and burned. She hated how helpless she felt, how responsible. The reality of what she'd done didn't come in a blinding flash of clarity. It had been creeping up on her since she'd heard those words on the phone. She'd thought she could get clean away with it, have her fun, excitement and thrills, then simply flick a switch and walk away when there was no need of it any more. Saunter off to start a new life like it had never happened. How pathetic and naive was that? A low rage began to simmer beneath the grief and contempt. A silent scream gaining momentum beneath her ribs that threatened to erupt at any second. The guilt was suffocating, and it would not go away. Chapter 29. She woke with a start, jolted by a dream, or was it a misty memory that had found its way home? Whatever it was had returned with startling clarity. Molly turned on her side and lay inert on her bed, as her mind played back the final hours she had spent with Shane at the hotel. The Edwardian had looked beautiful when she first arrived. Everything had felt luxurious and private. Their secret. Their safe place. But that night, their normal was different. She was sure of it. He had arrived late, more than an hour after her, claiming traffic had held him up on the motorway. His hair was wind-tousled, as if he'd run all the way from the car park to make up time, his face tight. He kissed her cheek as he set his overnight bag and phone down, but the kiss was brief, distracted. His eyes flicked to his mobile even as he wrapped his arms around her. And where was the passion she'd been expecting? It was as though he was holding back, disinterested. Bored? Rough drive? She asked, trying to coax a smile out of him and ignore her paranoia. Something like that, he murmured, already thumbing at his phone screen. Picking up that hot sex wasn't immediately on the menu, she suggested they order room service. Filet steak for him, a giant burger for her. She had picked out a bottle of red wine she thought he'd like, and they ate at the small table by the window. The view was breathtaking, a patchwork of lights from the street, apartments and office buildings stretching across the Manchester skyline. She tried to keep the conversation light, talked about her upcoming trip, the packing she hadn't finished, a silly argument Dee had had with her best friend at school. Shane nodded along, but said little. He barely touched his food. He kept checking his phone. After the third time, she asked, "Is something wrong?" He didn't look up. "Just checking the camera. Want to make sure everything's all right at the house. Dee came home as I left and was going to order takeaway, but so far nothing has arrived." "Maybe Mum's cooking," she said, a frown pulling at her forehead, not liking to talk about home while they were together and becoming more irritated by the second with Shane. He shrugged, finally locking the screen and setting the phone face down. "Old habits." She didn't press him, but unease had already begun to swirl in her gut. There was a coolness in him that she hadn't seen before, not even on the nights when they'd had to play act, in company when sharp eyes could catch a furtive look or secret touches. This was something else, something unsettling. She'd already showered, but decided on a bath in the hope that it would untangle the tension in her body and that he might join her, her mood deepening when she heard the television in the background. When she emerged from the bathroom, she ordered champagne, more out of spite because he'd be paying the bill. She would make sure of that. And once it arrived, it seemed to do the trick. They moved to the bed later, and though he touched her the way he always had, gentle at first, then urgent, his mind wasn't there. She could feel it. He drifted, even as he held her close. When they lay side by side afterwards, she looked over at him, following the clean-shaven angles of his face. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. His phone was turned, screen down on the bedside table. "You're a million miles away," she whispered. "Just tired." She'd hoped he was going to say he was sad because this was their last real night together, but those words didn't come. Still, when she reached for his hand, he threaded his fingers through hers and pulled her closer, resting her head on his chest. And that simple gesture undid her doubts. She wanted so much to believe in him, that even though it was going to end, it hadn't been a waste, that deep down he wasn't bitter and resentful of her imminent departure, and, most of all, that he didn't regret them. Because right up until she opened her eyes to the call from the police on Friday morning, she hadn't regretted a single moment. And then, as if he had woken from a dream or returned from a reflective walk in the woods, as they lay together in the half-light, he spoke softly into her hair. "I don't know what I'd have done without you, Molly. You've kept me sane. You understand me. It's like we're the same person." She had closed her eyes at the sound of his voice and melted into the warmth of his chest. "I've hated having to hide it," he continued, running his fingers along her spine. "Hated not being able to hold your hand in public, and I hate that you'll be gone soon." A lump formed in her throat. "We could still run away," she whispered. He chuckled softly. "Tempting, but you've got a future to build. Princeton. Remember, you're going to change the world, and I love you too much to ask you to give that up for me." He always knew what to say, that she needed to hear him say those words and then let her go, what to feed her when her confidence wavered. He made her feel like the most important woman in the world, desired, chosen, special. "Promise me," she said. "Promise this isn't just something that happened, that it's a special thing, like treasure we can take out and look at now and then." He kissed her temple. "You know better than that, and you will always be my treasure, forever and always. Nobody can take our memories away. And as they began to make love again, Molly had believed him. But now, sitting on her bed, Molly was starting to see how rehearsed it all could have been, how each line was calibrated to perfection, each touch timed to precisely appear natural. He had told her what she wanted to hear. Had it all been a strategy? Had he made love to her just hours after fighting with her mother, knowing he might never have to face Julia again? That was the thought that haunted her. Now, as she sat in her room, her mother gone, her life pulled from beneath her, she began to question everything she thought she knew. If he could fake that, if he could lie so completely, what else had he done? He was checking the ring, supposedly doing his man-of-the-house thing, but had he checked the history and seen Magda go back? Was that what rattled him, knowing she could have overheard the row between him and her mum? Magda had definitely heard. Her mother had told him she wanted a divorce, stood her ground. Molly had eavesdropped on half a conversation between her mum and Nancy which indicated the same, and more. Her mum more or less told her during their lunch that she was planning to end things with Shane. Her words clear as day. "So, my precious girl, once you're at Princeton, things are going to change, and everything I do will be for me." And within days, she was dead. It might have been coincidence, a tragic fall, a terrible accident, but something didn't sit right. And if Molly could feel it in her bones, she was certain that DCI Yates did, too. She remembered the way the detective had looked at Shane, not with sympathy, not even suspicion, just a calm, calculating curiosity, the kind of look you gave a piece of a jigsaw, wondering where it fit in the puzzle. She didn't know what went on in Yates's head, but she had a funny feeling he wasn't the type to give up too easily. She hoped not, because if anyone was going to find the truth, it wouldn't be her. She was too close, entangled, and ashamed. Chapter 30. Everything moved in slow motion. The doorbell would chime, and it would take a beat too long for anyone to answer. Food was prepared, toast or a sandwich, but hardly touched. Dee drifted around the house like a sleepwalker in her baggy pajamas, and Shane had assumed a position that made Molly's skin crawl. He was acting like the man of the house, hosting phone calls in Julia's study, answering the door in his dressing gown, greeting the neighbours with sorrowful eyes and his arm around Dee like he was her grieving father, rather than a man clinging to a role he no longer deserved. Molly couldn't help but watch with rising bitterness. They were skirting around each other like strangers, and she was glad he was keeping his distance. Had her mother gone through with her plans, Shane would have been in a serviced flat, nursing wounded pride, finding solace in his divorce settlement and figuring out who to hit on next. Instead, he now ruled over a £4 million home and, potentially, a hefty bank balance. Neighbours and friends had started leaving flowers at the door. Bunches of lilies, tulips and roses rested against the sandstone porch, curling their heads in the sun before Magda brought them inside. There were handwritten notes, heartfelt messages. The scent was overwhelming, the sweet perfume of sympathy and finality. Molly had watched from the upstairs window as Adele, one of the receptionists from Clearglass, placed down a bouquet. Adele dabbed her eyes and stood in silence for a few minutes. Julia's death had hit the company hard. She had been more than the owner. She had been a guiding presence, a fair employer and to some a friend. And now she was gone. Molly had been standing by the window for ages like an expectant, impatient child, watching for a taxi carrying her aunt, who suddenly symbolized so much, a link to her mum. Nancy and Julia hadn't been identical twins, but they still looked so alike. You could tell they were sisters the second they stood side by side, and often people would say that Molly looked a bit like them both. She'd loved that, sharing their genes. And growing up, as much as she adored her mum, Molly and Nancy had a special bond, taking days out together to the coast. In fact, it was Nancy who taught her to swim and took her to get her ears pierced. Her mum never seemed to mind a bit, probably because she was busy with work. But not just that. She didn't have a spiteful bone in her body. She always wanted everyone to be happy. When Molly looked back, the photo album in her head was full of snapshots of her and Nancy, precious memories, smiling moments, cuddles and fun. After her dad died, Nancy often stayed at the house for the weekend or longer, bringing with her a change in mood, determined to lift them up. Molly had loved those girls' weekends with the four of them, but that had changed abruptly once Shane came on the scene. Before she knew it, there had been a row between Nancy and her mum, then the move to Toronto and the rift that meant separate Christmases and birthdays, polite messages and inquiries about the other's health, banalities to keep things civil for the sake of Gran and Grandad. The only positive thought Molly could muster as she ambled towards the kitchen to flick on the kettle was that, since the trip in the spring, her mum and Nancy had rekindled their relationship at least. She hoped that it would bring her aunt a teeny bit of comfort in the darkness of the days to come. And then, as steam began to pour from the rumbling kettle, Molly heard the alert on her phone saying someone had come through the gates. By the time she raced to the front door, Nancy was sweeping into the house like a breeze of Canadian air. Tired-eyed but purposeful, she carried only a handbag and a wheeled suitcase. Her cotton jacket undone, jeans and white shirt crinkled, chin-length ash-blonde hair tucked behind her ears. She looked weary and older than Molly remembered, as though grief had etched itself into the lines of her face on the flight over. Molly flew into her aunt's open arms and hugged her hard. "Oh, sweetheart," Nancy whispered. "I'm so sorry." Her voice cracked, and she pulled back to look at Molly properly. "Where's Dee?" "Upstairs. She's been sleeping most of the day." They pulled apart, and Molly noticed a change in Nancy's demeanour, her eyes narrowing as Shane entered the hallway. He'd developed a habit of doing that in the past couple of days, appearing out of nowhere as though he'd been loitering and listening, and it gave Molly the creeps. "Nancy," he said, nodding stiffly. "Shane?" They stood awkwardly for a moment before Molly switched to hostess mode and led Nancy to the kitchen, wittering on about cups of tea and stiff legs while hoping that when she turned around, Shane would be gone. Molly was learning fast that hopes were a waste of time. He pulled out a stool from the island and settled himself in while Nancy, directing her words towards Molly, said she would just stay a night or two and then find somewhere nearby, an Airbnb perhaps. "You can stay here. We've got tons of room," Shane offered, though his tone was more duty than desire. "Thank you. We'll see how it goes then." Nancy stared him in the eye, then refocused on one of the many flower arrangements now adorning the patio. Molly watched the exchange with keen eyes. Polite but strained. Shane's contribution pure performance. The verbal ping-pong match lasted an age, or what felt like it to Molly. They discussed the weather and the flight, and everyone steadfastly seemed to be avoiding the word Julia. At last, Shane had given up and sloped off, leaving without a word. The roar of his car as it sped down the drive assured them they were alone at last. Nancy poured herself a glass of water and leaned against the counter. "I can see he's enjoying this," she said, not looking at Molly. "Being in charge?" Molly nodded. "Yup, and he so doesn't want you here." "I know, and I don't want to be here either. Not with him. But I'm not leaving you and Dee alone right now, so he'd better get used to it. I wanted to tell him to shove it when he said I could stay, like this is his house. I nearly swung for him." Nancy's hands trembled slightly as she placed the glass down. She looked around the kitchen, then said, "This house was your mum and dad's dream home, and they thought they'd live here forever." Her voice wobbled slightly. "And after Ronnie died, I hoped that their love for it and each other would sustain her, keep his memory alive and give her comfort. But once Shane moved in, it was like he was tainting it, erasing Ronnie. It was subtle at first, then all guns blazing, changing things, making his mark. Your dad built the foundations and the walls, and your mum had made it beautiful, made it a home. But Shane, he never really belonged, and he has no right to be here anymore. Nancy turned quickly and took a sip of water, the shaking of her body giving away her tears. Molly hesitated. She was going to leave him, wasn't she? Or throw him out, once I'd gone to Princeton. Nancy turned, her eyes glassy. Then she nodded. Yes, that was the plan. She would never have sold this house, though. She wanted it back and him gone, so she asked me to help her prepare. The paperwork, move some assets, that sort of thing. We were sorting through her affairs in secret. She was scared, Molly, convinced that he would ruin her life. The seriousness of her mum's predicament settled heavily between them. Then, hearing movement, they spotted Dee standing in the hall, staring at Nancy as if she'd seen a ghost. The hysteria descended almost immediately, Dee crumpling to the floor, sobbing as Nancy rushed through the kitchen and lounge and took her in her arms. Once she had calmed and they managed to get her to her feet, they moved into the lounge where Dee sat curled on the sofa, staring out of the window at the conifers that lined the front lawn. She didn't communicate with either of them or seem to be aware of their presence. She's barely spoken since, Molly murmured. Nancy sat beside her. Shock can present itself like that. They left her to rest, and after Molly showed Nancy to her room and helped her unpack, they sat in the garden with mugs of tea. That was when Nancy brought up the farewell party. I cancelled it. The golf club were really kind, actually. I asked if they'd be able to contact anyone involved, the band and the florist, and they couldn't have been more helpful. I'm glad, Nancy said. Then, what about Princeton? Molly looked up. What about it? I can call them, explain what's happened. You could defer a year. No one would think less of you. Molly blinked. Her future felt so far away. Maybe, she whispered. I can't think about it yet, but I suppose I have to let them know I won't be going right now. How can I? Nancy reached across and squeezed her hand. The doorbell rang and Molly rose to answer it. The long hallway felt cavernous, and each step echoed against the hardwood floor. She opened the door to find D.C.I. Yates and D.C. Stone standing solemnly beneath the porch light. Yates spoke first. Miss Lassiter, may we come in? We have some news. Molly's breath caught in her throat. She stepped back and nodded. The detectives crossed the threshold, and as the door clicked shut behind them, the temperature seemed to drop another degree, like a portent of bad news. Chapter 31. Yates stood in the lounge of the Lassiter residence, observing the gathered faces before him. The family waited, looking awkward and apprehensive, dotted around the lounge on the sumptuous sofa. Molly sat beside her younger sister Dee, who looked pale and far younger than her years, her gaze fixed on her knees. Her posture was slouched, her arms wrapped tightly around her midsection, as though holding herself together. Across from them sat Shane, his arm draped nonchalantly along the back of the sofa. Between them all, like a thorn at the center of a beautiful, delicate arrangement, sat Nancy Cartwright, the late Mrs. Lassiter's sister, who had just flown in. Her eyes were alert, cold, watching everyone. Yates noted how her hands remained still, resting on her knees, fingers interlaced, one leg crossed over the other while her foot tapped slowly. A contained energy. Controlled fury. He couldn't tell yet. Yates had learned to spot where the tension lay in situations such as these, quite literally reading the room. And here it was, thickest between Nancy and Shane. He exchanged a glance with D.C. Stone, who took out his notebook and prepared to document the meeting. Yates began, looking to Molly, who seemed the most nervous.
"Thank you for giving us a moment of your time. I appreciate how difficult this must be, so I won't keep you longer than necessary."
He noticed as Molly sucked in a breath, as if gathering strength, and her mouth twitched like she might speak, but she said nothing. Her shoulders were tense, drawn up, arms crossed over her chest. Was she trying to stop herself from shaking? Yates mentally noted it, then continued.
"We have received the preliminary results from the coroner's office following the post-mortem of Julia Lassiter. The cause of death was determined to be severe head, neck, and spinal cord injury, indicating trauma consistent with a fall. There were no signs of forced impact or injuries inconsistent with the fall itself."
He paused to let the words settle. Shane was the first to react, leaning forward and exhaling heavily.
"So it was an accident. She may have tripped, possibly on her nightgown or the edge of the stairs. There was significant alcohol in her system, which could have contributed to the loss of balance."
Shane gave a solemn nod, eyes reddening.
"God,"
he murmured, pinching the bridge of his nose.
"Poor Julia. I wish I hadn't taken that wine up. I feel like I'm responsible."
Yates watched him closely. The act was near perfect, just the right amount of emotion and sprinkled with a hint of guilt. But it was the timing that made Yates's instinct twitch. The moment Shane had an answer that absolved him, he implicated himself again, maybe in the hope that everyone would rush to absolve him. None of them took the bait. Dee curled further into herself, eyes shining with unshed tears. Molly reached for her hand, the movement jerky, mechanical.
"There is no evidence at this time to suggest foul play," Yates added carefully. "But of course, if anything changes, if more evidence presents itself, we will revisit the findings."
Shane stood abruptly, hand to his mouth.
"Excuse me. I need a minute. I'm still in shock."
Without waiting for permission, he walked briskly from the room, disappearing into the hallway. Nancy stood.
"Detective, could I have a word? In private?"
Her tone was hard-edged. Yates gave a nod.
"Of course."
He gestured toward the dining room, through the kitchen that overlooked the garden. Nancy followed, back straight, jaw set.
"There are some facts you need to be made aware of before you go writing this off as an accident. Julia was planning to divorce him," she said. "I'm a solicitor, although I'm based in Canada. I was advising her and helping to collate all the information she required. For the obvious reasons, she was going to use a solicitor in the city. It was all arranged. I can give you their details."
Yates raised his brow slightly, noting the steadiness in her voice.
"We started the process months ago. She delayed filing, her intention being to make sure Molly had settled in America, but her mind was set. She wanted out. She was frightened of what he would do if she served him notice." "Did she ever mention being threatened?" "Not physically, more financially and mentally tortured. She knew Shane wouldn't take it lying down. Let's put it this way. When they met, he had nothing, and now?"
She waved her arm around the beautifully designed and furnished room.
"Look, he's not going to give this, or the lifestyle Julia gave him, up easily."
Nancy paused as Stone made notes and then added,
"He was also having an affair. Still is, as far as we know, and it won't be the first either. I'd suggested she hire a private detective to follow him. That was next on the agenda." "Did she identify who she suspected?" "No, but she was certain. And there are rumors circulating in the village. She overheard gossip, so I told her it would probably be easy to hunt down whoever it was."
Stone scribbled a few lines in his notebook as Yates asked. "What about the night she died? Do you think he was with his mistress then?" "No idea. But as you know, Magda, their housekeeper, overheard an argument. Julia told Shane she wanted a divorce. He threatened her. Not explicitly, but it was implied. That was the night she died, and as far as I'm concerned, that's one coincidence too many." "You believe he killed her?" Nancy looked him dead in the eye. "Yes. I believe he pushed her down the stairs. He has the temperament, like a petulant child when he doesn't get his own way. The motive. He is desperate to hold on to all of this, and the opportunity." There was a long pause. Yates didn't flinch. He'd heard wilder accusations before, but rarely delivered with such clarity and conviction. "Do you know exactly what he stood to lose in the divorce?" "Everything. The house was built by Julia and her late husband, and no way would she give it up. His financial comfort, his lifestyle. I've seen my sister's bank balances, the company accounts. It was a short marriage that he brought nothing to. Julia knew she would have to make a settlement, but she wasn't going to let him walk all over her, so we were prepared to fight him in court if necessary. On principle, if nothing else." "Any pattern of controlling behavior? Can you give me any more details about his infidelity?" Nancy laughed bitterly. "He's a serial womanizer, a manipulator. He latched onto my sister like a parasite and never let go. She covered for him more times than I care to count because she was embarrassed personally and professionally. He's bone idle, and if he'd been anyone else, he would have been sacked by now. Ask anyone at the company. They'll all say the same." Yates closed his notebook. "Thank you, Miss Cartwright. I appreciate your honesty. Leave it with me." She folded her arms. "I won't let this go, Detective. My sister deserves better. Her daughters deserve answers." Yates offered a short nod of respect. "Understood." They returned to the others, where Shane had yet to reappear. Molly watched them both with guarded eyes. Nancy showed them to the door in silence, her expression unreadable. After thanking her for her time, Yates and Stone made their way back to the car, the grey sky above threatening rain. He turned to his colleague. "Check the alibi," he said. "The hotel in Glasgow?" Yates nodded. "Just out of curiosity. Let's see if he really stayed the night, even if it doesn't tell us what went on before he left the house." Stone pulled out his phone. "I'll make the call now." As Yates reached for the door handle of the car, he glanced back at the house. The large windows returned his stare, black and accusing. Somewhere inside, a man was hiding his secrets, and Yates wanted to know what they were. Nancy Cartwright was correct. Her sister deserved better. Chapter 32. Nancy couldn't sleep. The occasional strobing flicker of headlights across the walls as a car sped along the country road out front reminded her how far she was from home. She sat on the edge of the guest bed, staring at the suitcase she hadn't fully unpacked. A hollow void existed inside her chest, an empty space where her sister once lived. The past few days had felt like walking underwater. She could see the world moving around her, distorted, distant. Yet she had to keep moving, make arrangements, get to England and the girls. Julia had trusted her to look after them, but Nancy had never expected to have to take up the mantle of guardian and executor. But now she must, because Julia was really gone. Her twin, her childhood and adulthood co-conspirator. Nancy stood and crossed the room. She opened the small suitcase and rummaged for a photo album she'd packed. It was old, and the plastic sheets inside had yellowed slightly. She flipped it open and smiled sadly at a picture of them in matching duffel coats, Julia with her arm around her shoulder, both of them squinting into the sun. The door creaked behind her. Molly stood there in her pajamas, hair tousled, eyes heavy. "I saw your light on." "Can't sleep?" Nancy asked. Molly shook her head. Nancy held up the photo album. "Want to look?" They sat on the bed, side by side, paging through memories. Julia as a young mum with Molly on her knee and Nancy by her side, the four of them in Cornwall, Ronnie, Julia, Nancy and Molly building sand castles, Christmases in horrible jumpers set amongst mounds of paper. Then Dee pops up, and it was 5 of them. "I love that you're in our photos, Nancy. When I think of being little, I felt so safe because I had all the people I loved around me. Mum always looked after everyone," Molly said. "Even when she was exhausted, and you were there to back her up like a real guardian angel." Nancy nodded. "She took it so hard when your dad died. More than most knew. I think she lost her confidence for a while. But having me around helped take some pressure off so she could get on with being supermum." They paused over a photo of Julia on her wedding day. "She looked beautiful, so I kept this, but I can't bear to have any of him in here. It would just feel wrong." Nancy rested a finger over the image of Julia and sighed. Molly stared at the photo in silence. "Will he be able to stay here in this house?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. Nancy reached over and took her hand. "Not forever," she said. "But we have to get through the next few days and laying your mum to rest. Then we can sort out all the formal stuff. I think it's best for now we all try to get along, for Dee's sake more than anything. Death and funerals bring out the worst in people. A bit like family weddings, I suppose. So let's stick together and look after your sister. Okay?" Molly leant into Nancy, who hugged her tight, knowing that getting through a funeral was probably the least of their worries. At some point, she was going to have to take Molly aside and have a heart-to-heart, because it now fell to Nancy to tell her the truth about the past, before Shane got in there. It was what Julia had wanted. They'd sworn an oath, and it was one Nancy was going to honor. It was dawn, and Nancy was in the kitchen drinking coffee. Her body clock was up the wall and her mind too active to rest. She was huddled in a blanket, her feet resting on the chair opposite as she watched the garden birds from her spot by the open bifold doors. She'd been making lists in her head and reminiscing about happy times when she was aware of a presence behind her, making the hairs on her neck prickle. She turned, and sure enough, there he was. The man himself. Shane spoke first. "I see you're making yourself at home." "I am. Do you have a problem with that?" Nancy turned away and focused on the pretty birds and not the pretty boy. "I don't want any trouble, Nancy. I'm sure we can muddle along until the funeral is over, for the girls' sake, and Julia wouldn't want anything to upset them further. Would she?" At the mention of her nieces, Nancy turned, then stood to meet the challenge head-on. She'd known this was coming ever since she arrived and saw the look on his face. "Don't you dare tell me what my sister would and wouldn't want, and I have no intention of upsetting either of them, so I hope you are of the same mind." Shane took a few steps closer, and she noticed he was wearing his gym gear, shorts and a vest that showed off his toned body. The need to keep himself in trim apparently took precedence over fake grief. When he spoke, she could hear the mocking tone and imagined it to be exactly how he'd taunted Julia. "Well, that depends, doesn't it, on how everything plays out, when the will is read, and whether you're going to play hardball. I know you are plotting my demise with Julia, and I fully expect you both to have shafted me the best you can, but so you know, I won't go down without a fight, and I'll use whatever I have to make sure I get what I deserve." His eyes bored into Nancy's as he stood his ground, arms folded, biceps bulging, muscled thighs spread slightly apart. "You can't intimidate me with threats like you did Julia." Nancy looked him up and down and smirked. "And this?" She waved a hand at his body. "Macho show of strength, or whatever it is, doesn't impress or scare me either. You know as well as I do that the power you had over my sister is gone. There's nobody to bribe and blackmail anymore because she's dead. You can't hurt her more than you have already, and let's hope the police can prove that—" She didn't finish because Shane jumped in. The venom in his voice almost made her flinch. "I did not hurt Julia!" Shane leaped forward, right up to Nancy's face, their noses almost touching, his chest rising and falling, the veins in his forehead pulsing, his eyes wide with anger. "We'll see about that, won't we? But until then, stay out of my way and keep your nasty mouth shut around Molly, or I will make your life a misery. Got it? Let me bury my sister and allow my parents to say a dignified goodbye. Then you and I can go head to head. You thought you were so clever all those years ago, snooping and poking your nose in and using what you found to your advantage. Well, now you're well and truly fucked, because no matter what, that will is cast iron, and nothing you can say to Molly will change it." Nancy was shaking, and whether it was sheer hatred or jet lag or grief, all she wanted to do was weep. But pride forbade her, and as they stood there, nose to nose, a voice broke them apart. "What's going on?" Dee stood in the half-light, her sad eyes looking from one to the other. Nancy snapped into a different mode, caring and soothing, skirting around Shane and heading towards Dee. "Nothing, love, nothing at all. We were just talking, weren't we?" But when she looked back, Shane had gone, the door to the gym closing behind him. The line in the sand had been drawn, and Nancy knew from then on it would be a battle of the wills. Chapter 33. The morning sun did little to warm the garden, which lay shrouded in a misty haze that seemed to match the atmosphere within the house. Once her mum's pride and joy, it looked unloved, its flower bed slightly overgrown, the soil dry where it had been left unwatered. Molly stepped out onto the patio, coffee in hand, seeking air and hoping it might settle her stomach. Since Yates's visit the day before, her nerves had been twisted so tightly she'd had cramps. Or maybe that was hunger she couldn't be bothered to feed. She wore one of Julia's old sweatshirts, fashionably oversized, the hem brushing against her thighs over leggings. Her face was pale, drawn, and her eyes were dry and burned by Mr. Sandman, whose efforts couldn't thwart her sleeplessness. One look in the bathroom mirror was enough to make her feel older than her years, outside and in. Nancy had persuaded Dee to go with her for an early morning walk, insisting some fresh air might help lift the cloud of misery that had settled over the teenager. Molly had watched them from the lounge window with the heaviest of hearts. Dee's thin frame was bundled into a jacket too big for her, a knitted hat drooping over her ears, walking slowly beside their aunt, who gestured gently, trying to coax some conversation out of her niece. The image hurt. Dee looked so much like a child again. And now it was just her and Shane, home alone. That thought made her cringe, because in the past they would have made good use of that situation, and now nothing revolted her more. She hadn't said one word to him that wasn't totally necessary. Yes or no was as chatty as it got. She'd even wedged a chair under her door handle in case he got any ideas about wanting to sneak into her room, but surely even he could take a hint. Cold glares and silences weren't that hard to read. She found him already outside, leaning against the pergola post near the back terrace, a matching mug of coffee in hand. He wore his favorite designer jeans and a fine knit jumper, pale blue flecked with slubs of cream, the hem of a white T-shirt peeking out underneath. It was the kind of outfit that made him look relaxed, but she knew it would have been carefully chosen. Such was his vanity that had no regard for circumstance. His dark hair was tousled just so, and his face, clean-shaven and calm when he turned, gave nothing away. But there was a tension in his jaw, a tightness in his stance that betrayed something beneath the surface, waiting to be said. "Morning," she said. Her voice clipped. "Morning. Sleep all right?" "Not really." Molly sipped her coffee, the bitterness matching the thoughts in her head. They stood apart, the space between them charged with things unsaid. "Can we talk?" she said after a beat. He nodded, but didn't move closer. The breeze ruffled the clematis that trailed over the trellis behind him, its leaves whispering in the awkward silence. "Why didn't you tell me about the row with Mum before you came to the hotel?" Shane let out a breath, eyes on the garden. "Because it would have ruined the night. I wanted to be with you, not bring that into it." "You think that was fair? I had to hear it from Magda. You lied to me." He turned to her now, that familiar charm dialed low but still simmering behind his gaze. "I didn't lie. I withheld. I just wanted to keep it separate. I knew she was angry, and I didn't want to offload on you." Molly narrowed her eyes. "You're very good at pretending. The performance you gave when you came home, the devastated husband. It was Oscar-worthy. Had it been different circumstances, I'd have stood up and applauded." Shane's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, more of a tell. "I was shocked. And sad. Whatever issues Julia and I had, I wouldn't have wished this on her." "Did you know she was going to divorce you?" He hesitated, just a second too long. "I saw an email," he said, "from Nancy. Julia had left her laptop open. I didn't mean to snoop, but I saw the subject line. That was enough." Molly studied him. His answers felt too off-pat. Then a thought she had to vocalize. "You said you took Mum a bottle of wine up and wanted to chat. Why? You hadn't done anything like that with her for ages, and it seems odd." "If you must know, it was an excuse just to go up there and talk. Break the ice, I suppose. And let's face it, she'd been knocking the booze back lately, so I thought she'd appreciate it." Shane might not have heard the spite in his own voice, but Molly had, and she was just about to go back with a sarky retort when the doorbell rang. She turned her head toward the sound, then back to Shane. He looked annoyed, but masked it quickly. After placing their mugs on the outdoor table, they both moved toward the house, the hallway cold and gloomy as they entered, the echo of their footsteps sounding off the marble tiles. At the door stood D.I. Yates and D.C. Stone. Yates, tall and lean in his pressed suit, carried an air of practiced neutrality. His sharp grey eyes seemed to take in everything, which made Molly self-conscious, her shabby appearance and sickly pallor suddenly bothering her. Shane's guarded expression had drawn attention not only from her, but Stone, who stood behind Yates, his notepad ready. "Sorry to drop in again," Yates said, eyes scanning Molly's face, then moving past her to Shane. "We just have a couple more questions for Mr. Jones, if that's all right." "Sure," Shane said, folding his arms and leaning against the door frame. "You can ask them right here. I've got nothing to hide." Worried that Dee and Nancy might return at any minute, or someone walking their dog on the path beyond the conifers might overhear, Molly invited the detectives inside. Once the door was closed behind them, she looked expectantly at Yates, willing him to get on with it. Yates offered a polite smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "It's quite a simple enquiry, really, and I'm sure it can be cleared up quickly. When we called the Crown Plaza in Glasgow, we were informed that you didn't check in." The air shifted. Molly's blood went cold. She didn't dare look at Shane and was thankful that Yates had him in his sights, not her. But when she glanced at Stone, she felt her face flush the second she realized she was under scrutiny. She was so grateful when Yates broke the spell. He continued, voice even. "Mr. Jones, would you care to explain your whereabouts the night Mrs. Lassiter died? Where did you go when you left these premises?" Shane held up his hands. All right. Cards on the table. I wasn't in Glasgow. I lied." Molly's legs wobbled beneath her. She gripped the steel banister for balance. "I've been seeing someone," Shane admitted. "It's been going on a little while. I was with her that night." Molly blinked, stunned. Her breath caught painfully in her throat. "Please don't say it. Please don't say it." Shane continued. "I booked the hotel because I needed a receipt. It's a business expense and it would cover my tracks. I didn't want to deal with the fallout if Julia checked up on me like she always did." "So, by that I'm surmising this isn't your first affair, and Mrs. Lassiter was aware of this fact?" Yates asked. Shane gave a tired smile. "No, it isn't. And yes, she was." Molly sucked in a breath, not sure whether to believe the words that were coming out of Shane's mouth and praying they were a very clever bluff in order to hide their affair, bury it deep. Stone scribbled notes. Yates nodded. "So, if we follow up with this woman, she'll confirm you stayed with her?" Molly thought she was going to pass out right there and then in the hallway. Wished it to be so, because then it would distract them. Or at least if Shane said her name out loud, she'd be unconscious and not have to witness the look in the detective's eyes. When he began to speak, bile rose in her throat, and she knew her behavior. Red cheeks and an internal tremble she couldn't prevent spreading was going to give her away any minute. "Look, if it's at all possible, I'd rather you didn't involve her, not unless it's entirely necessary, because it has no bearing on what happened here that night," Shane said, his tone firm rather than placatory. "She works at Clearglass, and her job could be jeopardized if word gets out. But if you absolutely must, yes, she'll confirm that I was there." Yates tucked his notepad into his coat. "Understood. For now, as you say, your whereabouts that night are not of concern to us. We just needed to know why you lied. We've checked the Ring doorbell, which confirms you left when you said you did. It's what happened before you left that's important for now." With that, he turned to Stone and indicated with a nod that they were leaving, before nodding to Molly, who quickly opened the door and watched as the detectives made their way out. The click of the catch once they were gone sounded like the trigger of a gun. Molly turned to face Shane. Silence fell. She could hear the blood in her ears. Her whole body shook as she remembered the conversation she'd eavesdropped on. Her mum told Nancy he was having an affair. Molly had thought they were discussing her. Maybe they were. She was about to find out. "Molly, are you seeing someone else? Others before me? Or was that all a bluff to divert Yates? Because if it was, there's a damn good chance it won't pay off. They still might check. So just tell me, and I want the truth, because there have been too many lies and secrets already, and I can't cope with one more." She glared at him. The man she had loved, who she thought had chosen her, on the brink of breaking her heart or saving it. Yet deep down, she knew pain was inevitable. His excuse came too easily, smooth, like him. He ran a hand through his hair. "Molly, look, it wasn't like you think. You and I, the other woman, it's complicated. You were going to America and your mum didn't want me anymore." In a split second, Molly's world caved in again. "Oh, God! So So you replaced me before I even left? That's not what I meant. Is she the only one? He hesitated again. It doesn't matter. Yes, it fucking well does! Molly screamed so loud she scared herself and him, but before he could spin more lies, she stormed from the hallway, out through the lounge and kitchen and onto the patio. The mugs on the glass dining table were an easy target for her temper, so she swiped at them hard and fast, then watched unfeeling as they shattered across the paving stones, porcelain shards scattering like splinters of trust. Through the open patio doors, she sucked in air and, once calmer, looked back through the downstairs rooms and stepped to the side, watching unseen as Shane pulled out his phone, turning slightly away. Stepping quietly back inside, she crept closer and strained to listen. His voice was hushed, fake fatigue dripping in oil. Hey, babe. Yeah. It's grim here. Babe, listen, I need a massive favor. The police might call and ask you a few questions. About the night Julia died. No, hey, I swear. I haven't told them your name, but if they come back, I'll have to. Yes, I'll try, I promise. Look, I just need you to tell them I stayed at yours that night. You'll be doing me a massive favor, and I promise I'll make it up to you. Just don't let me down. Okay? Molly's stomach turned. She listened as he whispered sweet nothings, said he'd try to get away as soon as possible, then said he had to go as someone was calling him. Then he ended the call and turned. His face dropped when he saw her. Molly, do not speak to me or come near me ever again. You disgust me. She walked away. He followed. Even having him a few paces behind was too close now, and it made her skin crawl and the hair stand up on the back of her neck. It's not serious. It means nothing. Shane's voice was unusually whiny, and it grated. I meant nothing. I can see that now. Molly couldn't bear to look at him, so stared at the garden instead. No, that's not what You used me. He stepped forward. I care about you. I love you. You have to believe me. You make me sick. Leave me alone. She backed away, her voice wobbling. You can lie to everyone all you want, but I know the truth, and I swear to God, if you ever try to manipulate me again... He looked wounded. You knew we could never last. We were both going to move on. You wanted to end it, but how could we ever be together while... Well, what? My mum was alive? Is that what you were going to say? No! You're twisting my words. I don't believe you. Like I didn't know you cheated on Mum before, and that I was one of many. She snapped. Just leave me alone. Don't speak to me, don't come near me. In fact, don't even look at me. You make me want to puke. With that, she turned and left him standing in the hallway, the space between them as final as a locked door. As she took the stairs at speed, with each one the seed of hatred inside her bloomed. The man she had once adored was gone. What stood in his place was a fraud, and now she wanted nothing more than to bring him down, whatever it took. Chapter 34. Magda had never liked silence. When she arrived at the Lassiter home that morning, key in hand and rucksack laden with groceries, sighing when she saw a fresh bouquet on the porch, she paused on the step and exhaled. The house loomed before her. Still, and before she even stepped inside, she sensed the overbearing presence of morning. She turned and stood for a moment, taking it all in. They'd been leaving the double gates open during the day because it was easier than answering the intercom when a florist or neighbour dropped off flowers, and in some cases, food, which Magda took as a personal insult. Did they not know she was the one responsible for feeding the family and didn't need help in that department? Eric had chastised her gently when she'd grumbled about it, and she knew he was right. But this was her domain, and the family her responsibility. Talking of responsibility, the garden needed attention. Weeds had begun to stake their claim between the paving slabs. The box hedges were untrimmed. It felt like no one had breathed life into the place since Julia's passing. She would give the gardener a call and tell him it was okay to come round. He was probably being respectful, but Julia took pride in her home, and Magda would not let it go to rack and ruin. She let herself in and quietly shut the door behind her. The once vibrant home felt subdued. Even the soft creak of her shoes on the marble sounded like an intrusion into their grief. Without removing her denim jacket, she moved towards the kitchen and placed the flowers on the counter. These weren't lilies, thank goodness. Instead, some kind soul had chosen a bright and colourful arrangement that would bring a smile to anyone's face, even in such dreadful circumstances. A small gesture, a whisper of beauty. The roses were partially opened, their rich scent already filling the air that was stale from whatever the family had eaten the night before. Presuming he was out, his car was missing from the driveway, and the girls were still in bed or hiding in their rooms. She set to work immediately and started by opening the bifold doors that led to the garden. She never had to ask what needed doing. It came to her like muscle memory. This had been her second home for so many years. She had been here through birthdays, tantrums, breakups, and funerals. And now, another loomed. The fridge was full of half-eaten meals and expired milk. She took off her jacket and hung it in the utility room, and after donning her overall, began to remove the containers one by one, wrinkling her nose and trying not to dwell on how long it had been since anyone had prepared a proper meal. She tossed out wilted greens and set the bin out to be emptied. Then she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Wiping surfaces was mechanical. It helped. The scent of pine cleaner mixed with that of the flowers. She replaced the sponge on the sink and laid out a fresh dish towel. These small actions, these rituals of care, grounded her. They brought order. Moving from room to room like a breeze, she fluffed pillows, folded throws, straightened picture frames. In the lounge, she smoothed the blanket draped over Dee's favorite armchair, where the child had once curled up with books bigger than her lap. Still, no one stirred. Upstairs, the greatest challenge awaited as she hesitated outside the doorway to Julia's suite. Nobody had been up there since the paramedics and forensic team had left. Not to her knowledge, anyway. Gathering strength from a gulp of air, she opened the door and climbed the stairs, trying not to think about the day she'd had to... wanted to scrub the blood that told a terrible story. She'd seen it as an honor, to be the one to put things back in order because Julia would have hated the mess, and for the girls to be distressed by it. Reaching the top, she stood on the threshold and took in the room. It was such a beautiful, luxurious space, Julia's safe haven. Moving through the lounge area to the bedroom, she saw the bed was untouched since she'd last made it up. In the bathroom, the bath still held the water Julia must have run before. Pulling out the plug, she then straightened the row of L'Occitane bottles, Julia's favorite brand containing body lotion, shower gel, and shampoo. Magda's heart sank knowing she'd never have to perform these tasks again for her dear friend, and banished the next, not allowing in the thought that he might move up here. That would be sacrilege. She returned to the bedroom, each movement slow as she stripped the bed linens gently, folding the duvet as though Julia was merely away on a trip. The sheets smelled faintly of her perfume. Magda's hands trembled as she bundled them into the laundry bag and headed downstairs. It was as she passed the corridor that led to Molly's room, the door firmly shut, that her mind began to wander to another time when she'd found things that bothered her to this day. The socks and bobble, and the pills. Not that she'd ever mentioned them, though being a good housekeeper meant being discreet and Magda prided herself on being exemplary in that area. Continuing down the stairs, her attention turned to lunch and making the family, well, the ones she liked, something fresh to eat. Now she'd chucked all that donated rubbish away. Mid-morning, Nancy appeared, fresh-faced from a walk with Dee, the teenager trailing behind her like a tired puppy. By the looks of her peaky complexion, the fresh air had done nothing to revitalize her. Her hair was unbrushed, tucked into the collar of her jacket. She walked with her hands in her pockets, shoulders hunched, and did not make eye contact. Magda was wiping the hallway mirror when Nancy appeared beside her. "You didn't have to come," Nancy said softly, enveloping her in a hug. Magda shook her head. "I did. This house needs looking after. So do you and those girls, and I like to keep busy, and your sister would want me to have it looking nice for you all." Nancy nodded, her eyes shining. She looked tired beneath the smile, less composed than usual. She placed a hand briefly on Magda's shoulder. "Thank you. Really. And it's so good to see you." They stood in silence for a moment. Then Nancy said, wiping away a tear, "Shall we have a cup of tea? I'll stick the kettle on." In the kitchen, over 2 steaming mugs, they sat at the table. Magda had told Nancy about the visit from the 2 detectives. She'd seen them heading off as she came up the road. "I'll ask Molly when she comes down. Let's give her another hour in case she's sleeping. Then I'll wake her for lunch." She took a sip of her tea, lost in thought for a second before saying, "I keep thinking Julia will walk in, and she'll complain about the traffic in the village or tell us off for leaving our mugs in the sink." Magda smiled faintly. "She would. Julia liked everything just so." She was a perfectionist. Nancy smiled as she spoke. Magda nodded, lips pressing together. She was strong, too, and loyal and kind. Nancy nodded. She was all those things and more, which makes her leaving us even harder. You know, Magda, I keep thinking about what happened that night, and what might have happened before. Julia told me she was unhappy and she was scared of how Shane would react to a divorce. Magda looked down at her tea and wished she didn't have to be involved in these conversations. Nancy leaned forward. "Do you think he pushed her?" Magda didn't answer immediately. Her face was unreadable. She turned her mug slowly in her hands. "I think she might have been a bit drunk. She had been drinking more than usual, but it was not for me to say this to her. And now, I wish I had," she said eventually. "It seems to me she was really unhappy and was trying to numb the pain." Magda nodded. "I think so, too. That night will stay in my mind forever, you know? I was already worried by the way he acted earlier, totally blanking us, and his face. You could tell he was in a bad mood. Later, when I came back from my phone, the fact I could hear him from down here tells you how mad he was. I'd heard them shouting at each other before, but this was different. There was big anger in his voice. Different to the times when they'd rowed about him staying out too late or leaving beer bottles in the garden." Nancy inhaled sharply. "It doesn't surprise me that she'd been drinking. I would if I was married to him, that's for sure. But what I don't get is how he knew she was planning to divorce him. She wouldn't have told him because we'd planned it all so meticulously, for after her trip to the States with Molly and when he'd taken Dee to Paris. She didn't want to ruin anything for the girls, so I know without a doubt she wouldn't have told him. Which means he found out somehow." Magda met her gaze. "I think he is like the snake. I think he is a man who likes control, and he's always creeping about. snooping. I've caught him before, in Julia's study, rummaging about in her drawers. Once he said he was looking for a stapler. I ask you, who uses one of those these days? And he is very secretive where his own stuff is concerned. Nancy furrowed her brows. What do you mean? There was a long pause. Outside, the wind stirred the wind chimes near the back door, and they clinked like cutlery in a drawer. Well, in his room, he has a metal box, like one of those you put money in, but bigger, and it has a screen and a digital code. Suddenly, Magda realized she was breaking one of her own rules. But then again, it was about him, so did it count? No. But just in case. I don't want you to think I am being the nosy person, because I am not. I respect the privacy of the family, and being housekeeper is a position of great trust. But anyway, I saw it just once. He keeps it in his wardrobe, and on that day, when I took up his laundry, he had left the door of his wardrobe open slightly. I never go into their personal spaces. I always leave their laundry on the bed. So when I saw the open door, I went to close it and spotted it. The box on the shelf. Nancy leaned forward, lowering her voice. That's odd and weird, because as you know, Julia has a safe in the study for all their jewelry and passports, things like that. Ronnie's things are in there. She told me, just in case. So why would Shane have a separate one? Magda nodded. I am thinking the same thing. I know about the safe because Julia showed it to me. I am official key holder for the house, so if they were ever broken into while they are away, the police will call me. It's behind the Vetriano painting of the blue car. It was Ronnie's favorite. At this, Magda welled up. Ronnie would always be dear to her heart. Nancy smiled and reached over, squeezing Magda's free hand. It was, and I'm glad Julia had you to confide in and support her. She trusted you so much, and it made being away a lot easier for me. Thank you. That means a lot to me and my Eric, because he keeps his eyes on things at Clearglass. We would have done anything for her and Ronnie, and that's why I want to stay close by and watch over the girls. But I am worried that he will try to get rid of me. There is no love lost between us, and I expect he will sack me as soon as he can. Don't you worry about that, Magda. I'll make sure he's out of here as soon as the will is read, after the funeral. And if he won't go, I will stay here and piss him off so much he will give in and bugger off. I have stacks of leave owed to me, and compassionate leave too. So between us, me and you will sort him out once and for all. Nancy winked at Magda, a wicked smile brightening up her pretty face and the day. Nancy's words had lifted Magda no end, as did her smile, which was a rare thing at the moment, and for the first time she didn't feel quite so worried or alone, confident that together she and Nancy would see Shane off. How do you think the girls will cope if he gets his marching orders? Nancy asked. Magda's voice dropped, aware that Molly and Dee were around. They've both become attached to him over the years. Dee the most. Molly gets on with him well, but is more independent. Maybe they will want him to stay for security, or because they need a parental figure in their lives. I don't know how they feel about him leaving, and this house is too big for them on their own. But with you here all the time, and me during the day, I think they will be fine. Nancy's hand went to her mouth. It's like they're under his spell, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes, Magda said. Dee is besotted with him.
Then there's only one thing for it. I'll have to come home permanently and look after them. Hopefully Molly can still take her place at Princeton, if not this year, maybe next. And Dee can get on with her GCSEs. I can't leave them to fend for themselves, can I? I know you'll be here during the day, but they'll need support for a long time after this. Magda's mind was running riot, imagining Nancy giving up her home and job in Canada. And what if there was a lover? What would they think? She knew Nancy had never found the one, and according to Julia, she put her career before affairs of the heart. But still, it was a selfless act she was considering. Magda had to ask,
Would you really do that for the girls? Give up your whole life for them? Isn't there anyone special in Canada? Someone you would miss if you came home?
Without hesitation, Julia replied, It's a no-brainer, Magda. These girls are more special than anyone in my life, and if they need a mother figure to help them through the next few months and years, then I will gladly sacrifice my world for theirs. It's my duty, and what Julia would expect, and I won't let her or the girls down.
And I will help. I will be by your side. I promise.
Magda reached out and took Nancy's hand in hers, knowing that her other worries would disappear and could stay silent. Once Shane was history. Amidst the sorrow and confusion, wrapped up in her doubts and suspicions, Magda allowed herself to relax a notch. Put away the bad thoughts for now and focus on helping Nancy to get rid of that awful man, one way or another. Chapter 35. The day of the funeral came cloaked in a humid haze of grey. The sun was up there somewhere, furiously heating up the world whilst being thwarted by low slabs of cloud that stretched across the rooftops of the village. The forecast predicted a thunderstorm, and the hot and bothered folk of Cheshire rejoiced. In the village of Little Bowlington, there was little rejoicing amongst the funeral party who'd travelled in silence to the church. Holy Trinity stood at the far end of the village, its stone facade ancient and flecked with lichen. The wrought iron gates were open, and through them streamed a slow procession of mourners, black coats despite the warmth of the afternoon, heads bowed, arms linked in quiet grief. The church was already filling. In stark contrast to outside, a chill greeted the grieving, as if no amount of body heat could warm the stones beneath their feet and the walls that penned them in. Molly sat in the front pew, holding the order of service. Beside her, Dee sat unnaturally still, both her hands enclosed in chains, eyes bloodshot, her expression vacant. On Molly's other side were her grandparents, stoical, quiet, pressed together in shared sorrow, supported by dear, dependable Nancy, whose chin was high, but whose eyes shone like glass. Molly stared at the wooden coffin adorned in white lilies and wild rosemary, her throat burning. If she never saw Lily again, it would be too soon. She hadn't cried for days, probably since the day she discovered who Shane really was. It was as though she were testing herself like an anorexic denies themselves food, seeing how long she could go without breaking down, forbidding tears to well. And so far she was winning, relishing the battle that took her mind off so many other things. While people took their seats and the vicar prepared to do his thing, her mind drifted, pulled backwards into the days leading up to this moment. The week after Julia's death had blurred. Nancy, determined to remain civil with Shane for the sake of the girls, asked if they'd mind if she moved into their mother's suite. That way she'd not have to interact with him unless necessary. Molly had agreed instantly to the idea she and Nancy had concocted with the support of Magda. The three of them were now a united front after a heart-to-heart, where Nancy laid her feelings and fears bare, and offered to move back to the UK. Not only had Molly been stunned, she'd been grateful and accepted immediately. It was Magda who brought up Julia's suite and was quite outspoken in her determination not to allow Shane to move in there. She suspected he was just biding his time until after the funeral, so in a first-up, best-dressed strategical move, Nancy bagged the best bunk in the house. It had been a smart decision because in the week leading up to the funeral it provided a place where Molly and Nancy could escape Shane's beady eyes, and it made her feel close to her mother, being around her things. They could sit in the lounge and talk privately, or take some air on the veranda outside. Dee, still 95% mute, had nodded and gone along with it all. She still refused to go up the stairs, so remained in her own room, staring at the television or the ceiling, getting thinner and grubbier by the day. Molly, however, was drawn to Nancy's calm presence and practical guidance. The close bond they once shared was being rekindled, reminding her of what it was like to be a child and how, in the last couple of years, she'd made a leap from that to a woman. Not only did Nancy provide a barrier between her and Shane, but she also gave Molly a safe space to reflect on many things. Over the last few days, as the spectacle of her mother's funeral loomed, she'd gone over and over the events that led them there. Not just that night, but before, from the time Shane became a blot on their lives. Molly was beginning to see things more clearly, realizing that Shane had stolen the last years of her childhood from her. Rather than growing up gradually, she'd become someone's mistress overnight. During the day, she'd been a straight-A student, hanging with her friends at school, keeping a massive secret, trying to reconcile being a daughter to a mother she loved, and the woman having an affair with her mother's husband. And that was a total mindfuck. She had never had a tentative first kiss with a boy who held her hand in the cinema and shyly pecked her on the cheek, and was as rubbish at kissing as she was, hadn't gone through all the bases, giggled with her friends and swapped notes. Instead, she'd graduated to fourth in the space of a few minutes. In between unfucking her mind, Molly had spent time with her grandparents who had arrived from the south of France 2 days before the funeral and was staying with her great-aunt Betty in Alderley Edge. They'd been too grief-stricken to be much help, but were polite enough not to interfere. Molly and Nancy took over the funeral arrangements, brooking no arguments. Shane had tried to offer suggestions, readings, hymns, the menu for the wake, but Nancy shut him down with a clipped smile and a sharper glance. "I'm still her husband," he'd said. "And I've always been her sister," Nancy had replied. Dee, meanwhile, had disappeared into herself. At night, she woke crying, and Molly would climb into bed beside her, brushing hair from her sister's damp forehead. One night, she'd woken in the small hours to a sound. Dee's voice, whispering. At first, she thought Dee was talking in her sleep, but when she rose and half sleepwalked next door, her breath caught. Shane was sitting at the edge of Dee's bed, one hand on her blanket-covered foot, stroking it gently. He turned when he saw Molly, his face lit by the warm glow of the bedside lamp. "She was crying," he said. "I came to check she was all right." Molly said nothing. Dee rolled over, pulling the duvet up to her chin. Her eyes didn't meet Molly's. "You go. I'll stay with her," Molly said. Shane nodded and left without a word, but the unease Molly had begun to carry with her constantly ramped up a notch, and in the following days she'd left her bedroom door open and the hall light on, just in case. The day before the funeral, unable to bear it any longer, sensing the tension at home rising to almost breaking point, Molly called a meeting in the kitchen and spoke out, to prevent a scene that would distress Dee or cause gossip amongst the village and staff at Clearglass, and to offer her grandparents a veneer of dignity. Molly suggested a truce. Surely Nancy and Shane could stand together, just for one day. Appear united. Shane had agreed. Smoothly as always, and Nancy had also agreed, but with blatant belligerence and reluctance. Now, seated together in the church, their civility was passable. Shane wore a black tailored suit, his hair perfectly combed. He played the grieving husband impeccably, squeezing Dee's hand at appropriate moments, dabbing his eye when the vicar mentioned Julia's devotion to her daughters and husband. Molly could barely look at him. She should be in America. That thought kept circling like a moth to a flame. Princeton. The dream she had clung to for so long, now so distant. She had deferred her place, with Nancy's help. The university had been understanding, but still, the ache of it lingered. And what of the house? The life she had always known? Shane had been clear. Dee needed stability, familiar surroundings. He had offered to stay, to take care of things, to be there for Dee. He said it with sincerity in that voice that always convinced you of anything. Well, not anymore. Molly and Nancy didn't want Dee alone with him, both for different reasons. Molly's would remain buried deep, while Nancy had made hers clear. Dark thoughts had clawed at Molly in the stillness of the night. Dee was fragile, pliable, and Shane knew how to twist things, how to make people feel chosen and loved, and for that reason alone, he would have a huge shock coming after the funeral, when the ashes and dust had settled and the will was read. There would be a time for scenes and battles, but now wasn't it? Beside her, Dee sniffled quietly. Molly reached out and placed a hand on her sister's knee. It was the only thing she could offer, seeing as Shane had Dee's hands covered. The final hymn began, low and melancholic. People stood. Shane stood too, guiding Dee to her feet, his arm around her shoulder. Molly stayed seated a moment longer, watching him, watching how natural he made it look. Her heart beat hard, not from grief, from dread and hate. The predicted storm cracked through the sky on cue dramatically, and as the last mumbled strains of "The Lord's My Shepherd" petered out, a bolt of lightning lit up the nave, and while it jolted some, it made Molly smile. It reminded her of her mum getting cross because nobody had loaded the dishwasher, and all the lights were on all over the house with no regard for global warming and the person who paid the bills, or that someone had eaten the bag of giant Wotsits she'd been saving for herself. Oh, how Molly wished she could hear her mum ranting about all of those things just one more time. The service ended, and they began to file out, Shane and Dee up front. Molly moved with the flow, gripping Nancy's arm, leading the march and following the casket down the aisle, her steps leaden. Outside, the churchyard was sodden. Umbrellas bloomed like black tulips, and the scent of wet grass mingled with that of the lilies from the casket. The rest she performed on remote, watched her mother lowered into the earth beside her father, imagined his hand reaching out for hers, joined together once again, telling her it was going to be okay. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. She threw a single yellow rose onto the coffin. Shane stood opposite, and Molly avoided his eyes throughout. Dee clung to him. Nancy stood close, watching everything, silent and taut. And as the mourners filed along, throwing earth onto the casket, Molly felt her heart totally break. Chapter 36. The golf club's function room was decorated with soft white linen and polished silverware, like a wedding or a christening or a farewell party, and the crassness of it made Molly's stomach churn. The grief that had earlier clung to the mourners like smoke had dissipated, floating off and mingling with the scent of perfume and trays of canapes. Conversations ebbed and flowed, low murmurs, the occasional ripple of laughter, the uncomfortable shuffle of guests who passed by not knowing what to say. They had pushed the boat out in grand style for Julia because a luxury liner was what she deserved, and that's what she was getting. Champagne cocktails, her favourite dishes, the desserts she could never say no to, even though they'd mean an extra hour in the gym the next day. Compiling the list of foods for the menu had been one of those bittersweet tasks that had given them the freedom to reminisce, bringing Julia into the room as though she were catering for one of her grand soirees or Molly's farewell party. That thought was swiftly shut down, although Molly had a feeling it had been on Magda and Nancy's mind too. Dee had gone outside with their gran and granddad for some fresh air, and everyone else was at the buffet or bar. She had been joined by her 3 close friends, Jilly and Rollo, and Phoebe. Ever since Molly could remember, the 3 of them had been regular visitors at home, sleepover buddies and pool party stalwarts. Julia had always welcomed them with open arms, and had a soft spot for Rollo, the only boy in the group who boarded at school. His mum, a local MP, was often overseas, and Julia took shy Rollo under her wing, as did Magda, who fussed and spoiled him. It was Rollo who broke the awkward silence between them all as they sipped drinks, nobody knowing what to say. "I wrote a special note for you, Mum, and put it inside my flowers. Just saying thank you for always looking out for me and being so kind. She was so nice, even when we tramped wet footprints through the house or made a mess in the kitchen." Rollo's cheeks went a bit pink, and it made him look even more sweet and endearing than normal. No wonder Mum took a shine to him, Molly thought as Phoebe found her voice. "It's true. Julia had the patience of a saint with us, didn't she? I'm going to miss her a lot. We all will." Jilly went next. "I don't think I've seen her since bonfire night, when we came round for fireworks, and then before that. I can't remember, but anyway, I wish I'd seen her one last time." Molly felt her mood dip, and perhaps it showed in her expression that Jilly's words once again highlighted how much of her life she'd given up, neglected, for Shane. Up until her 16th birthday, her 3 friends had been the focus of her life, never apart, texting, calling, hanging out, and then gradually Shane had somehow managed to keep her home, on call, 24/7. Christ, how she hated him and herself, wanted to slap her own face so hard it stung and left a big, stinging handprint. Her face flushed, as though she'd said the wrong thing. Jilly grabbed Rollo's hand and said, "Come on, you. Let's go and grab some food. Molly, do you want us to bring you something?" Molly shook her head, but managed a smile, then watched as the 2 of them shot off, weaving through the Black Crow guests. As soon as they were out of sight, Phoebe took Molly's hand and said, "It's really hard to know what to say, isn't it? At times like this. I'm always scared of putting my foot in it." "It is, and I get it. I don't know what to say about all of this either, because I feel like I've woken up in someone else's bad dream. So if you fancy giving me a really good shake so my eyeballs rattle and wake me up, I'd be really grateful." Molly turned to Phoebe, whose sad expression mirrored her own. "Maybe we should talk about something else. Anything will do. Just not this." Molly jerked her head towards the rest of the room, where life, eating and drinking and chatting, was all going on without her mum. Not being shy at the best of times and seizing the opportunity, Phoebe whispered, "I've been wanting to ask. Is he here?" "Your bloke." Immediately Molly stiffened and pulled away her hand, regretting her suggestion, which made her reply harsher than she meant it to be. "No, he's not in any way. It's over. I ended it so I'd rather not talk about him anymore." Sorry, Mols. That was insensitive of me. I just wanted to..." Feeling bad, Molly retook her hand. "No, I'm sorry, Phoebes. I didn't mean to snap at you. Look, why don't you go and get some food while I go and find my grandparents and Dee and check they're okay? Then I'll meet you back here. Get me a vodka and Coke. Make it a big, fat double. I'll only be a few minutes." Before Phoebe could respond, Molly stood, and after a quick hand squeeze, she left her friend at the table and set off in search of her family. Her gran had been inconsolable for most of the morning, repeating to anyone she spoke to that it should have been her instead of Julia. "No mother should have to bury her child," she'd sobbed, over and over. The refrain drilled itself into Molly's bones and became unbearable. So she had no intention of seeking her gran out, and was glad when she'd buggered off, grateful for the solitude in her quiet corner. The room was crowded as Molly wove her way through, not making eye contact with anyone. Most of the staff from Clearglass had come, the old guard and new hires alike. They lined the buffet tables, stood in clusters, or circled the bar like moths to flame. When she reached the door, Molly turned and stepped to one side so she could observe them all. Her eyes swept the room like a scanner, ticking off potential suspects in silence. Who was it? Who was the woman Shane had been sleeping with? She had narrowed it down to a handful of possibilities. The new admin assistant, brunette, mid-30s, always perfectly made up. One of the two receptionists who he said used to giggle when he walked past, using that little teaser to compare Molly, who was far more mature. Or was it to keep her on her toes? Oh, what a big, stupid sponge she'd been, sucking in his praise and taking the bait, gobbling up in more ways than one the dangly worm of jealousy he'd placed so adeptly before her. What about the depot manager with the athletic build and blue pixie hairdo? No, not feminine enough for Shane. Molly observed everyone in the room, disqualifying them one by one as she watched for a glance too long, a whisper too soft. Nothing. Just polite chat and a plate full of posh nosh. At the bar, Shane was holding court. He'd been drinking steadily since their arrival. Jack Daniels, his favourite tipple. He laughed too loud, patted too many backs, and threw his arm around people with a familiarity that made Molly cringe. She watched him with growing unease. She glanced to the far side of the room where Nancy moved gracefully from group to group, thanking people for coming, accepting kind words with composure she wore like armour. Nancy had been her lifeline. Strong, calm, unflinching. Molly adored her. They'd already discussed what came next. After the reading of the will, Nancy would fly to Toronto at the weekend to make some personal arrangements. But before that, a request. Nancy had told Molly she wanted a private chat, away from the house, about the contents of the will and other matters. Molly's curiosity had piqued, but trusted her aunt when she said it was better to wait until they'd got the funeral out of the way. Tensions were high enough as it was, and she didn't want to make things worse. And she was right. Getting through today had been hard enough, so whatever Nancy wanted to tell her could wait. Molly was adept at waiting her turn. One thing she did know was that, once the will was read, Nancy and Molly were going to ask Shane to leave, which was why Magda was going to stay at the house and help look after Dee and keep Molly company when Nancy was in Toronto. A battle was on the horizon, and the thought of it made her feel sick with nerves, terrified that at any moment Shane might expose her and she would die. Right there, on the spot, poisoned by shame. Dee was the bigger worry, though. Withdrawn, temperamental, refusing to eat some days, avoiding showers, pacing her room. There were nights she cried so hard Molly had to lie beside her, stroking her hair until she calmed. And then there was the night Molly had found Shane sitting on the edge of Dee's bed, murmuring soft words in the dark. He'd said he was comforting her, but Dee wouldn't look Molly in the eye. That moment haunted her. Nancy had agreed that Shane needed to go. They had to keep Dee safe and out of his clutches because they feared he was using her fragile state to get her on side. Psychiatric help might be necessary, but they were holding off until Nancy returned from Canada. Molly's head was wired, like a fizzing, sparking jumble of thoughts and doubts and fears and confusion. She had to get away, find some fresh air, or at least take a break from the eyes of everyone in the room. As she walked toward the ladies' room, she passed through the lobby where Magda and Eric were chatting to Harley, Magda's 19-year-old niece and one of Molly's non-school friends. Even though they weren't from the same circle, they'd know each other all their lives through Magda. They'd spent sunny summer holidays as kids playing in the back garden at Molly's, and in their teenage years, meeting on the village park to drink cider and check out boys. A year ahead of Molly, Harley attended the local secondary school, and during that time Julia had fixed her up with work experience, and once she left, found Harley a job in the offices at Clearglass. Molly had always liked Harley and often wished they'd been closer, but so many things prevented that. An ugly class divide for a start, and when she turned 16, one thing or person in particular. Still, they had a connection, and seeing her old paddling pool pal, Molly smiled warmly at Harley, who, on seeing Molly, immediately looked uncomfortable, nervously adjusting the hem of her black dress. "Hey, I wondered where you were," Molly said, ignoring the weird vibe. "We have been taking some air," Eric said, his voice quiet. "We were sat with Dee and your grandparents outside," Magda added, brushing a strand of insipid pink hair from her eyes that was still bloodshot from the funeral. "Thank you," Molly replied, her voice catching slightly. "For looking after them." Harley offered a small smile, eyes downcast. Her arms were crossed over her middle, twiddling the silver rings on her fingers. They exchanged a few more pleasantries about the weather and attendance, the vicar's cold and impartial speech, the atmosphere both awkward and sincere. Then, from the corner of her eye, Molly saw Shane approaching. He moved slowly, weaving slightly. His face was flushed, eyes glassy. "Magda," he said, nodding. "Eric, Harley, good to see you." His speech was careful, but slurred just enough to betray the JD on his breath. As he passed, he reached out, just briefly, and placed his hand on Harley's shoulder. To anyone else, it would have looked like a gesture of balance or drunken unsteadiness. But to Molly, it was something else. The action was visually familiar, the same way he used to touch her when they were in company. Light, possessive, a secret signal. Harley froze. A deep crimson blush spread from her neck to her cheeks, leaving a port stain on her chest. She cast her eyes downward, as if trying to disappear. Shane moved on, disappearing down the corridor toward the toilets. The moment was over in seconds, but its meaning was impossible for Molly to ignore. She stood rooted, her pulse thudding in her ears. Harley is Babe. It hit her like a punch. That person on the phone, the panicked cover story, the lie about being with a woman who worked at Clearglass. Harley, 19. Magda didn't seem to have noticed. She was chatting softly with Eric. Fatigue, the toll of the day and past events evident in her body language. Molly tried to compose herself, to breathe, but Harley's reaction had said everything, and now she turned sickly white. Molly turned to the girl. "Are you okay?" Harley looked up, startled. "Yes, I'm fine. How are you coping?" "You look like you've seen a ghost." Molly wasn't giving an inch. Harley gave a nervous laugh. "I hate funerals and seeing Auntie Magda so upset." Yes, she's taking it hard, isn't she?" "Right then, I'll go find the others. Please make sure you get something to eat and drink." Molly assumed hostess mode and didn't press. It provided a shield and allowed her to walk away, head held high. But with each solid step, her mind was already spinning out of control. She didn't know what she was going to do, yet, but she knew she had to do something. Not out of jealousy, either. That ship had sailed, because Shane was dangerous, and now he was circling someone else. Someone young who could potentially end up like Molly, riddled with bitterness and regret. Chapter 37. Dee lay sprawled on her bed, her duvet twisted around her legs, one foot bare, the other tucked into a thick, fluffy sock with holes at the toes. It was stuffy, despite the window being open a crack, the humid air making her long hair cling to her neck and cheeks. On the bedside table, her phone screen lit up. She picked it up and read the message. Chloe. How are you? I wish you would reply. I'm worried about you. I'm here if you need me. Tutting, she shoved the phone under her pillow, rolled onto her side, and yanked the duvet higher. She hated that question. How are you? How did they think she'd be? She knew everyone was watching her and muttering about her when she left the room. Molly, Nancy, Magda. They were all waiting for her to snap out of it, but she never would. How could she? Knowing it was all her fault. That's why she refused to speak unless it was absolutely necessary, and a nod or shake of the head wouldn't suffice. There was something about not speaking that made her feel safe, like she was locked in a room and only she had the key. Hiding behind silence was becoming easier with every day. It was her friend and ally, and she took more comfort in that than all the words her family constantly whispered to her, or like the ones the stupid vicar said at the church. He didn't even know her mum, and yet there he was yakking on about what a good person she was, and how she was with God, all happy that she was dead. Dee had wanted to scream at him to shut up, but her friend's silence came to her rescue, and she remained mute, still raging, but quietly so. She didn't say one word, not at the service, not at the graveside, the sick wake where people stuffed their faces and got pissed, not in the car home. Her expression had remained stubbornly neutral, even when her gran sobbed and her granddad looked like he didn't know what to do. She hadn't cried, either. Not one single tear, and now she really knew it was all really real. She told herself she didn't deserve to cry tears for her mum, or feel sad. Dee had started the course of events by mentioning the email and... No. She couldn't think about it. That day when she told Shane. The weird look on his face. Then how he couldn't wait to get away. Stop! No! She obeyed the angry voice in her head, sniffed and wiped her nose on the sleeve of her jumper. On her nightstand, an untouched cup of tea had gone cold. The toast Magda had made her was still wrapped in a napkin, crumbs leaking onto the wooden surface. Magda had knocked and left it with a whispered, "Eat something, sweetheart." Dee hadn't eaten. She couldn't. Her stomach was a knot of dread and memories and wasted wishes. Then a tap and her bedroom door creaked open slowly. Dee stiffened. "Hey, kiddo." Shane. She didn't turn around. He stepped into the room. She imagined him creeping towards her, his socked feet making no sound on the soft, thick carpet. Dee heard the familiar clink of his silver chain against his watch as he crossed to the bed. "You all right in here?" "I'm fine." He sighed gently, then sat down on the edge of her bed. She felt the mattress dip under his weight. "I know things are hard right now. Yesterday was rough for all of us." She said nothing. Her eyes stayed fixed on the wallpaper. Pale green leaves trailing across a cream background adorned by exotic birds. "But I want you to know," he continued, voice low. "I'm here whenever you need to talk about anything." His hand came up to stroke her hair, fingers combing lightly through the tangled, greasy strands. Dee tensed. "Your Mom," he said quietly. "She loved you so much. We both did. And I promised her, no matter what, I'd take care of you. You'd like that, wouldn't you? If I carried on living here, looking after you?" He kept stroking her hair, long, slow motions, calming, repetitive. Then his hand went to her shoulder, then down her arm. "You're not alone, Dee. I'm here." She closed her eyes. Something felt wrong, not in his words, in his tone, in the way his hand lingered too long on her forearm, causing her skin to prickle, in the way his voice sounded a bit breathless, not the voice of someone sad, the voice of someone soothing, like in that sexy film she'd watched with Chloe once that made them both giggle and go red in the face. She swallowed and stepped out from behind her silence. "You should go. I want to sleep." A beat. The mattress lifted as he stood. Then he said, "Of course. Get some rest. I'll check on you later." She waited, heard the door close, imagined him moving down the hall before she sat up, heart hammering. The room suddenly felt weird, like it had been invaded and wasn't her own. Dee hated that. She grabbed her phone from under the pillow, opened a new message to Chloe. "Dee, has someone ever made you feel weird? Like, when they touch you?" She stared at the message, seeing how stupid it sounded, then deleted it. Why was she suddenly feeling like this? Was it what happened when you were grieving? She set the phone down and stared out of the window, letting her thoughts drift, chaotic and jumbled. She thought about Molly, always whispering with Nancy, always watching Shane like a hawk, like there was something she wasn't saying. Just because Dee didn't speak it didn't mean she couldn't hear, like when she pretended to be dozing on the sofa. She'd heard them talking about him cheating on her mum, that she was going to divorce him, that he was a snake they couldn't trust and was after Mum's money and the house. Shane, her stepdad, her friend, her hero, the one who noticed when she didn't eat, who checked on her when no one else did, who was taking her to Paris, who sat beside her in the dark and said things she needed to hear, didn't mind when she sat on his bed while he watched telly and talked about things that worried her, like Donald Trump and knife crime. He'd give her a cuddle and make her laugh about the orange one, and reassured her that nobody in Little Bowlington was going to go crazy with a machete. It wasn't wrong to feel safe with him. It couldn't be. He understood her in a way no one else did. She was just being silly, taking this pushing people away thing a bit too far. Shane would look after her. He promised, and Dee believed him. Shane was her safe place. Chapter 38. It was almost lunchtime, the day after the funeral, and Molly waited on one of the side streets close to Clearglass. The industrial estate was huge, and nobody would spot her there. She kept the engine of her Mini running and watched through her rear-view mirror for Harley, who had agreed to meet her. Molly had been direct and firm in her message, saying that she needed to talk and it was urgent, giving the time and the place, leaving no room for negotiation simply because she'd ended with, "Unless you'd like me to come into the office." The night before, Molly hadn't slept more than a few minutes before waking up and going over everything she knew, and what she was going to do about it. She hadn't mentioned to Nancy what she'd discovered because she wanted to hear it from Harley first, get her facts right. Spotting her rounding the corner and hurrying in Molly's direction, she clicked the switch to open the door, and within seconds, Shane's other lover was sitting in the passenger seat. Harley, dressed in white cotton capri pants and a pale lemon shirt, Her long, fair hair loose to her shoulders looked far more composed than she had the day before. In fact, when she turned, there was something close to anger in her eyes, and her first words took Molly by surprise. "I just want to say I'm glad you asked to meet because I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while, so you saved me the bother of trying to work out what to do next." Harley's voice didn't waver, and Molly had a suspicion she may have rehearsed her opening speech. "Well, I suppose that's something, then. So, what was it you wanted to tell me?" "I think you know very well what. But to save time because I only have 45 minutes, I'll get straight to the point. Yes, I was seeing Shane and it's been going on since February, and before you get the wrong idea, no, I'm not in love with him, and no, I don't want to keep on seeing him either. In fact, I'm kind of hoping you're going to be able to help me find a way of getting shut of him. There. Does that answer some of your questions?" Harley held Molly's stare and waited, her chest visibly heaving as though the sheer effort of what she'd said had exhausted her. Molly was totally wrong-footed. She'd imagined having to drag the truth out of Harley, so answered honestly too. "Well, yes, it does. But what I don't understand is why you sound like you can't stand him. Doesn't exactly fit the stereotype, does it?" "No, because I'm not his mistress or his lover either. I'm just a stupid cow who got taken in by a total bastard, and that bastard is ruining my life, and I'm sick of it. So if you can't help me, then I'm going to expose him and have done with it. It's what he deserves, in my opinion. Fuck the consequences." Harley threw her arms across her chest, her foot tapping in temper in the footwell as she waited for Molly to speak. "Okay. Well, I have to say I wasn't expecting that." Molly paused, trying to think at 1,000,000 miles an hour. "Look, Harley, we've known each other since we were kids, and I know we're not close, but you're one of my oldest friends, so whatever all this is about, and even after what's gone on, I do want to help." Harley seemed to relax, her shoulders dropping as she swiveled in her seat to face Molly. "I really appreciate that, and for the record, it's made all of this even worse. Us being old mates. It really has. So why don't you just explain to me how it started and why you need my help?" Molly was conscious of the time and wanted to get every last detail out of Harley before her lunch break ended. Harley nodded. "Okay, that makes sense, but please, try not to judge me until you've heard it all, and believe me, nobody hates themselves as much as I do." As much as she wanted to disagree with Harley's statement, knowing full well what it was like to loathe everything about yourself, Molly kept it to herself, and instead listened. It kind of started at the Lassiter house, of all places. She had been helping her Aunt Magda, earning extra money over the summer. Harley had been 17, finishing up her A-levels, her life a mix of sixth form gossip, music playlists, and dreams of being independent, getting away from her dad, who was a big pisshead, and finding a flat, or maybe even a room in a shared house. She didn't care where, as long as it wasn't her parents' cesspit. Shane had been charming. He noticed if she'd done her hair differently, if she looked tired and hot from hoovering the carpets. He hadn't treated her like the help, someone peripheral, and instead offered to get her a bottle of water and suggested she take a break. He asked questions about her interests, then listened like he genuinely cared, complimented her work and said she had a good head on her shoulders when she told him about her career hopes. Then came the little favors, offering her lifts back into the village, leaving an extra tenner tucked inside her handbag, and once a huge bottle of her favorite perfume he'd picked up from duty-free. She'd been so overcome with gratitude, gobsmacked he'd remembered it was Gucci Flora, that tears had pricked her eyes. The first time he touched her, it was her wrist. She was stacking fresh towels in the hallway cupboard when he walked past and gently wrapped his fingers around her arm. "You're wasted doing laundry." he said with a smile. She laughed nervously, unsure whether it was a joke or something else. From there, it escalated. Slowly, a compliment here, a brush of the hand there. When Julia got her the job at Clearglass as a junior admin, he began sneaking her leftover pastries from meetings which she'd find on her desk, wrapped in a serviette, with a note saying, "You deserve a treat." It already felt like they had a special friendship, even though nothing had happened. She was flattered. Nothing more. It wasn't until the night of the previous Christmas party that she realized just how serious it was becoming. They found her outside by the back staircase. She had stepped out for air. Her head was pounding from the music and flashing lights. He followed her, stood close, and then told her he simply had to kiss her. After all, it was Christmas. He produced a sprig of mistletoe. It was plastic, and it made her laugh, and before she knew it, he was kissing her passionately. She'd panicked, pulled away, then fled inside and avoided eye contact and stuck close to her colleagues all night. After that, he was relentless and wore her down. It was as though he could see right inside her head, and she realized too late that while she'd been working in his house, she'd given away far too much about herself. That she was unhappy at home with her warring parents and biker dad who cared more about his Harley Davidson than his wife and kids. About the management program Julia had hinted at if she did well, the driving lessons she'd been saving up for, and the ultimate dream, a little place of her own. Her and Shane started proper on a cold February night. She'd stayed late to help her boss, who was still working away, and then she missed her bus. Could have cried when she saw it pulling away from the stop, the driver ignoring her waving arms and calls for him to wait. It was pouring down, too, a deluge of hail and rain that soaked her clothes and shoes, and her brolly kept blowing inside out, so when Shane pulled alongside her in his fancy red car and offered her a lift, she accepted without hesitation. It was already dark as they made their way out of the industrial park, and Harley was dreading going home to the same old drama she'd left behind at breakfast. Her mom had chucked a full mug of tea at her dad, just before she'd slammed the door closed on them both. Shane asked her if she fancied going for a quick drink, and despite his behavior at Christmas, which she conveniently put down to being drunk, a one-off, she said yes. They went to a little pub tucked away in the Cheshire countryside where one drink turned into 3 or 4, then a meal, and afterwards he drove her home. To her relief, he didn't try any funny business. If only he'd left it there. But he didn't. He often gave her lifts home, and they always turned into a few drinks in their special place, as he called it. Harley admitted that she may have been using Shane as a distraction and told herself that a nice meal in a quaint pub wasn't doing any harm. All they did was talk about her home life that was getting her down more than ever, and work, or her dreams for the future. Nothing flirty. He was a complete gentleman, made her laugh and feel important to him. He told her that things hadn't been great at home for a couple of years, that he and Julia slept in separate rooms, but they were seeing a counselor in the hope they could get back on track. Harley believed it all. Then one night, as he dropped her by the woods on the lane near her house, he gave her a white envelope. Inside, enough money for a deposit and the first month's rent on the house share she'd told him about. "I can't take this, Shane. It's too much, and I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back." She couldn't take her eyes off the wedge of money inside. She'd never seen so much and couldn't believe he'd lend it to her. Shane placed his hand on hers. "Who said anything about a loan? See it as a gift from me. Thank you for keeping me company these past few weeks when I've been at a low ebb. And anyway, you deserve a break. And I'd like to help." Shane's eyes shone. His smile lit up his face, and he looked genuinely happy he was able to make one of her dreams come true. Harley took the money, moved into her house share, and promised that once she'd bought some furniture for her bedroom, because the stuff in there was a bit grim, She'd start paying him back. She was proud and didn't want handouts. But it didn't end there. The following month, on her 19th birthday, he surprised her with another white envelope, and this one contained a printout. Confirmation of payment for a course of 10 driving lessons. His gift to her.
Oh my God, Shane! No, I can't let you do this. It's too much, and I'd feel cheeky accepting, so please, will you cancel them and get a refund?
Harley tried to hand him back the envelope, but he pushed it away. Nope. No can do.
But...
Harley tried again, and this time Shane unleashed emotional blackmail. Harley, please take it. You don't know how happy it makes me to treat you. I know what it's like to struggle when you're trying to make your way in the world. I had nobody to help me. My parents did their best, but no way could they give me a leg up in life, so I had to do things the hard way, taking crap jobs to scrape by. And let's face it, Julia doesn't need or appreciate anything I get her. She's a millionaire, and the girls already have everything they need, so this is my way of paying the universe back, by doing nice things for you. How could she refuse after that? Harley wished more than anything that she had. Chapter 39. Molly had been able to imagine every single thing Harley had told her, yet was still finding it hard to take it all in, that the man she'd loved was proving to be a master at all this, adept at sucking in women, girls even, who he'd identified as being insecure or at a turning point in their lives, in need of his fatherly presence or a bit of cold hard cash. God, he was clever. She also knew the answer to her next question would be hard to hear. So when did he move things along? Or did you start to fall for him? I won't be annoyed, I swear. He's a good-looking guy and has the gift of the gab and plenty of tricks up his sleeve, so I'm not surprised he sucked you in. He sucked my mum in, and look where that got her. Molly felt that familiar creep of embarrassment laced with an unhelpful dose of stupidity, and was glad she could keep her own mistakes to herself. It's only been going on in that way for a couple of months. I'd done well at work and proved myself, so your mum told me that the directors had agreed to fund my uni course. I was over the moon because the last thing I wanted was to go into debt with tuition fees. So I applied and bagged myself a place on a management degree course at Bolton University, starting this September. Everyone was really chuffed for me at work. Then, about a week later, Shane turned up in a taxi at my house, drunk, saying he'd had a huge row with your mum and she'd kicked him out. Molly's eyebrows furrowed. No way had that happened. Not to her knowledge, but she let Harley explain. It was about 2 a.m., so I let him in and told him to be quiet. Luckily, there was only one other person in that night, and they were asleep. I couldn't let him stay on the sofa in case anyone recognized him, so he had to stay in my room, in my bed. Harley blushed deeply and averted her eyes. Let's just say that one thing led to another, and he seduced me, and leave it there. Okay? Did you feel you owed him? Because of the gifts? Or did he make you feel sorry for him with a sob story? Molly more or less knew the answer before Harley spoke. A bit of both, I suppose. It's not like I had the ugliest guy in the village in my bed, and I kept telling myself that him and Julia were more or less separated, and it was a one-off. But it wasn't. Molly heard the resignation in her own voice. No, but not in the way you might think. The next 2 times he invited himself round and was acting like we were a couple, as though I'd silently agreed to something. It was weird. He'd park in the woods late at night and sneak round the back of the house, and I'd let him in. It pissed me off that he thought he could text me, and I'd be okay with him just turning up. Then on the 3rd time, I said no.
that I was tired and he should go home. We had a bit of a text row. I've still got it on my phone, but I stood my ground, and in the end he took the hint. I had no clue what I'd done, not until I got into work the next day. What happened? Harley sighed. Long story short, he cornered me in the locker room and told me how unhappy he was and hoped that I'd make it up to him. He was really close and threatening, not outright nasty, more the way he used his body as a silent weapon, towering over me, pushing me against the lockers. I was scared someone would come in, so just to shut him up, I agreed to meet him that night. I panicked. Did you go? Yes, I bloody well had to, because he must have sent about 10 messages after that. Oh, and that reminds me, he didn't use his own phone. It was a cheat phone which told me I wasn't the only person he was at it with. Molly prayed to God her face wasn't giving herself away, knowing he'd used one to keep in touch with her too. That's interesting that he had another phone. So, go on. What happened then? Simple, really. I met him in the woods and told him I wanted it to stop. No more coming round to mine, and then the threats, well, hints really began. At this point, Harley's whole demeanour changed from being annoyed to on the verge of tears. He reminded me about the money I owed him for the deposit that he'd said he never wanted back, and that I also owed him for my driving lessons. I lost my shit at that point because he said it was a birthday present, and we had a huge row which ended when he grabbed my wrist. I mean, really tightly, and it hurt. Harley touched her wrist, as if remembering the moment and the pain. Then he pulled me towards him. His face was inches from mine, and that's when I saw the real him. His eyes were cold and like they'd glazed over with anger, and he told me that if I didn't behave like a nice girl, he'd make sure I lost my job, that I'd not be able to pay my rent, and I could kiss goodbye to my uni fees being paid too. What did you say? Nothing. I was too shocked. My head was all over the place, and I didn't know what to do, and then... Harley's lip wobbled, and tears started pumping from her eyes. Her composure crumbled, and she began to sob, causing Molly to reach out and place an arm around her shoulder as she waited for her to speak. When Harley found the words, Molly wished she hadn't. He said that all I needed to do was be nice to him now, and then, whenever he rang me, and then it would all be okay, and he'd forget the debt, and my job would be safe, and then he said maybe I should show him how grateful I was. And he unzipped his pants and made me, give him a blowjob. Molly's hands flung to her face, hardly able to believe what she'd heard as Harley sobbed her heart out in the seat next to her. She felt sick, but that was nothing to how the poor broken woman seated next to her must have been feeling. So instinctively, she took Harley in her arms and let her cry it out. Minutes passed. Molly waited patiently, her hatred of Shane growing with every hiccup and sob. Eventually, Harley composed herself with the help of a packet of tissues from the glove box and a few great gulps of water from the bottle in her bag. Harley, I'm so sorry you've been through all this. I truly am, and I'm disgusted by the way Shane has treated you. Molly had 100 questions, but didn't want to make it worse, so waited for Harley to take the lead. It's okay. It's not your fault, and I accept my part in it all, and I can't tell you how many sleepless nights I've had, going over it all, regretting what I did and trying to work out how to make it right. I'm so full of hate and anger, He made me feel like a prostitute that night, and twice since, clicking his fingers whenever he fancied. The way he spoke to me, behaved, reminded me of one of those books where the lord of the bloody manor has his way with the kitchen maid. He's made me feel cheap, and I'm disgusted with myself more than anything, and that's why I decided to put an end to it."
Molly's body stiffened.
"What do you mean? How?"
Harley's body sagged, and she rested against the headrest, looking shattered.
"I can't go on anymore. I've met someone. A really nice lad from work, and I know he's going to ask me out properly soon. We chat all the time on the phone, and when we can at work, but I'm scared Shane will get wind of it and sack him or something. And anyway, how can I say yes with this hanging over my head? I can't start a proper relationship while I'm being forced to have sex with the man who everyone is terrified will take over Clearglass."
The memory of what Phoebe had told her about Kai pinged into Molly's head. So feeling even more of a kinship with Harley than she ever thought possible under the circumstances, she reached over and rubbed her arm. "Well, if me and my aunt have anything to do with it, that won't happen, but I'll explain that later. Just tell me what you were going to do." Harley puffed out a long sigh that must have emptied her lungs.
"I was going to tell your mum. The whole thing, because I figured it was the only way. I couldn't exactly go to HR and report him or tell Auntie Magda. She'd be so ashamed of me. Then she'd take a knife and kill Shane. I had nobody to turn to, so I figured that if Julia's marriage really was on the rocks— Auntie Magda had told me they were always rowing, and I already knew from cleaning your house that they slept in separate rooms. There was a chance Julia might be glad of the news. It'd give her a damn good reason to divorce Shane for a start."
Molly smiled. "And you'd be right. It would have been a great reason, but sadly it's too late now. So what did you do?"
"I'm so sorry, Molly, but it was on the day she died. I went to the house after work on my bike to speak to her in person. I didn't want to go up the drive because of your Ring camera. I was scared Shane would see, so I was going to use our secret path. You know, through the fence and bushes at the back. But when I cycled past, Shane was coming out of the house and Dee was going up the drive. I hid behind the trees on the lane. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but shortly after, Shane shot off in his car and Dee went inside. There was no way I could confront Julia while Dee was there, so I decided to leave it and go back every day if need be, or ring Julia and ask her if I could meet her somewhere. I just hoped to do it privately, at home, because it's not nice news to hear in public, is it?"
Molly nodded. "No, it's not."
"So you were there before Mom died. Did you see anyone else near the house? Shane definitely didn't come back. You didn't go back later?" "No, he didn't. Not while I was there, anyway. But like I said, Dee was home, so I gave up. I suppose I didn't think it through properly, but I was so fed up of it all, and I was getting desperate."
Harley looked down at the scrunched-up tissue in her hand and sighed. Molly placed her hand over Harley's. "Listen, I promise you I'm going to find a way to set you free from this awful hold Shane has on you. My aunt will help us. You're not alone now, Harley. Okay? So if he contacts you again, ignore him, or better still, block his number. But please, make a copy of those texts, screenshots, anything." "I will. I'll do it as soon as I get back to work. Oh, and there's something else. He rang me the other day and asked me to lie for him to the police and tell them he was with me the night your mum died. He's so weird, talking to me like I'm his girlfriend, as though he doesn't accept that he's forcing me to be with him. The freak! But no way am I doing that, Molly. He can get fucked." Molly feigned shock.
"Oh, Christ, really? He's unbelievable. Will you write that down too? Anything you can think of or remember will be helpful."
Harley nodded, and then checked the clock on the dash.
"Look, I have to go or I'll be late, but can I call you if I need to? It's such a massive relief to share it all, and I am scared of him and what he could do."
Of course. Ring or text me any time. I'm at the end of the phone if you need me." Molly wished she could wangle the afternoon off for Harley, who looked wrung out as she gathered her bag from the footwell, and they said their goodbyes. She watched Harley make her way back to work, her gait slow, like she had the worries of the world dragging her down. Molly felt so bad for her, especially because Shane thought he was going to be the big man at Clearglass, and would probably make Harley's life even more of a misery now. She had to tell Nancy and make damn sure the board of directors could get rid of him. And there was something else that was starting to niggle. Everything she'd learned, since the day Phoebe told her about Kai, her mum's hints that she was planning something, Nancy being in on it all, right up until poor Harley's confession, pointed to the cold, hard fact that Shane was not the man she had thought he was. He was manipulative, controlling, mean, and abusive. What he'd done to Harley was low, probably qualified as some type of sexual assault, and all the time he was setting her up and sleeping with her. He'd been sleeping with Molly, too. Bile roiled in her stomach when the next wave of thoughts hit. What if he'd set Molly up for the same? Would he start to blackmail her, too? Threaten to expose their secret if she didn't do as he wished? Was he already calculating, plotting how he could use her mum's death to his advantage in every way? She and Dee were likely to inherit a fortune, so what if he threatened to tell everyone about their affair unless she paid him off? No, he wouldn't. Would he? Panic took hold as she put her car in gear and indicated pulling onto the road, desperate to get home and speak to Nancy. One thing was for sure. She had underestimated Shane. Everyone had, and somehow she had to stop him from ruining all their lives. Chapter 40. When Molly let herself into the house, she stalled a second at the door, taking in what she could only describe as soul-crushing emptiness. It was a home full of beautiful things, furnishings, artwork and such like, but she suddenly realized that it was missing one vital ingredient: a mother. It was Julia who made the heart of the house beat. Her presence lifted those in it, her arms always open for a hug, her ears ready to listen to a problem or good news. No matter how busy or focused she was, Julia always had time for her girls. And now she was gone, and it was like her spirit had packed up and left too. All around were signposts reminding Molly that Julia had been there, chosen a rug or a painting, or positioned a lamp or ornament. My objet de art, as she'd referred to her bits and pieces dotted all over the house. In the walk-in wardrobe upstairs hung her mum's beautiful clothes, all of them tasteful statement pieces or casual lazy Sunday outfits that epitomized who her mum was on the outside and in. And now they were bodiless, useless rags with slouched shoulders and dangling legs hanging forlorn. The whole house was bodiless and soulless, and crying out for her mum. Molly went over to the stairs and sat, hands and elbows resting on her knees, head leant against the banister. Why had she done it? The thing with Shane. How could she have done such a terrible thing to her own mum? The betrayal and deceit was one thing, the casual cruelty of the affair another, and her total disregard for the damage she might cause if they were found out actually disgusted her. That she had been so utterly blinkered and selfish, so thoroughly disrespectful of the woman who had given birth to her, cared for her, given her every single thing she'd ever wanted in life. Molly put her hands over her mouth to hold in the scream that was building inside, rising up, constricting her throat as it fought to escape, and when it did, it came out as a muffled moan, tortured, labored, deserved. Tears poured from her eyes, pumped out by the pressure of confusion that her head couldn't contain. Questions. So many questions. How had she become this person? She had been the child her parents adored, the good girl who made them proud, always well-mannered and well-behaved at social events, birthdays and family parties. At school she was bright and diligent, the kid who wanted to be in all the plays and clubs and teams, who was never afraid of bringing home her report and who basked in her parents' praise when they read out each comment and grade, their faces glowing at a job well done. But Molly knew that wasn't the full story. Right up until her dad died, she was that nice person. Even afterwards, despite the heartbreak, when it was just her, Dee and Mum at home, with Magda, of course, and Nancy when she came to stay. Molly behaved, not wanting to upset her mum, heeding the words of Magda and Nancy that they all had to look after one another and pull together. It was all fine until he turned up. Shane. He was the catalyst. She saw it all now, how her life had shifted and taken a different shape once he became part of the furniture, an objet d'art, an expensive one at that. If only her mum had kept the receipt and then sent him back when she realized he was a complete sack of shit, a poor-quality dupe. What Molly needed to focus on was herself, track the changes in her own personality, because then she might make sense of it all and help her deal with the grief and shame and bitterness that was eating her insides. She'd resented Shane's intrusion in their lives from the off, and yes, had turned into a royal pain in the arse for a long time, finding ways to kick out. Even when she'd finally accepted that Shane wasn't going anywhere and cut him some slack, being quietly rebellious sort of eased the pain of missing her dad and made her feel powerful, like she had a secret side that nobody knew about. Like when she discovered that even though she had money in her purse, shoplifting gave her a buzz, and then it gave her a handy escape route she used to her advantage for many years. She was 13, and on the patio playing with a super bouncy glittery ball she'd acquired in the village shop. She slammed it so hard it ricocheted into the rhododendron bushes. Being rather fond of her free toy, Molly set off to retrieve it. Pushing between the foliage, she became invisible, swallowed up by the mature greenery that bordered the fence to the property. As she searched, Molly noticed that one of the fence panels had broken away from the post at the bottom, and if you pushed it, it flapped open, just enough to squeeze through. It was a perfect place to hide her stash of shoplifted rubbish and a nifty way in and out of the garden. For the rest of her teenage years, Molly had used the escape route to sneak in her shoplifted bits and bobs that she hid in a carrier bag. When she hooked up with Harley, Molly shared the secret, and if there was a party in the village or a cider binge in the park, she'd wait until dark and meet Harley on the other side of the fence. Nobody knew she'd been out, got smashed on cheap booze and thrown up in her den. And no one knew that she often played truant. They didn't know she had once set the sprinklers off in school by setting fire to the loo roll in the toilets with a cigarette. There was so much more that Molly could admit to. Small wins that gave her some power back and totally trashed the image her mum and family clung on to. So, as she sat there on the stairs, she had to ask herself if Shane was totally to blame for her secret life as a pain in the arse, or deep down, was she just a two-faced monster? Was she looking for a scapegoat, or had she always had a bad side buried deep inside? She was capable of being sly, telling teenage lies, petty theft, having sex with her stepfather, and looking her mum in the eye at the same time. It didn't bode well. Hearing Magda come into the kitchen from the garden, Molly snapped out of beating herself up and not wanting to chat, turned and raced up the stairs, her head too full of it all. Harley, Shane, her mum, Nancy, and the will reading that hovered like a portent. She was glad that Nancy had held off the solicitor until after the funeral, but they still had to face hearing her mum's final wishes, and it knocked Molly sick. Everything coming down to money and shares and property was crass, and she wished she didn't have to be present. Maybe she could swerve it. Dee would. No way was she in the right headspace at the moment. Passing her sister's room, she paused and knocked gently on the door, and when there was no answer, pushed it open quietly. As expected, her sister was sleeping, headphones on, eyes closed, locked in a world of her own, and for a second, Molly envied her the ability to tune everything out. She was about to turn around and leave when Dee opened her eyes, and Molly wondered if she'd been pretending all along. But seeing a faint smile on Dee's face wiped out the cynicism and encouraged her to attempt a chat. "Hey, how are you feeling? Have you eaten today, my little skinny Minnie?" Dee pulled off her headphones and replied, "I'm not hungry." They sat in silence for a heartbeat or two. Then Dee said, "Sometimes, when I wake up, I forget Mum's not here. Then I remember and I just want to sleep forever. Last night I prayed I'd go to sleep and never wake up because I hate all this so much and I want it to stop. I don't want to be here without Mum." Molly's heart clenched and dread coursed through her whole body as she grappled with the right thing to say. "I hate it too, Dee. I miss Mum so much and how we are now is awful. But it will get easier. You know? One day. I promise. And I'll help you through it. And so will Nancy. She's promised to come back and look after us. And we have Magda, too. And what about Shane? What's going to happen to him? You all hate him, so he can't stay here, but—" Dee pulled the covers up to her neck and closed her eyes. "But what?" Molly asked. "Nothing. I don't want to talk about it anymore, so can you go? Please, Moll, just leave me alone." Dee turned on her side, away from Molly, and pulled her headphones back on, shutting down any further conversation. Accepting she'd been dismissed, Molly stood and left the room as quietly as she'd entered, then went next door to her own. But before going inside, she remembered something Magda had said before the funeral. Knowing Shane was out, she made her way to the end of the hall and let herself into his room. Without thinking it through, she went straight to the wardrobe. Kneeling, she looked inside and checked the shelf that was stacked with T-shirts and sweaters, which she pushed aside. There was the safe, exactly where Magda said it was, shoved to the back out of sight. There was a digital display on the front and a keypad that held the secret to whatever was inside. Molly wondered if he kept his cheat phone in there and had the sudden urge to scroll through it and see how many other women there might be. 10 minutes later, and out of ideas, having tried every combination of significant numbers she could think of, Molly conceded defeat. Whatever the safe contained remained locked behind a steel door. It dawned on her that it didn't matter what dirty little secrets were inside. She already knew enough about the man she used to love to know he was a fake, that he'd lied and manipulated her, groomed and used her, and nothing she could discover could be worse than that. Chapter 41. Molly had waited up late for Nancy to get home, but her granddad wasn't well and Gran and Auntie Betty were in a flap and wanting to ring an ambulance. So in the end, Nancy stayed over to keep an eye on all of them. But Molly couldn't hold it in, not until morning. The stuff Harley had told her was like toxic waste poisoning her blood, and she had to get it out, so, in a series of back-and-forth text messages, she'd told Nancy the whole sordid story, in between administering cups of tea and assuring her mum and Auntie Betty that they did not need to sit in A&E for 12 hours. Nancy called Molly, and in hushed tones, they dissected Harley's situation, and as Molly hoped, Nancy was going to make damn sure the torment ended. She hadn't returned until 2 a.m., and they agreed not to discuss the matter in the house. The will reading was set to take place at 4 p.m. later that day, and so they'd agreed to get up early and go out for breakfast, somewhere they could talk privately. The children's playground was nearly empty, save for a toddler swinging in slow arcs, while his mother scrolled through her phone and pushed him from behind. Beyond the low fence, Benches dotted the curve of the pathway. Molly sat shivering on one, her floral dress catching on the morning breeze, making her glad she'd worn her denim jacket. Nancy joined her a few moments later, carrying 2 takeaway coffees from a food truck nearby. She passed one to Molly without a word and sat down, leaving a small gap between them. Neither of them had an appetite for food, and the park seemed as good a place as any to talk. They sat in silence for a few sips, their thoughts elsewhere, maybe shared, thinking of the will reading later. That was one of the reasons they were there, away from the house so that Nancy could divulge whatever it was she'd been holding in, a secret that had direct bearing on whatever the solicitor was going to say, and to talk about Harley. "What do you think we should do about Harley? We have to get Shane off her back, even if it means I give her the money to repay him. Then he won't have a financial hold over her." Molly would transfer the money that day if necessary and give Harley written proof that it was a gift. Nancy sighed. "There are plenty of options open to us, either via the company and HR, by dealing directly with Shane and confronting him and, as you say, giving her the money to pay him back. We'll sort out the Harley thing another day. But for now, there are more urgent matters we need to discuss." Molly turned slightly to look at her aunt. "That all sounded very official. This is about Mum and the will, isn't it? And whatever was on her mind before she died, because I know something was, and it's to do with Shane." At that, Nancy inhaled, as though the mere mention of his name angered her. "I know you think I've been acting weird, holding off the will reading until after the funeral, but in my own way, I've been protecting you and Dee. I knew you couldn't take another tsunami, and frankly, I don't think I could have dealt with one either on top of losing your mum. We've all been through the mill, which is why I needed to talk to you alone. Somewhere private, without the prospect of Shane or Dee interrupting." Molly nodded. "I understand. At least Magda can keep an eye on Dee while we're out. That woman is a saint." "I agree. She's been wonderful, hasn't she?" Molly took a sip of coffee. It was still too hot, and it scalded her tongue, but it was Nancy's stalling that pained her more. "He has gone to work," she said, almost to herself. "Like everything's normal. Like we didn't just bury my mother." Nancy said nothing. "By all accounts," Molly went on, her tone laced with disbelief, "he's acting like he owns Clearglass." Again, silence. Molly looked over. "You don't look surprised." "I'm not." "Why?" Nancy set her coffee down on the bench. She rubbed her hands together, then exhaled through her nose. "Because your mother saw it coming. That one day he'd back her into a corner and try to ruin her or the company, or both, if he didn't get his way, and I think he knows he's running out of options," she said softly. Molly's breath caught. "I need to ask you something," she said, turning to Nancy. "And I need you to be honest with me." Nancy looked at her warily. "What were you and Mum planning? Did she tell you why the marriage turned sour? Was it just the age gap, or was there more?" Nancy hesitated. Her throat worked. Molly could feel the tension radiating from her. "Please," Molly pressed. "I need to know, and that's why we're here. Isn't it?" Nancy lowered her eyes. "I'm in a terrible position, Molly. There are things you don't know. Things your mother kept secret. Things she always knew might come out one day." Molly's heart began to pound. She'd been waiting for this, ever since she'd overheard her mum on the phone to Nancy. She remembered every word. "We've come this far, so we just have to hang on. Then once she's gone, he can do what he wants. And I'm so done with secrets. If she finds out, so be it. Me and you can deal with it together and explain it all to her." "Secrets?" Nancy nodded slowly. "Yes. Things me and your mum kept from the family for a long time." "What secrets?" Molly asked, the words barely audible. Nancy turned to face her. Her eyes were glassy with tears. She reached out, took Molly's hand. "Secrets about you." Molly's body went cold. "Me?" "Your mother was going to tell you. In time. But the right time never came. And now it falls to me." Molly tried to speak, but nothing came out. Nancy squeezed her hand. "She didn't want it to be like this. In fact, she never wanted you to know, and if you did, to be older, and certainly not when you're drowning in grief." "What are you talking about?" Nancy looked away. The breeze picked up and scattered leaves at their feet. "It goes back to before Shane. Before Clear Glass. Before your father died." Molly stared at her, breath held. "Your mother and I," Nancy began slowly. "We made a pact and stuck to it." "A pact?" Molly whispered as her hands trembled. "About me?" Nancy nodded, and suddenly the past, the present, the future became a mishmash of panic and terror as she waited for whatever Nancy hadn't yet said. The secret. About her. And suddenly, Molly wasn't sure she wanted to know. The day had got too warm and the playground echoed with an innocent child's laughter. And beside her, Nancy wept. Chapter 42. After fetching paper napkins from the food truck, Molly waited while Nancy dried her eyes and was able to speak, all the time unsure whether she'd been overcome by a wave of grief or the burden of the secret she'd been carrying. If it was the latter, Molly was now truly dreading hearing it. Watching as Nancy took a sip of her coffee, Molly remained quiet and impatient. When Nancy began, Molly held her breath, realizing her aunt was diving straight in. No preamble, no apologies. Only the truth at last. Your mum and dad were very much in love. Everyone could see it. They were a team in every way and had a shared vision, to build Clear Glass and make it great, and then build a home together. They did both, and the whole family was so proud of them, me especially. As you know, your mum and I were always close. Maybe it was our twin bond or just because we were best friends, but until your dad came along, we were joined at the hip, shared everything, clothes, secrets, our dreams, and I didn't resent Ronnie one bit. Quite the opposite, because he became the brother I always wanted and he didn't get in the way of me and Julia. So, life was more or less perfect, and the only thing that they wanted to complete their life was a baby. Nancy turned and smiled at Molly, as if telling her that she was that longed-for child. And it was that desire that almost tore them apart. This power couple who'd achieved everything they set out to couldn't do the simplest of things and make a baby. It slowly began to destroy Julia. The constant disappointments, the regime that came with trying to conceive, and, in their worst moments, the blame game. I honestly thought it was going to split them up, and I felt guilty because my career had taken off and I wasn't around as much as I used to be. Your mum needed me, and all I cared about was climbing the ladder while she was struggling, and then... Molly gasped, causing Nancy to halt mid-sentence and give her a quizzical look, then ask, "What's wrong?" I know what you're going to say. I've already guessed." Molly's heart was pounding, and even though it was a shock, she got it. What they'd done and why. 2 sisters. twins, close and loving, who'd do anything for one another. So why not give the gift of a baby? It all made sense, and the joy of it wasn't that she didn't mind. And if this was the secret, then she wished they'd told her years ago and swerved all the worry. Nancy shook her head. "No, what?" Molly reached over and took Nancy's hand. "That you're my real mother. That you helped Mum to have a baby, and I don't mind. Stop, Molly, please stop. That's not what I was going to say, sweetheart. I'm sorry if I gave you that impression, I really am, but you've got it wrong." Nancy had gone pale under her summer tan and swallowed nervously. Gathering her wits quickly, not giving herself time to feel stupid, Molly asked, "So what the hell is it you're trying to say? Just tell me, Nancy. Get it over with." Nancy closed her eyes for a second, sucked in air and straightened her back as she did, and then said, "Julia was your mum, and always will be. But Ronnie, he wasn't your dad. And that's the secret me and Julia kept from everyone all this time. She wanted you to keep his memory. The times you shared together are precious and pure, and he died loving you more than I can ever say. To him, you were his daughter, just like Dee, and he never knew." Molly's whole body shook. This was more terrible than she could ever imagine. To be told that the man you'd idolized and had locked in your heart wasn't your dad, and that your mum had lied, and obviously cheated. There was only one question in Molly's head. "Do you know who he is?" Her voice firm despite the trembling inside. "I want to know, so if you do, just tell me." Again Nancy closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then turned and looked Molly straight in the eye and answered, "Please don't hate us, and I will explain it all." "Nancy!" Molly shouted, attracting the attention of a dog walker and even his prancing Doberman, but it did the trick. "Shane! Your real dad is Shane!" And that's when Molly knew things couldn't get any worse. And on a warm summer's day in front of mums and tots and ducks and dog walkers, her whole life and body fell apart on a green park bench. Chapter 43. Molly couldn't look up. Her hands covered her face and her elbows dug into her knees. Such was the weight of her head and the shame held therein. It couldn't be true. How could it be true? It was a lie. A sick, stupid, disgusting lie. But why? Why would her mum and Nancy make up something like this? Still, Molly couldn't look Nancy in the eye in case she saw more than the shock that was pulsing through every nerve in her body. Instead, she asked a question that sounded more like a demand when it left her lips. "Explain. Tell me how he can be my—" She couldn't bring herself to say the word. Nancy touched Molly's arm and was shrugged away. She couldn't bear to be touched. Had no space in her shredded heart for kindness. Only facts. She needed to hear the cold, hard truth she'd been deprived of for 18 years. Maybe sensing the anger that ebbed from within Molly like a radar pulse, Nancy obeyed. Shane got a job at Clearglass when he'd just turned 18. He was from Princeton originally, estranged from his family. A jack-the-lad and bone idle. Did as little as he could in the yard.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Est-ce qu'il est essentiel?
where he worked, but he liked a laugh and a pint, and the other men tolerated him. Like I said, your mum and dad were going through a tough time personally, but didn't let it affect Clearglass, sticking with tradition and holding the annual Christmas party in the canteen. It was there that your mum got a bit drunk, drowning her sorrows. She and your dad had a huge row about the state she was in. He said she was making a fool of herself, which didn't go down well. So he called a cab and told her to go home before she made it worse. From the corner of her eye, Molly saw Nancy shift on the seat beside her, but said nothing. When your mum went outside to wait for the cab, she was in a foul mood, in tears, angry more than anything, and that's where she bumped into Shane, who was having a smoke. He could see she was upset and asked her what was wrong. Your mum had a rant about your dad telling her she couldn't have another drink. Shane said he had some vodka in the boot of his car, and maybe they could have a party of their own. Julia was really drunk already, but not so bad she didn't know what she was doing or remember it the next day. She followed Shane to his car and, well, I don't need to draw you a picture of what happened next, do I? I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. That was the thought going around and around in Molly's head as she tried to block out the images of her mum and Shane. A just turned 18-year-old bang at it in his car. Front seat or back, it was all too gross because the result of that drunken lay was her. The rest she didn't even dare contemplate, otherwise she'd throw up over her sandals. Molly answered Nancy's question. No, you don't. But I do want to know what happened next with my dad, Ronnie. Not him. Nancy took up the story and explained that Julia didn't tell a soul about what happened between her and Shane, and hoped that when she left him passed out in the car with an empty vodka bottle on his chest, that by morning he'd have forgotten all about it. Thankfully, that seemed to be the case. Shane didn't approach her or even look her way if she was in the vicinity, and, anyway, by March he was gone. Rumour had it he'd got a job in Berndorm in a bar and would be there the whole holiday season. A few weeks after he left, Julia found out she was pregnant. Ronnie was deliriously happy, as was Julia, but the dates didn't quite match, and no matter how much she factored in anything that would point for definite to Ronnie, she had to accept there was a chance the baby wasn't his. The only person she could confide in was Nancy, who, as always, supported Julia in her decision to keep quiet. Shane had cleared off and hopefully wouldn't come back, and even if he did, probably wouldn't think twice about the boss's wife having a baby 9 months after he'd had sex with her. And after all the problems they'd had trying to conceive the first time around, when Julia found out she was pregnant with Dee, she began to believe in miracles. She and Ronnie had the family they'd dreamed of, and the future was bright. Until Ronnie fell ill, and the doctors said there was nothing they could do. He was gone 6 months later. I'm so sorry that you had to find out like this, Molly. It's all such a mess, and your poor mum didn't know what to do. But please believe me when I say she thought her actions were for the best, and it's true, because Ronnie passed away with a photo of his 2 little girls on his chest, with the woman he loved by his side. At this point, Nancy's voice broke, and she began to sob quietly by Molly's side. Slowly, Molly removed her hands from her face and sat straight, observing her aunt's distress, but still too numb to offer comfort. The nausea had abated slightly, but everything else, the real truth that only Molly knew, stood firm, refusing to budge, demanding to be recognized. And then another horrible thought. Would Nancy say something to Shane? Had her mum made Nancy swear that if anything happened to her, she'd tell Shane the truth? After all, he was her dad, and she'd be thinking she was an orphan when in fact her real-life fucking father had been living with her for 7 years. Don't say that word. Just don't even think it. It's sick. Or is that why Nancy wanted to speak to her before the will reading? Oh, God! Had her mum mentioned it in her final wishes and it was all going to come out in front of a stranger? Nancy needed to prepare her, so there wouldn't be a scene. She couldn't bear it, the thought of the drama if Shane found out. Now it all made sense why Nancy wanted to put things off till after the funeral, so they could say goodbye to her mum without a scandal or an inebriated Shane telling the world, "I'm the daddy," and ruining the service. But what if he blurted something out about them at the reading? The shock of it all might make him say something stupid in an unguarded moment. Nancy would be horrified. So would Molly. Dee would never forgive her. Magda would probably drop dead from shock, and no matter how contained they tried to keep it, things got out. They always did. She had to know if her mum had said something, and if she hadn't, she'd beg Nancy never to tell another soul. She'd do that for Molly, without a doubt. First, some kindness was in order. Then a plea. Reaching out, she rested her hand on Nancy's arm. She didn't want to embrace her in case it drew attention as the park was getting busier, so using a hushed voice, Molly offered some comfort. "I'm sorry that you had to be the one to tell me, Nancy. It's not fair, really. But I know Mum trusted you with so much, and I'm glad it was you. It's a lot to take in all at once, and I don't even know where to start. Who I'm angry with, or even if I should be. It's just so weird. All of it. Like I'm on some trashy television show and some bloke is going to take a DNA test." Nancy wiped her eyes and blew her nose, then turned her body to face Molly as she spoke. "I've been dreading it. Ever since your mum died. I've known that once I'd got through the funeral, I had this to do. Keep the second part of my oath to her." "I'm so sorry, Nancy. I had no idea you had all that on your shoulders. Plus looking after Gran and Grandad and leaving behind your home, too. It must have been awful, but thank you again. For being here for me and Dee because we needed you." Nancy smiled, tears welling again. In her silence, Molly decided to go for the plea. "Look, I know you've had to tell me, and it's going to take a few days. God, maybe months or years to get my head around all this, so I wanted to ask. Unless it's absolutely necessary, or Mum has left instructions you are duty-bound to carry out, do you think... What I'm asking is, can we not tell Shane? I don't want him to know about me now or ever. I just want to be Ronnie Lassiter's daughter in name and in my head forever." When Nancy's mouth opened and made an O shape, Molly felt a whoosh of relief. She probably hadn't expected that, and it was going to make her life a hell of a lot easier, not having a huge family drama to deal with. None of them would. The tension in her body eased a notch as she waited for Nancy to reply and agree. But there was something about the look on Nancy's face that quickly changed all that. "Oh, Molly. I'm so sorry, love." Molly butted in. "Why? What do you mean? Did Mum say you had to tell him the truth?" Nancy reached out and took Molly's hand in hers. "No, she didn't because..." Nancy hesitated. "Because Shane already knows you're his daughter. I'm sorry, Molly, but it's true." Molly yanked her hand away. A fresh barrage of panic and revulsion hit, making itself heard in her almost hysterical question. "What do you mean, he knew? When did he find out? Recently? Since Mum died, I don't understand. He can't have..." "Love, he did know. He found out for sure after he married your mum. On their honeymoon, to be precise. Turns out his estranged sisters and mother have an almost identical strawberry birthmark as you. the one below your knicker line on your tummy. You saw it when you were in the pool on holiday. Remember? You had your first bikini and were so excited to wear it. He spotted it then and joined the dots, but wasn't sure. It's not proven that birthmarks are hereditary, but it was too much of a coincidence, so he secretly had a DNA test done, which confirmed it. Molly's hand flew to her mouth, the other pressed to her heart. He knew for all this time. He knew I was his daughter. Oh, God! No! No! Everything around her started to spin, and Nancy was a blurry ghost-like thing, and the nausea she had forced down refused to stay put, and with one great gut-wrenching heave, Molly lunged forward and threw up all over her sandals and the path and Nancy's trainers. And as she choked and coughed and cried, and let Nancy rub her back while sick splattered her hair, Molly realized one thing, that she'd thought losing her mum was the worst that could ever happen, when in fact, it was finding out you'd been having sex with your father, who knew all along what he was doing, and that karma was the biggest bitch of all, bigger even than her. Chapter 44. Nancy led Molly away from the pebble-dashed park bench and through the park, her arm wrapped protectively around her shoulder. As they paced, putting space between them and the mess they'd left behind, all Molly could think about was the one she had to face. Come on. We'll go and sit in the car. It's more private, and then I can answer any questions you have, and I have a bottle of water, too. Should help with the sickness. Molly was in a daze, as if shuffling through a post-anesthetic mist, and some kind nurse was helping her back to bed, which was why, when they got back to the car, she let Nancy fold her into the passenger seat where she waited like a doped-up rag doll. As Nancy opened the driver's door, Molly looked at the interior of the car. Her mum's that Nancy was borrowing while she was here. A shiny blue Audi convertible, her pride and joy that she'd drive fast with the roof down, her blonde hair blowing in the wind as she zoomed down Cheshire country lanes. Molly touched the gear stick where her mum's hand had been, then opened the glove compartment where her spare makeup still lay, her emergency kit, as she called it. She took it out and opened the zip, inhaling the scent of the Chanel makeup that lingered on the brushes. Molly clutched it to her chest and let the tears roll freely down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Mum. I'm so sorry. Nancy was fidgeting in the driver's seat, opening a bottle of sparkling water that she passed to Molly, her voice becoming an intrusion when she asked, Do you want a sip of this? It might settle your stomach. Molly shook her head. No. I want answers. I want you to explain everything to me right from the start, and don't leave anything out because after today, I swear, I don't want to talk about this ever again. Okay, I get that. But it might not be as easy as you think to just wipe it all out, Molly, or avoid the truth, or having a conversation with Shane. I'm surprised he stayed quiet for this long, to be honest, but I made him promise to respect my parents and let us bury Julia before he wreaked havoc. You made him promise when? Molly wiped her eyes and stared at Nancy. Before the funeral, not long after I arrived. We had words one morning in the kitchen, and I more or less warned him to keep his mouth shut. It was a kind of threat, I suppose, because, as your guardian, and Dee's, I have certain legal powers that I can use to stall things, and make it harder for him to get his hands on the cash he's expecting. But I suspect any day now he'll want his big hurrah, hence why I had to meet you today. At that, Molly wanted to throw her head back and laugh, because if there was one thing she was sure of, Shane wasn't going to have the I'm your daddy conversation with her any time soon, and if he dared, she'd stick a knife in him. Can you just explain, please?
because otherwise my head is going to explode." Molly didn't want to sound narky, because she knew this was hard for Nancy, but she had to know it all. Molly watched as Nancy rested her head against the seat, staring ahead as if picturing it all, rewinding back to the start so she could find the right words to trample all over Molly's life one more time. "Okay, I'll just tell it like it was, fact by fact. Then you can fill in the blanks or ask me if there's something you don't understand. And like I said before, I am so sorry you had to hear it like this, or at all." Nancy placed her hands on the steering wheel, then began. When she heard that Shane had come back to town and also wangled a job at Clearglass, Julia had been horrified and rang her go-to advisor, Nancy. They agreed there was no way she could get him sacked, so the best thing to do was to stay out of his way and hope that their thing had been consigned to the murky mists of time, or with luck, dissolved by too much vodka. A couple of months went by, and amongst the female members of staff, the offices were full of chatter about the hot guy who was working in the marketing department. Word of his popularity reached Julia's ears, and she was also surprised to learn that Shane was actually good at his job, and his manager was impressed. She'd been expecting him to hook up with one of his admirers, but juicy gossip didn't flow her way. Julia reported to Nancy that it looked like she was in the clear, and that in his time away, Shane had grown up and appeared to be acting maturely and had kept his distance. His first contact occurred in Julia's favourite wine bar in Alderley Edge. She was with friends and spotted him alone at the bar chatting to the guy on the other side. It gave her time to observe his demeanour, the clothes he wore which blended in with the broker-belled clientele around him, the drink he sipped, the way he engaged with the barman. He looked different, mature, polished, and even more attractive than she hazily remembered. When he turned and saw her looking, she flushed pink and he smiled warmly, and by the end of the evening they'd shared a meal at the bistro opposite, and he dropped her home in a taxi. By the next month, they were seeing each other in secret, and by the time she'd rung Nancy and told her all about it, she was smitten. Nancy couldn't believe it, that she'd be so stupid and stated all the obvious pitfalls. But it fell on deaf ears. Julia was adamant that he would never find out about Molly. How could he? It had been the worst time because Shane did what nobody else ever could. Test the bond between the sisters. But something told Nancy to hang in there, that Shane would love it if he caused a rift and left Julia minus a confidant. So, no matter how much he grated on Nancy, and no matter how much she despised the way he fawned over her nieces and schmoozed her parents and friends as he flipped burgers on Ronnie's beloved gas barbecue, Nancy gritted her teeth and stood firm. She wasn't surprised when he proposed, nor was she surprised when Julia accepted, and eventually he won every one round, including moody Molly. And for a time Nancy started to believe that praying worked, because on the face of it, marriage suited Shane, as did the wealth he'd married into. Cynicism aside, Nancy hoped for the sake of her sister and nieces that she'd been wrong, and they would find their happy ever after. For almost 4 years, they did. "So when did he tell Mum he knew about me? On their honeymoon?" "I don't understand," Molly said. "He told her after their marriage began to collapse." "And when was that?" Molly asked. Nancy tutted. "When Shane started playing away. Your mom suspected he was using dating apps for hookups while he was on business trips about the same time as his interest in her waned. She told me it was likely he'd slowly checked out of their marriage emotionally and was using it and the house as a platform and a base. He'd also started dropping the ball at work, resting on Julia's laurels and shirking off like he didn't have a care. I remember the arguments, Mum going mad because he was showing her up at work, but I still don't get why he'd never said anything to Mum about me. You said he realized on their honeymoon when he saw my birthmark, so why wait all that time to say something?"
Nancy had the answer ready. He was biding his time. Shane probably knew he'd fuck up and piss Julia off, get caught with his pants down, so he kept his discovery for a rainy day, and when Julia finally confronted him, you were about 15 at the time, and suggested a trial separation, he pulled the DNA test out of his back pocket. Was Mom shocked? Horrified. She felt betrayed and was livid about him going behind her back and having the test done. The whole deceitful way he'd behaved sickened her. Nancy shook her head sadly. And you know what he said? That it takes one to know one because she'd deceived him and kept him from his daughter all those years. Lied to her husband and family and to you. It was definitely a checkmate. Touché moment. That's for sure. What happened then? Julia begged him not to tell you. Said it would break your heart to find out Ronnie wasn't your natural father, and that after losing him once, it would be like doing it all over again. You were happy and had accepted Shane as your stepdad. So was that not enough? Molly already knew the answer, but asked anyway. And he agreed. Just like that. He didn't fight Mum. Demand I knew he was my father. He did at first. Put up a bit of resistance. Made it look like he gave a toss. But your Mum talked him round and played on his emotions, so in the end, he agreed to leave things as they were, as long as... Molly finished for her. As long as Mom towed the line and didn't get rid of him. Nancy nodded. More or less. She made him burn the letter, with the DNA results. They agreed to try to mend their marriage, and he promised not to sleep around. But it was broken by then. After a while, Julia gave up and asked him to move out. He refused and reminded her of the consequences, so they compromised. That's why he's in the guest suite and your Mum stayed upstairs. They agreed to get on with their own lives, but share the house and show a united front for you and Dee. And anyone else. What I don't understand is why Mum changed her mind and was going to divorce him. Why all of a sudden did she risk me knowing the truth if she kicked him out? Nancy turned and faced Molly. I think that was more my doing than anything. Remember in April, when Grandad got sick and she flew to France with Dee? She confided in me then what had been going on, and it broke my heart. That she'd been held to ransom and so miserable for years. We talked it all through, and I convinced her that she had to tell you, that you were old enough to know the truth, and she couldn't sacrifice her life and mental health for a secret. But she was adamant that nothing was going to derail eye levels or your chance to go overseas. In her head, she was removing you, a pawn, from the battlefield, and she'd only have Dee to worry about. Because, let's face it, sometimes your sister can be trickier than mine ever could. Nancy smiled weakly, but received nothing in return, so continued. I pointed out that Shane had kept the truth to himself simply because it kept him in a life of luxury, not out of any kindness to you. Money and status was what mattered to him, so maybe, if she freed up an asset, he'd take a hefty settlement in return for continued silence and just go. Julia wasn't sure at first, but she was desperate and at her wit's end and wanted out. So much so she was prepared for everything to blow up in her face, as long as it was after she'd got you settled at Princeton and out of his reach. Yes, there was a chance he'd tell you, get a flight over or contact you, but she was ready to take that chance. I said I'd help her get everything organized and stand by her. If you needed me, I'd be close by in Toronto, less than 2 hours by air, and it reassured her. Gave her courage. You know what happened next. She ran out of time. Nancy flicked away a tear that had escaped, the silence that followed a welcome pause after information overload. Molly closed her eyes, craving privacy while she thought it through. It was all starting to make sense. Of course Shane was never going to demand his rights because he had other plans for Molly. and it made her sick to even think it. He wanted to take what was his in another way. Shane, her father, was a paedophile of probably the worst kind. He'd groomed her, no doubt had his sights on her since the day they met, and once he discovered the truth, saw a way to live his perverted fantasy right under everyone's nose. Even when her mum decided to call it a day, all the time Molly was sleeping with him, the last thing he ever wanted was for the truth to come out. So while her mum thought she was protecting her from the truth would have actually saved her from making the biggest, most disgusting, shameful and humiliating mistake of her life. Chapter 45. Molly's own dirty secret was trapped in her head, banging on her skull, thumping and kicking, desperate to get out and get help, but she had to keep it locked in, which was why she stayed silent and let Nancy do the talking. "Have you any more questions?" Molly shook her head. "Okay. So now we just have to face the will reading later, but there's nothing to worry about there. Julia appointed me executor until you and Dee are 21, so for now, I can protect your interests. There's absolutely nothing mentioned about Shane in there, so rest assured the secret is safe, but it remains to be seen if he'll spill his guts. If he does, we'll handle it. You should know your mum left you and Dee the house. She wanted you to live there, but under the circumstances of her death, I'm sure she'd understand if you'd prefer to sell it. He gets a cash settlement that reflects the brief marriage, but you and Dee get everything else. The company and all your mum's assets." Nancy glanced at Molly, who was focused on the privets in front of the car, unresponsive. "If he contests the will, the solicitor has a side letter which sets out why she made her decision. It's a legal document to firm up her will. I will also retaliate with your mum's prepared divorce documents, a signed affidavit detailing his infidelity and her grounds for divorce. The directors and staff will back us up regarding his behavior at work, and we now have Harley in our arsenal. So I'd be surprised if he counterclaims. He should think himself lucky he's getting anything." Molly remained mute. "So let's just tough it out this afternoon. I will be right by your side. I'm going to ask him to leave immediately afterwards, and if you back me up, I doubt Dee will object. Then the next thing on the agenda is sending my parents back to France without them getting wind of anything, and the same with Dee, who I think needs some professional help. I can sort most of my affairs out from here, but I will have to go to Toronto at some point, and if it comes to it, you and Dee can come with me, if she's well enough." Nancy made it sound so simple, like ticking off a to-do list, but there was so much more to it than that. Layers and layers of things so deep and dirty that they made Molly's own skin crawl. Many would find it hard to believe that a daughter would do that to her mother, and yet there she was, guilty as sin, and sinned she had. And then there was this thing inside her that had arrived the minute Nancy had said the words, "Shane is your father." And it was growing with speed and intensity, and she wasn't sure if it was anger or fear. Anger made her want to kill Shane stone dead, by any means possible, with her bare hand squeezing and squeezing till he went blue and his tongue hung from his mouth. Then fear, such terrible, lip-numbing fear that he would tell Nancy and Dee and Magda what they'd done. Nancy's phone ringing saved Molly from self-torment, and it quickly became clear that her grandma was having another meltdown over her granddad. She listened as Nancy promised to be there as soon as she could, and that this time maybe an ambulance would be best, seeing as he was hallucinating and seeing dancing bears on Auntie Betty's back garden. When she ended the call, Nancy's expression was full of apology. "I'm going to have to go over there. Otherwise Mum will end up in an ambulance too. But I won't go to the hospital if they decide he needs it. I'm sure Dad's lacking sodium and that's causing his delirium, so they should be able to sort it easily. A neighbour in Toronto had the same thing. I'll get Dad sorted, then come right back. I'll drop you home first. Nancy started the engine. Actually, Nancy, I think I'll walk back. It's only 10 minutes and I'd like some air and time to think. So you get going. I'll make my own way. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision brought on by the word home. Are you sure? I'd rather take you. You've had a massive which is why I want some alone time. Get my head straight for later. I'll be fine. I promise. Before Nancy could protest further, Molly had opened the door and was standing by the car. Tell the G's I'll call and see them later this week. You take care, and I'll meet you later. And with that, she slammed the door and strode away, while behind her, the sound of her mum's car reversing out of the car park was another stab to her heart. The route home took her around the edge of the village and through narrow, quiet streets, passing houses built hundreds of years ago, cottages mostly, and further up the hill larger homes, as though the more money you had meant you got a loftier position looking down on everyone else. Hers was definitely near the top of the pile, one of the most eye-catching homes on the row, a prize that Shane coveted, just like her mum's wealth. And she wondered if he saw her the same. Something to acquire. Someone to bribe like he had Harley and her poor mum. Molly thought it through, putting the last 7 years together piece by piece, like a jigsaw of the mind, fragments of her once perfect life that in the past few hours had been smashed to pieces by one man's perversions. That's what he was in her eyes. A dirty pervert. It was all so obvious now. Images flicked past one after the other. Of her and Dee in the pool, their friends splashing about in their skimpy teen bikinis, sunbathing on the terrace, lounging about in their sleepover nighties, and who always turned up? Shane. Like an over-eager waiter, bringing cool drinks and snacks. Christ! She was surprised he hadn't offered to rub sun cream on them, and in another instant she was thankful he'd not been around when they were babies. At least she didn't have to live with warped images of bath time and nappy changes. The ones she had in her head were bad enough. Of his circling the birthmark on her stomach, knowing exactly what it signified while he told her it was cute. Sickos like him needed punishing. But how could she make sure Shane got what he deserved without exposing herself? It was as though he'd always planned it this way, knowing she could never tell, not when she'd gone willingly to their special hideaways for sex. Nobody forced her. She thought it was love, the type a regular man and woman have for one another, not his type of... whatever it was. Molly was halfway home and locked in deep thought when she heard a scooter approaching, and to her surprise, it was Magda's. Flagging her down, Molly waited until it slowed to a stop beside her. "Hey, I thought you were waiting till we got back. Is everything okay?" Molly could tell by the expression on Magda's face that it was not. "Why you not answer your phone, Molly? Or Nancy? I have been ringing and ringing." Molly put out her phone and saw that she had, in fact, missed 4 calls. "Sorry, Magda. Nancy will be driving, and I put mine on silent while me and Nancy were... Anyway, what's wrong?" "Him. That man. That is what is wrong. He came home early and told me I could go. I said no, it was okay, and that I had plenty to do and I was looking after Dee. Then he got angry and said I could have rest of the day off. I said no, I stay, and he is not boss of me. Then he started to shout really loud and said I was sacked and to get out, not to come back and he will find a new cleaner. I didn't know what to do, but he scared me, so I grabbed my things and leave. I rang you both straight away. I was coming to look for you in the village, and then I am going to tell my Eric to punch his face in." Magda had tears in her eyes. Her anger and hurt soon began spilling onto her cheeks.
Magda, I am so sorry. And take no notice of him. He has no right to tell you to leave, and after today he won't even be living there, so you aren't sacked. Okay?" Molly rubbed Magda's arm and waited for her to calm down as she said, "But still have the day off. You're upset, and I don't want you coming back while he's there. Nancy will be home soon, and I'll explain what happened. I promise you, it'll be fine. So you get off. Oh, and let's leave Eric out of this. Don't want him getting in trouble, even though I'd love to see him knock Shane's teeth out." That was a true fact. Magda nodded. "Okay. But will you be all right on your own with him? He was in a really bad mood." "Don't you worry about me, Magda. I'm not scared of Shane, and neither is Nancy. So leave it with us." After a quick hug, Magda started her scooter and zoomed off, her purple-pink plaits bobbing as she disappeared from sight. Turning, Molly took a deep breath and, with a frown, set off at pace up the hill toward home. How dare he speak to Magda like that? He had no right making her leave or sacking her either. He knew Dee was fragile and hated arguments, especially now, and she didn't like to be left alone, and even though she didn't exactly interact with Magda like she used to, saw her as a safety net. Alone. Dee was alone with Shane in a huge house, like she used to be. Was that why he told Magda to leave? So he could... Oh, God, no! Molly began to run, faster than she'd ever ran in her life, her heart pounding, her legs burning, her mind screaming for her to go faster while it forbade thoughts of what might be happening to Dee. It only took minutes, but it felt like hours. One of those awful dreams in slow motion, or where you can't tap the right numbers on your phone, and by the time the gates and the front door came into sight, she had nothing left in the tank, so walked the rest of the way, catching her breath as she fumbled for the keys in her jacket pocket, then let herself in. It was in that moment, as she stood there in the hallway reliving other moments from the past, warning bells sounded. So instead of calling out, alerting Shane to her presence, Molly listened. There were no sounds coming from downstairs, so he must be in his room. Please, God, let him be alone in his room. Molly took the stairs quickly, glad that glass didn't creak, and at the top was about to turn left to check on Shane when she noticed the door to the roof terrace was open, and as she neared, heard voices. Shane and Dee. Creeping slowly upwards, Molly strained to hear, and as she reached the last step, she heard Dee say, "I haven't told anyone like you said, but I feel so bad. All the time." Almost springing onto the terrace, Molly's eyes landed on a sight that turned her stomach. Her worst fears coming true. Chapter 46. Shane's arms were wrapped protectively around Dee, who looked like a scrawny sparrow in the nightie she'd not changed in far too long. She was holding on to him tight. He was kissing her head and stroking her cheek, tenderly pushing back a lock of hair from her eyes as she wept. "Get away from my sister! Get away from her now!" Molly screamed. Shane jumped and immediately let go, and Dee pulled away. Both were expressions of those caught out, doing wrong, guilty. "What the fuck is going on?" Molly's voice wasn't masking her anger, and Dee's wide eyes were reacting to the venom in it. Shane recovered first. "I'm just comforting Dee. She was upset. She heard me and Magda having words, so I was just explaining." "Yeah, right. Of course you were. Dee, come here. Come to me. Keep away from him." Molly reached out and hoped her sister would take her hand, but instead she shied away. "Molly, stop it! Why are you being so nasty? Please don't be like this." Dee whimpered as her words trailed off. "Dee, listen to me.
I'm not being nasty, I swear, but there are things you don't know about Shane and other stuff. So you shouldn't trust him. Okay? I'll explain later, but for now, you have to believe me." Shane said nothing, just stood and watched like a wily cat, biding its time or maybe trying to work out what things Molly knew. "Like what? Why can't I trust him?" Dee stared, and there was a hardness in her eyes that Molly didn't expect. "Yes, Molly. What do you know? Perhaps it's time you shared with the group. Has Auntie Nancy been gossiping? I saw you both went out earlier, so do tell. What's she been saying about me now?" Once the sickly smirk faded, it was replaced by a challenge. It was there, in his eyes, saying, "Go on. I dare you." Molly's face burned at his brazenness, and it caused something to snap. It was all too much, and the thing that had been building inside all morning boiled over and spewed out in words that even as she said them, she knew and didn't care that they could never be taken back. She looked him straight in the eye as she spoke to Dee, each syllable a weapon. "Dee, there's something you should know about me and Shane. A huge secret, and it's going to really shock you." She watched as his face tensed. A nerve at the corner of his eye twitched, and for a beat, it looked like he was going to speak or move towards her, prevent her from saying out loud what he was. She beat him to it. "I found out today that Shane is my real dad, but he already knew, ever since he married Mum, and then, this is the really twisted bit. When she got fed up of him cheating on her, because that's the kind of guy he is, he started blackmailing her, threatening to tell me the truth and ruin my memories of our lovely dad, Ronnie. My dad. A decent man who will always be the best father in the world, who I will love forever, no matter what my genes say." The day stopped, the three of them trapped for all eternity in a still shot entitled "Truth on the Terrace" by Molly Lassiter. Dee's hands were clutching her throat, her eyes so wide it looked like they'd pop right out and roll across the marble tiles. "No! That's not true! Shane, is it true? Are you Molly's dad?" Dragging his eyes from Molly, he at least did Dee the honor of looking at her while he replied, "Yes, it's true. But maybe Mother Julia and Saint Nancy might have twisted the real version to suit themselves because I wanted to tell Molly from the start. But I was persuaded, emotionally blackmailed actually, into keeping quiet. So let's all remember who the injured party is here. Me." Molly took an angry step forward and jabbed her finger in his direction. "Bullshit! You stole a sample of my DNA and then used the results as a bargaining tool to keep Mum under control while you made a fool of her at work and here in the village, sleeping with women from Clear Glass and God knows who else, so don't you dare lie. You were out for what you could get from the start and probably never even loved Mum, did you? Go on, admit it. You sick, perverted freak!" Shane looked like he'd been slapped. "I am not sick or a freak. Oh, yes, you are. You deceived me. You lied and lied and lied so you could carry out your warped perversions." Molly stole a glance at Dee, who was pacing, her hands clutching her head, muttering something intelligible, but she hadn't finished with Shane. Striding right up to his face, but not touching, she couldn't bear that, she said under her breath, Why did you do it? Have you done it before? With other 16-year-olds who were too stupid to see what was happening to them? That they're being groomed?" A gasp from Shane. Real shock, as though the thought had never occurred to him. "It wasn't like that. Not with you. What we had was love, a mutual thing that you wanted too, all of it, and there's nothing wrong with that, because you belong to me. You're mine, and I hated it, hated hearing you talk about Ronnie like he was a god when I was your dad."
You're my daughter, and it should have been me you were idolizing, not him." Forgetting about Dee, as though there were just her and Shane left in the world, on a stage in a play starring themselves, she delivered her lines, unrehearsed, yet from the heart. "Oh my God. You're sick. Properly mentally sick and evil. You know that, don't you? You're a pedophile. A pedophile." She said it slowly for effect. "And what we had or did was not love. It was incest. Incest. Do you not get that? You groomed and manipulated me and played on my emotions when all the time you knew I was your daughter. You disgust me more than I disgust myself." Molly's eyes blurred with angry tears as her core shook with pure hatred, the urge to slap him immense, and then sobbing. They both turned to see Dee, her hands pressed on the stone balcony wall, her body hunched and shaking with sobs, causing Molly to race over, followed closely by Shane. When Molly reached out to touch her, Dee turned and shoved her so hard she tumbled back into Shane, his touch making her skin crawl as he saved her from falling to the floor. Dee's face was red with rage, her eyes wild, a manic look taking over her pretty features, making Molly recoil slightly. "Get away from me! Get away!" Dee pointed at Molly, her hand shaking. "You and him, you were together." "I heard what you just said. That's dirty. You're disgusting. You were doing it with him. He was cheating on Mum all the time when she was sad and on her own. You were with him." Dee screeched the last word and then began pacing, pulling at her hair, thumping her head with the ball of her hand, and then she began rambling. "I'm sorry, Mum. I'm sorry. I didn't know. You were right. You were telling the truth. I'm sorry I told him. Mummy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mummy, it's all my fault. I didn't mean it." Molly had to stop her. Dee, what do you mean? What did you say to Mum? Dee! Dee froze, blinked, like she was waking up from a dream, and said, "It was me who told Shane about the divorce. It was me that saw the email from Auntie Nancy and told him the day she died. I thought I was helping, and if he knew, then he could sort it out, make everything all right, because I didn't want them to split up. I wanted us to stay a family, but now I know. And I wish I'd not told him. I started it all off, and it's my fault she's dead, too." Molly spun around to face Shane. "You! This is all because of you. Do you see what you've done to her, using her like you used me?" But she halted mid-attack because Shane was looking over her shoulder, and what he saw made his eyes widen. Molly turned. Dee was climbing onto the balcony wall, on her knees, then standing, swaying and unsteady. Molly stepped forward slowly, her heart pounding, Shane by her side but slightly in front. "Dee, get down. Don't be silly now. Please, Dee. Get down." Molly held out her hand. "Go away. I hate you both. I want to be with Mum so I can see her and say I'm sorry. I don't want to be here anymore with you and him. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." "Dee, sweetheart, there's nothing to apologize for. You've not done anything wrong, nothing at all. You were trying to help, and I know you hate me, but please, let me try to put it right." "No! You don't understand. I was all my fault. Me. I'm a bad person, and I need to say sorry to Mum because I didn't believe her when she was right about him." She pointed to Shane again. "And it's been driving me mad, and it's there all the time like a monster that won't leave me alone, and it's eating my head." Again, Dee pounded her skull with her fist, then started to pull at her hair. "Dee, you are not a bad person. I don't understand why you'd think that. We all love you so much and want to help you get well, so please, hold my hand and come down. I am a bad person. Don't you get it? Are you stupid? It was me. I pushed Mum down the stairs. I killed Mum. I pushed her and left her at the bottom of the stairs to die on her own.
Molly's legs almost gave way, and it was only the peril that Dee was in and the slap of shock that kept her upright.
Dee? What do you mean?
She kept her voice low and calm.
Why did you push Mum?
Molly waited, focused on Dee, whose eyes were swimming with tears, her face sweaty and smeared with snot, her unwashed hair matted and tangled. Her skinny legs that poked from beneath her grimy nightie were covered in dust from the wall, her bare feet dirty and planted on the concrete just wide enough for her size 4s. One wrong move, and she'd fall.
I lied to the police and everyone because I didn't stay in my room all night. I fell asleep, and then later, when I woke up, I was hungry and I wondered if Mum might be too. I wanted to check she was okay, even though he told me not to. When I got up there, she was really drunk and weepy. She told me Shane knew she was going to divorce him and they'd had a row, but it was going to be okay and the two of us would be fine together. I was upset and told her she had to make it right and not be selfish and split up our family. She got angry with me, told me I didn't understand and that he'd been cheating on her. I didn't believe her, and said she was a pisshead and I wasn't listening to her rubbish anymore. I went to the stairs. She grabbed me and told me I had to listen to the truth, then I'd understand, but I pulled away. She went to grab me again, and I lost it. I was so mad and confused, so I pushed her really, really hard, and she fell.
Dee's eyes had glazed over, lost in the distance, her voice hysterical and rambling. She bounced and rolled and hit her head, and I just stood there and watched, and ever since that's all I can see in my head when I'm awake, and then when I go to sleep I have dreams. I can't do it anymore. I don't want to be here with you, or him, or anyone. I just want to be with Mum. It happened so fast. Dee's right leg moved, as though she was about to run somewhere, but it slipped over the edge. Her knee gave way, and in the split of a second, her body crumpled and toppled backwards. Shane lunged forward just in time to grab her left ankle, the sickening thud of Dee's body as she hit the wall below, turning Molly's stomach. Frozen to the spot, Dee's confession slowly sinking in, Molly gasped for air and looked on. Paralyzed. Shane, the top half of his body hanging over the balcony, both hands now gripping around Dee's ankle, was straining to hold on. Dee killed Mum. Oh, God. It was Dee. She killed my Mum.
Molly, help me. I can't hold her much longer. Molly, help! She's going to fall.
Shane's panicked voice made Molly jump. Her brain functioned again. Click, click, click. Leaping forward, 2 huge strides, and she was there. Chapter 47. Dwarfed by the huge sofa, small and shriveled under a blanket that was supposed to stop her from shaking, Molly stared at the Vetriano on the wall, Blue Bird at Bonneville, and imagined she was on the flat stretch of beach in the sun, thousands of miles away from home. Beside her, Magda wept, and Molly wished someone would take her home. In the hallway, Nancy was talking in hushed tones. Her tears dried up after the hysteria of earlier. Footsteps approaching caused her slumped, arched body to tense slightly, knowing that this was the moment she'd been rehearsing ever since she'd made the call to Nancy, who had listened to her screaming that they were dead. and then barely intelligible pleading for her to come home. A voice. Nancy. Molly forced herself to look up. "Molly, love, I've explained to the detectives what you told me, but they need you to go over it one more time." She came and sat to the left of Molly. Magda was to her right, still sniffing and dabbing with a paper tissue. Yates, of course it was him, asked Nancy if he could sit, and she must have nodded because next she was aware of movement close by as he perched on the edge of the sofa opposite. She could see his long legs and horrible grey socks poking out beneath his trousers. "Molly, I am so sorry for your terrible loss, and that you had to find your sister and stepfather that way. But could you please tell me and my colleague in your own words what happened today, from when you left your aunt in the park to the discovery of the bodies on the patio? She explained you'd both gone to get some air and a change of scenery, and we have you on the Ring camera arriving home. We estimate it was around 9 minutes until you made the discovery and then the call to your aunt. Take your time, and if you need a break, just say." Molly nodded, still not wanting to make eye contact, but then realized that might be a mistake, so looked up, wiped away a tear, took a breath, and told them what happened. "I left my aunt at the park. She had to go and see my grandparents, and I walked home. I was halfway when I saw Magda, who stopped and told me that she'd had a row with Shane and he'd sacked her. She was upset, and I was really annoyed because he had no right to do that. I told her I'd sorted out and I came home. I was going to have it out with him." Yates interrupted. "On the Ring footage, you look like you're in a hurry and out of breath and in something of a rush to get inside." "I was. I more or less marched up the hill. I was so angry, and it's quite steep, so yes, I was a bit out of puff. I'd been planning what I was going to say to him when I got in because Magda is like an auntie to me, and she's my mom's friend, so no way was I going to stand for him sacking her like that." That part was more or less true, so Molly chanced another straight-in-the-eye look. "And then what happened?" Yates was attentive, while Stone scribbled in his little book. "I popped my head into the lounge and could see straight through to the kitchen, so knew he wasn't there. Then I called his name, but he didn't reply. I went upstairs to my room because I needed the loo, and as I passed Dee's room, I saw she wasn't there. After, the loo, I went up to my mum's suite thinking she might be there. Dee had been avoiding it, but I thought maybe she'd changed her mind. But after a quick look, I came back down and then opened the door to the terrace and called up. She always got those headphones on, so I had to go and check, thinking she might be asleep on one of the steamer chairs, but again, nothing." "Were you concerned at this point that she wasn't in all of the obvious places?" Yates asked. "Yes, I was. She'd hardly left her room for weeks, so for her not to be there was odd. When I got back onto the first floor, I called both their names again, and then went to Shane's room to see if he was in there. We were expecting the solicitor later, so I presumed he might be in the shower or getting changed. I don't know, but I thought I'd ask him, and anyway, I wanted a word with him about Magda. But Dee was my real priority at the time." "And what did you find?" Molly sighed. "I knocked. Called his name, then opened the door and popped my head in, but his room was empty, so I went back downstairs. The bifold doors were closed, and if they'd been in the garden, especially on a day like today, they'd be open. We always leave them like that in this weather. So I discounted that and looked in the next most obvious place, which was the gym. Nothing. By this time I was really confused, but it was the doors being closed that made me doubt they were outside, and I didn't think Dee would have gone over to the pool. But something told me to check." Nancy intervened then. "Take a deep breath, Molly. It's okay. In your own time." Beside her, Magda had finally stopped crying, maybe out of respect for the big moment as everyone waited. And then the shaking began. Maybe it was shock kicking in again, or knowing what she was about to describe, but it had to be done. I pulled open the bifolds and stepped outside. Molly closed her eyes because no way was she looking at anyone for this bit. She'd never had a poker face, so now wasn't the time to practice one. I looked down the garden again, and then to the right. And that's when I saw them. She sucked in air, swallowed, and continued. It looked like such a mess, and I wasn't sure at first. It looked like someone had gone mad on a patio. Her voice caught, the sight so clear and horrific in her mind that the tremble of her lip and the swell of tears that slowly trickled down her cheeks were genuine. They'd landed on the glass dining table. There was blood, just everywhere, and they looked mangled together inside the frame, all twisted, and I saw Dee, and then Shane, and then I think I screamed. Or did I scream when I got inside, or was that when I rang Nancy? I can't remember that bit now. It's all a jumble. Then I was waiting on the front step for someone to come and you know the rest. Rather than face Magda, who was sobbing again, or Nancy, who was rubbing Molly's back, she put her face in her hands and bowed her head, taking deep breaths that she really needed. No act necessary, because the sight of her sister's staring eyes, looking right into Molly's soul, would haunt and terrify her for the rest of her life. Molly listened and kept sucking in air as Yates ran down what happened next, from Nancy arriving, closely followed by the police who she'd called before she set off, then Magda, who was in the village, and saw the flashing lights head up the hill and instinctively sensed something was wrong. Nancy confirmed that was correct. From what they could ascertain from the scene, Yates surmised that after Magda had left, there had been some kind of altercation between Dee and Shane, which resulted in the fall, but they would await a full report from forensics before they drew any firm conclusions. It was then that Magda interrupted, startling them all with the ferocity in her voice and the words that left her mouth, none of them expecting what she was about to say, least of all Molly. You'll need to check his room. Get the safe he has hidden in there and break into it. Smash it with big hammer. I will get one from the garage. You need to look inside. Yates asked the obvious. And which safe might this be, and why do you think we need to look in it? Because he is a bad man. I know it. I have always thought it. He was a horrible person to Julia, cheating on her with everybody. He just wanted her money, and I think maybe he was one of those evil men who like little girls, because I saw him watching Dee, always hugging, touching, being nicey when he is fake person. Magda's tears were forgotten now, and in their place white anger. The gloves were clearly off, and she meant business. That's quite an accusation, Magda. You know what you are insinuating, don't you? Yates' eyes flicked to his colleague, who was furiously taking notes. Yes, I do. But there have been things that I was not sure of before Julia died, but since we lost her, I have thought about them over and over. Yates was invested. His body language spoke volumes when he leant forward. What things, exactly? Like I said before, too friendly, always whispering to her, and once... Magda looked first at Molly, then to Nancy. I am sorry, but I must say it. Molly saw Nancy nod her assent, while she averted her eyes and looked at her feet. I went to change the sheets in his room, and under the pillow there was a bubble for the hair, and another time I found socks, like what Dee wears all the time. They were under the bed. I thought it was strange, but told my head that I was being silly woman. I didn't know what to do. Molly heard herself groan as she put her hands over her face again to hide her shame and feign shock, and, for added believability, said, Oh, God, no! Please don't say. Not Dee. He wouldn't have. Nancy was enraged. Magda, why didn't you say something to Julia? If you were worried, why didn't you speak out? I am sorry, Nancy, but I didn't want to cause trouble when the atmosphere in the house was so bad, and it is a terrible thing to accuse someone of. But now he is gone, and I do not care, but I wish I had said something. I really do. Another question from Yates. When was this? Can you remember? Yes, it was the week we had the terrible rain, the start of July. I remember because the tumble dryer was never off and I was worried about the electric bill, but I changed the sheets every week, so I had to use it. Magda nodded and dabbed her eyes. The socks, I found them in January. Molly wasn't sure about the socks. Maybe Dee had been in Shane's room, but she knew exactly when and why she left the bubble. It was the day they'd found the house empty and made the most of it. Julia and Dee had gone to Cheshire Oaks, and Magda had a dentist appointment. Usually Shane snuck into her room. He said it was more fun, and he imagined he was her teenage boyfriend sneaking in while the parents were out. Now, it didn't seem like fun anymore, and he probably got a kick out of having sex with his own daughter in front of the shelf of photos of her and Ronnie. That day, she'd taken Shane by surprise in the shower. The rest made her shudder and want to throw up. Then Yates made a request that broke that train of thought. Magda, would you show us up to Shane's room and point out where this safe is? We will need his laptop and phone, too, but my forensic colleagues can deal with that. I'll leave you all in peace for a while now, as I'm sure you'd appreciate some time alone. And once again, I am incredibly sorry for your loss. After losing Mrs. Lassiter, this must be a terrible blow. Molly and Nancy nodded in unison and watched as Yates and Stone stood and followed Magda from the lounge and then headed up the stairs. Once they were out of earshot and making sure any of the other on-scene officers were too, Nancy spoke. I'm so cross with Magda. Why didn't she say something to Julia? If she had... Molly butted in. Please don't blame Magda. It's more than a bobble on a bed. It's about a man who was good at what he did, and he's been getting away with it for so long that even if Magda had said something, he'd have slithered his way out of it. She loves her job here, and loves us too, and anything she did was for that reason. We need to stick together now. Simple as that. Oh, and thank you for not telling Yates what we were discussing at the park. I don't want anyone to know about that. Ever. Nancy looked sheepish as she took Molly's hand. You're right about Magda, and I'll apologize later, I promise. It's not easy to voice concerns like that to anyone, no matter what warped thoughts go through our heads, which is why so many predators get away with it, I suppose. And you have my word. I will never tell a soul about what we discussed. I swear on my life. Molly smiled and squeezed her aunt's hand. Can I ask you one thing before Magda gets back? Nancy's eyes were beginning to fill again. What do you think happened up there on the terrace? I've been going over and over it in my head, and the only thing I can come up with is that Shane must have attacked Dee in some way, and she ran up there to escape. Do you think they had a fight? In the struggle, they fell. I just can't bear the thought of her being scared and dying that way, falling to her death like that. She didn't deserve it. Not Dee. Nancy began to sob, and it was Molly's turn to give comfort, pulling her close. No, she didn't deserve that. But maybe he did, and I've been thinking the same. What happened up there, and why did they fall? I wish we hadn't gone to the park, or stayed so long and that I'd run faster, got there sooner, because then I might have prevented it. But we can't change what's happened, and I suppose we'll never know the truth. Not now. As she rested her head against Nancy's and rubbed magic circles on her aunt's back, listening to her cry tears for the niece who'd murdered her own mother, there was one thing Molly knew for sure. The past had been buried, and Shane would never share their ugly truth. She would stick to her story and take all of it, including what had happened on the roof terrace, to the grave. Present day. Manchester Airport. Of course I was never going to hand myself in. Not even when the cab driver asked, "Where to, love?" You see, it doesn't matter where I am. In style prison or Skiathos. I'll never be able to atone for what I've done. Not properly. And neither will I ever be able to forget. They could lock me up for the rest of my life and it won't bring Dee back or Mum. I really don't care about Shane. I will always have reels and reels of footage in my head that will sneak up behind me when I least expect, or while I sleep, and remind me that I'm bad to the core. In which case I might as well make the best of life when I can, in between the moments of self-loathing and hatred. During this past year I have counselled myself, and me and myself have concluded that confessing would only cause more damage. To Harley, Magda, and most of all to my grandparents and Nancy. There's no way I can tell my truth without really telling my truth. And what a twisted individual Shane was. Not without exposing a young girl who, from what I believe, has just moved into a place with her boyfriend. With the demise of Shane, she became debt-free, and the compensation money I paid into her account bought her a nice little runabout when she passed her test. It was the least I could do, I suppose, and it was nice to make someone happy for a change, seeing as I turned into the Grim Reaper's little helper. My grandparents have been through enough, losing a daughter and granddaughter, and Nancy, well, I think it would kill her if she knew what her only remaining niece had done. She's been such a huge help this past year, guiding me through what came after, helping me sell the house and finding somewhere new to live, offloading the company of which I am no longer the owner. I was adamant that I wanted it all gone, my past life erased. Then I could start a new one elsewhere. I couldn't stay in the village, not after it came out about Shane and what they found in that safe. Magda's suspicions were well-founded. There were memory sticks loaded with child porn, a MacBook full of indecent images of young girls. Yates didn't go into detail, but it's not like I can't imagine, is it? And thankfully, no cheat phone with my number on it. I had a lot of sleepless nights over that, waiting for a knock on the door from Yates. I can only presume Shane got rid of it. Thank fuck. As for Shane, I had him burnt, and left the ashes at the crematorium. I don't care what happens to them, and neither did his family, who didn't collect them either. Dee is with Mum and Dad in the cemetery, and it makes me sad that I won't be visiting them. But how can I? What would I say? It's better that I leave them behind, because they're better off without me. Everyone is. I've tried to do good things, though, as well as looking after Harley, who is now at uni and her fees taken care of. I paid Magda and Eric's mortgage off, and made sure his job was secure at Clearglass when it was bought out. In fact, all of the staff were taken care of that way. It was Mum and Dad's pride and joy, mine and Dee's legacy. But now she's gone, and I certainly don't deserve to have my name associated with it. Not after everything I did. The autopsy showed cause of death to be a result of multiple head and internal injuries sustained after the fall. Yates was convinced it was something far more sinister, but couldn't prove it. Despite everyone's concerns about the contents of Shane's safe and what he may have done to Dee, there was nothing to indicate she'd been assaulted physically or sexually by Shane, or if they'd fallen over during a tussle. Only I know the truth about it all, and what happened that day on the roof. That's what I have to live with. The guilt and the images. Of my sister, her eyes swimming with tears, her face sweaty and smeared with snot, her unwashed hair matted and tangled, her skinny legs poking out from beneath her grimy nightie, bare feet covered in dust. Or of a desperate, tormented girl. Her body lay amongst twisted metal and glass, her face slashed and smashed, her bones bent and broken, lying amongst splatters of blood and brain. But it's her eyes. Those wide, staring, unseeing eyes that still look into my soul, accusing and disappointed. They torment me. I hate that, because I've forgiven her for killing Mum, and after all, I was only trying to put things right. The solution had seemed so simple when it came to me, like dawn on the horizon lifting the load I carried, untangling the mess in my head. Shane had to be punished, and Dee had to be saved from the hell she was living in. Both of them knew my dirty, shameful secrets, and I couldn't bear the thought of anyone finding out. So, instead of reaching for Dee and helping Shane to haul her up, I grabbed both of his ankles. It was so easy, because the weight of Dee's body provided momentum, and once his feet were off the ground, after a good heave-ho, aided by gravity, over he went. I heard him scream. Dee made no noise. Then the sound of them hitting the table directly below, a thud, then crunching and smashing, followed by nothing. I didn't look over the edge. I went downstairs, sat in the lounge for a while, got my head straight. Then I opened the bifolds. I didn't expect either of them to survive, but I had to check, and when I saw them, that grim scene, I pulled my phone from my pocket and called Nancy. I never took my eyes off Dee the whole time. It was like a self-punishment, and it induced a real moment of sorrow and shock, a purging of sorts, emitting the toxins that had infected my life for the past 2 years, and it all came gushing out in one long, garbled, hysterical message. So what Nancy and Magda and the police saw when they got there was real. Me, the multi-millionaire murderer, the incestuous liar, the coward who is running away from her mistakes and currently sitting in first class, waiting on the tarmac for her flight to take off. I'm en route to Princeton to take up the place I deferred and invent a brand new Molly, the good girl version. But first a stopover in Toronto to see Nancy, the only person who knows my last secret. So far she's stayed silent. I need to make sure it stays that way. This recording of The Good Girl was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Marnie Young, produced by arrangement with Bloodhound Books Limited. Copyright 2025 by Patricia Dixon. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases. If you liked The Good Girl, here are 2 similar RB Media titles you may enjoy. The Bitter Truth, written by Shanora Williams and narrated by Roderick Ross and Sable Lynn. The Bitter Truth is about a politician's wife uncovering her husband's dark secrets during a campaign. You may also enjoy Dark Lies, written by Elliot York and narrated by Natalie Duke and George Newbern. Dark Lies is about a detective confronting his past love's suicide and a shocking new case. The Bitter Truth and Dark Lies are both available now, wherever you get your audiobooks.